Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.
Flight Sports TV, that's where it's at.
Flight Sports TV.
What's going on, people? It's Flight Sports TV. I appreciate y'all for checking with me. Y'all already know what it is. We back with another one of them things, man. And we got a whole lot of things to discuss involving the Charlotte Hornets franchise and beyond. We're going to be discussing various topics involving the Charlotte Hornets, involving various topics around the league as well. So make sure you get comfortable. It's Flight Sports. We about to get started, man. There's a lot of things on the table. The Hornets, fresh off that draft, we off the heels. And if it wasn't one or two, three or four or five things evident, it was that Lamelo Ball, MB1, the one of one, is the clear-cut, undisputed face of the franchise for the Charlotte Hornets. And goddamn it, I don't even think it's even close. You know, if anybody don't see this, I don't think you can see clearly, because Lamelo Ball has ran rampant through the league and the franchise, and you got a lot of Hornets fans a little bit displeased at the news that was evidently going to happen anyway. The inevitable was just delayed due to the Charlotte Hornets franchise. But ladies and gentlemen, Lamelo Ball is being consulted in meetings with the team. Lamelo Ball is being consulted with ownership. Lamelo Ball is being consulted with the president of basketball operations. Lamelo Ball is working hand in hand with the head coach and Steve Clifford. You already know what it is, man. I'm telling you, it was a lot of behind the scenes action that a lot of people may have missed. You know, here at Flight Sports, we're going to definitely touch on that for the people. Listen, Lamelo was there for each workout involving the top prospects. Lamelo Ball made the call. Lamelo Ball was the one who informed Mr. Brandon Miller he was coming to Charlotte via text. By the time Michael Jordan got on the phone with him, Lamelo Ball already was in talking to him at the table, letting him know what time it was. So when the call came through, it was by no surprise. Lamelo Ball is the man being tasked, you know, with the leadership for the Charlotte Hornets, and they are giving it to him firsthand. It was a lot of issues leading up to this moment where Lamelo is at right now. Obviously, coming into the league, coming off the bench, a lot of people was displeased at that situation, thinking that it was some disrespect there. Obviously, it made no sense, but nonetheless, Melo started off the bench, worked his way to the starting lineup, worked his way to all-star status, and now he's going to work his way to being a perennial playoff threat, and as the face of the Charlotte Hornets with some young lions, some young hyenas behind him. Ladies and gentlemen, the Charlotte Hornets are ready to pounce on all opponents this season. This is going to be an unbelievable year for Lamelo Ball. I'm telling you, I will not be surprised if he goes into realms out this stratosphere. And I'm telling you, we're going to be documenting it all. So make sure you hit the like button and you subscribe to Flight Sports TV. Listen, we just getting started. We haven't even got started yet. Listen, I got my man All Access in the building. Dex, talk to the people. We live.
Yes, sir. Shout out to Flight Sports TV, the machine, the voice of the voiceless, the people's champ, the hottest in the streets. Shout out to the panel as it reaches its premium peak And shout out to the chat and all of its cacophony spewing out of the cracks and crevices of Flight Sports Block. And big ups to everybody pulling up to Flight Sports TV. Hit that like, hit that subscribe button, and hit that notification bell so you won't miss one iota of an exuberant experience. And we here at Flight Sports TV have humbly invited you to a front row seat to this extravaganza. Yes, Flight, there is a simmer of controversy inside the silo and fan base of the Charlotte Hornets. It's like a 60-40 split on dissatisfaction and satisfaction. The higher number is dissatisfied. So Brandon Miller is coming into a situation where the majority of Charlotte Hornets fans is not giving him his proper hug. They felt this was another gaffe of Michael Jordan having his fingerprints all over disastrous picks that showed an inept talent evaluate. I don't know if this is true or not, but time will reveal. And we're going to sit back and allow this thing to unfurl and see where this all sets in. Like,
Absolutely, Dex.
I was scurrying around the internet, and you know me. Listen, I'm not encouraging the children to do this. So this is why I keep this activity on a high shelf, so the kids can't reach it. And that's gambling. You know, some say it's sinful. Some say it's enjoyable. Enjoy it. But nevertheless, wherever you are on this, I'm more agnostic on it than anything. To me, it's neither here nor there. But basically, like, the odd makers are out. I'm talking about they are out in the multitudes. They couldn't wait to put their prognostication, their prediction, their odds on Roy, R-O-Y, Roy, Rookie of the Year. And all of his candidates, the odds are out. And Victor Wembanyama got the number one chance, according to odds, to be Rookie of the Year. Even Brian Windhorst, a.k.a. Wendy, I don't know how Wendy comes in there, but anyway, Brian Windhorst is saying that Victor Wembanyama is going to embarrass the league. He's saying this 7'5" young phenom from France is going to come over and embarrass the NBA with all of his veterans and all of his new fish that jumped off the line. Victor Wembanyama. But then they got the Scoot Cat. I'm talking about the Scoot Henderson Cat. Saying, wait, pump your brakes, hold up, you're moving too fast, Victor Wembanyama bandwagoners. There could possibly be a new sheriff in town, and his name is Scoot Henderson. I'm talking about the young lion who led men in the G League. Might not lead to many victories, but led men, grown men in the G League, is saying that he's going to be rookie. Like, wait, there's more. What about Chet? Everybody forget the official Chet Holmgren report, not the minority report, the Chet Holmgren report. And they're saying that he can come in healthy and garner Rookie of the Year and outshadowing the number 1 and the number 3 pick in this draft because he is definitely eligible to be a candidate for Rookie of the Year because he missed the whole season. So this could be the Ben Simmons syndrome with Chet Holmgren. But the number 2 pick from the Charlotte Hornets, I'm talking about Buzz City. I'm talking about Queen City. I'm talking about you got to go to Gastonia to get to Charlotte. His odds, Brandon Miller, to be Rookie of the Year is a fateful 1,600. That means you bet $100 and you can win $16,000 on Brandon Miller. You bet $1 and you can win $1,600. That's how low his odds are to win Rookie of the Year. Flight, what is that telling us? Victor, best odds. Scoop, second best odds. Chet Holmgren, third best odds. And you got practically half of the draft odds are better than Brandon Miller to win Rookie of the Year.
I agree,
That don't
Dak.
sit well with me. That do not sit well with me, Uncle Vern.
Okay.
But carry on.
Hey, Dex, I agree with you. Hey, look, but I want to tell you something else. This reminds me of this. Remember when Michael Jordan came out into the league, when he came out in this draft and stuff like that? You know, they had them big old centers and a whole lot of people that was ahead of him and said that he was gonna be great and stuff like this. So just kind of remind me of that. But there was another fella that was coming out too. He was playing for Maryland University. He didn't get to the pros. He got drafted by Boston to come to the pros, but he didn't get to the pros.
Lynn Bias.
His name, Lynn Bias. You know who remind me of Lynn Bias and all that whole situation? That young boy that just got drafted by what's his name? Just got drafted by Charlotte. He reminds me of Lynn Bias, and that goes right back to that Scoot situation. That Scoot situation remind me of Michael Jordan come up out of the league when he came up out the same time when they all came out. This whole situation remind me of that situation when Jordan came out, and the other guy that was picked ahead of him, what is his name? The big tall guy, the light skinned guy, and he reminded me of Ben
Bowie.
Yeah, Sam Bowie. And to see how long his career
Kentucky
lasted,
phenom.
and see how long his career lasted, and see how it lasted.
Yes, he was riddled with injuries, Sam Bowie.
Well, I'm telling you,
he was Greg Oden before Greg Oden. Yeah,
right. It don't take you long to catch on, Dex. Yeah, that's how I kind of see it, Dex. It's an iffy situation. He could be the greatest, or he can be, you understand me, just one of the ones that didn't live up to the, to the billing. Well, he lived up to it, but he wasn't able to be successful because of his thin body. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I don't wish bad on nobody. But I see similarities. And that's like I said before, with that pick they got, this is the reason why I love it too, Dex. They got him. A lot of people wanted them to take Scoop. And they reason for that, I think, was kind of like, you understand me, was to get rid of Melo, put Melo on the sideline or something. So I didn't take formal good to that. So I realized when I seen how they was going with it, they think what they was doing.
Their narrative.
They point, yeah.
I
went opposite of it. And I was glad I went opposite of it because I want them to suffer and hate when they come right back on and have to change their tune. Thank you, Dex. And hey, Dex, and I apologize too from last night. I got a little heated last night. I didn't mean to just put it out there about Rozier. I thought about it, I slept on it. You was right about Rozier. He getting paid a little bit too much and they ain't doing a whole lot of nothing. I apologize, Dex.
Yes, sir. Salute Uncle Vern. We got Rico and we got Murgod on the panel as well.
Salute.
What up, Murgod?
Shout out to y'all. Shout out Murgod, Rico.
What y'all up here
Big
talking
shout
about,
out the
man?
panel. What's up,
We
y'all?
talking a whole lot of MB1 talk, whole lot of everything, man. All things basketball. Melo, he has seized control of the Charlotte Hornets. Like I said before, Melo was there, working hand in hand with ownership, with management, and his coaching staff. So Melo was thoroughly involved throughout this whole entire process, and that was a different tone from what we heard maybe a year and some change ago. You remember what we heard Kupchak go up there and say no player has earned the right for this, that, and the third. Like I said, LaMelo has started from the bench to now he has seized control of the Charlotte Hornets, and a lot of decisions, if not all, will go through LaMelo Ball from here on out. And he's going to prove on the floor why it needs to be like that. And Hornets fans are sick. It's flight sports.
I want to see the first indication that that's going to be that pace.
You said what, Rico? Somebody got some loud. What's going on in the background? Somebody driving or something.
I'm outside right now, so you got to give me like 10 minutes. I got you.
No, you're good. So I mean, like I said, you say you need to see more time. Don't worry about it. I think there's gonna be an opportunity. You're gonna see that.
A whole lot of opportunity.
I see it already. I just now noticed it. Evidently, I don't know if a lot of people peeped it.
I don't know why people disrespecting Brandon Miller like that, man. Like, so I personally don't get it.
Who's disrespecting him?
A lot of people, man. Charlotte Hornets fans, a whole lot of people, Flight.
A lot of people wanted that direction. They wanted
Scoop. They wanted Scoop.
Yeah.
They wanted Scoop.
Yeah.
They wanted Scoop because
Yeah.
Because this is the thing. People like Flash. So they see Scoop and they saw that one game against Victor, and they saw the little jump shot he made on Victor and a little layup that he got by Victor, which Victor just mistimed that. Victor just mistimed that block. Both of them should have been blocks, but Victor just mistimed both of them. So it's a matter of, and I think Scoop's a good player. I think he'll fare well in the league, but I just think that people are just getting too ahead of themselves, as far as like, with Scoop, they say generational. I don't see generational. I see a lot. There's a lot of guys in the league that look like Scoop. There's not a lot of guys in the league that look like Brandon, Jason Tatum or Paul George, people that's 6'8", 6'9", that can actually handle the basketball, shoot the basketball, get downhill, potentially be a 3-level scorer. You don't see that too often. I mean, there's been reports out that teams are looking for that, but they're hard to find those guys because either they're basic, because all of them at least wrapped up. All the good ones are wrapped up in the long-term contracts, like a Mikal Bridges. It's hard to find those guys at 6'7", 6'9" that can do everything on a basketball court for you, including guard the best player. So it's difficult to find that. It's easy to find a Scoop. It's difficult to find a Brandon Miller.
Okay, well, let me ask you a question. Okay, you said it's easy to find a Scoop. Okay, if you had a choice between Scoop and that what's the name guy to play out in Minnesota, the young boy, what's his name, Eddie Edwards or something? Which one of them would you pick? Just for you.
I like Anthony Edwards more than I like Scoop. If you're looking at both of them prospects coming into the draft, I like Anthony Edwards more than I like Scoop. Just be honest with you, including the fact that Anthony Edwards shown that he can actually hit the three before coming in. Scoop's still working on the jump shot. I mean, there's a lot of players that look like Scoop. For example, that guy that was coming out of Duke, they really didn't get an opportunity. He went undrafted. He was perennially basically a top high school player coming into the top high school player. Didn't pan out well at Duke because he couldn't shoot. And he didn't pan out well as far as like whether it be the G League or getting a couple contracts in the league. He didn't pan out well because he couldn't shoot. Like, shooting matters in this league. If you can't shoot, especially when you're a guard, it's very difficult to keep you on the floor because all the thing people are going to do is sack. This is not pick up basketball. This is not like you were talking about like the G League and stuff, where people are just going to come up to you and guard you anyways. Defenses are a lot more intricate, a lot more detailed. They will literally sag off of you like how they do Ben Simmons and dare you to come into the paint. And they will do that to Scoop and force you to shoot. And if you can't show that you can hit the outside shot, you're a liability on the basketball court. And it's not to say that Scoop is not willing to take those, but you got to be effective at doing it. You got to keep teams honest. Otherwise, you become one-dimensional. And that's not the knock on Scoop to say he's not a bad player or he can't develop and be a good player. Yeah, he can. I just think that Brandon Miller was a very good pick.
Okay, you said
I
there's a
agree.
lot of scoops. Hold on one second. You said Brandon Miller. Scoop. There's a lot of scoops in the league. Um, with like, what you mean? There's a lot of scoops in the league. Meaning that he
I
just
mean,
athletic
there's
and
a
can't
lot of
shoot,
that
or
there's a lot of point guards in the league that is in that 6'2" range, and some of them basically, for example, Scoop reminds me of he reminds me of a young Russell Westbrook, whereas
Jordan
okay,
basically
Clarkson.
that's good.
very, very, very fiery, very passionate, gets downhill greatly, but this is the NBA, what did Russell had to learn how to do?
Hold on, Murdoch.
Go ahead, man.
Russell, if he remind you of Russell Westbrook, so you saying that's shitty?
I didn't
You
say
don't
that
think
was
Russell Westbrook is rare?
I don't think
But he
Russell.
said also
I never said
the
it
defense
took.
caught up. The defense caught up with Russell Westbrook, and that's
No,
another
Russell
thing.
Westbrook got old. You can
No,
say catch
Russell
up.
Westbrook's
He
game
got old.
didn't form to what it was because he can't shoot no outside
But
jumper.
When you
So he was
athletic
playing
like
then,
that,
and he was
that's
getting the
not
ball
gonna
to
last
Barry
forever.
because everything it didn't matter then.
Yo,
but
Dex
then let
and
me finish.
Vern. Yeah,
Yeah, now,
I don't think Murdoch was talking about game per se. I think he was talking about like the way he approaches it.
I
Like,
agree.
go ahead.
He's
Well, let Murdoch
explosive.
explain. Let
He's
Murdoch explain.
explosive and everything. He do just like he is. That was a good example. He is his game.
Yeah, I think that's a good example. I think that's a great example.
I
To be
get it.
honest,
And the same.
I just want more clarity to it.
Russell Westbrook's
yeah. So
problem is
Go
the
ahead,
same
Murdoch.
problem he's going to have.
so
Go ahead. Sorry.
this is the issue right here. Is Scoot's game is very one dimensional right now. And there's a reason why that when Westbrook was on his own team by himself, he didn't make it far because his game is one dimensional. When you're looking at Russell Westbrook throughout the regular season, he's great. But when you get into the playoffs, that's a different conversation. And I'm not talking about Scoot is
But
going to be a bad player.
But
I think Scoot's
that
going to be
applies
good.
to a lot of NBA greats. That applies to a lot of NBA greats.
But that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Scoot. Just me personally, I just think that, we need to pump our brakes on Scoot and allow the kid develop instead of calling him generational. I think Scoot
Okay,
is a very good player.
Stop right there. Stop right there.
Yeah.
Pump your brakes on Scoop and chill on calling him a generational player. But you compared him to Westbrook, who was a generational player.
I said I compared it to him because they have similarities. I didn't say he was a Russell Westbrook. He hasn't proven that yet to show that he is a Russell Westbrook.
That's true. He hasn't proven it yet.
He hasn't proven that yet.
But that's his approach of Russell Westbrook.
I see a very similar attitude with him.
I do.
A Russell Westbrook type of player.
I do.
So it's just that but Russell Westbrook's also bigger than him because mainly. So the thing is though, he has a Russell Westbrook attitude and a Donovan Mitchell's body type. Very similar body type to Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah.
So it's just a matter of basically, and we've seen those guys that's come into the league that are very uberly athletic, but since they couldn't develop that outside shot, they become very limited in what they can do on the court because they become very one-dimensional.
Stop right there.
Like a Ben
Hold on,
Simmons.
Murdoch. You say a lot of good shit, but then you keep going. Okay, hold on right there because that's good. The stream want to know. You said that a lot of players are uberly athletic, but really don't develop a jump shot or really further their game to be well-rounded.
Yeah.
Do you see Scoop being one of those kind of players, or do you see Scoop becoming a great player and probably a fringe Hall of Famer?
No.
I would have to wait and see after the rookie season.
I could answer that
because I got.
Dex, can I ask a question afterwards?
Of course. I just want to chop it up with Murdoch a little bit.
I gotta wait. Me personally, I gotta wait and see after the rookie season to see what he's improved upon against top level competition and see how he's developed. I'm even not saying that about Brandon Miller. I really like Brandon Miller as a prospect coming in, but especially fitting on Charlotte. But I'm not going to say, perennial all-star just yet. I put my brakes on it just yet until I see them play their first rookie season then I have
Gotcha.
more of a projection on where they want to go, on how I see them developing. Then that's not a knock to Scoot to say he cannot develop. Scoot cannot be, a wonderful player, a perennial all-star, a Hall of Famer, etc. I just need to see it, live for one full season before I actually give him the knock, before I give him that honor.
Right. Only reason why I'm stretching you like this, Murdoch Paul, is because you compared him to Russell Westbrook. That's the only reason why I was stretching you. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Yeah, Murgard, I was going to ask you about that. Not only the Russell Westbrook comparison, but do you think, based on what you've seen so far from Scoot, maybe he could follow the development path of a De'Aaron Fox? Because I know De'Aaron Fox walked into the league with a lot of these same flaws. Uberly athletic, couldn't really shoot, but getting downhill in a pick and roll, he's very good. He could break down defender.
But I can see that, as well as he can follow a similar path, similar to like a John Morant, because John Morant still really can't shoot either. But the problem is that it's just going to depend on the Portland Trailblazers and how they develop around him. Because if you got guys on the basketball court that can't shoot around him, for example, with De'Aaron Fox, the reason why he was able to develop more and take that leap more was because he did develop his jump shot, but more so they develop a team around him where they put a lot of players that could shoot around him. We seen Portland to where, what has Portland done to show you they bring in talent or bring in the right nucleus to put around a player to actually help them succeed and to flourish? They haven't done that yet for Dame. Who's to say they're going to do that for Scoot? And that's not a knock on Scoot to say he still can't develop and be all world or anything like that. But Portland, man, I just don't like Portland as a franchise, because Portland. I'll be very honest with you. Portland is just like it just seems like Portland is the West version of Charlotte. They don't bring no talent in there. They don't put talent around their best player whatsoever.
Or the right talent, at least.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they brought in one guy with, Jeremy Grant, but Jeremy Grant don't move the needle.
Hey, I agree. That's what Dex mean by the right talent. Jeremy Grant really wasn't going to be moving. They shouldn't have never thought they were going to be moving in the needles anyway.
But Jeremy Grant was a good pickup, but you need more than that, man. They need more than that, man. They got to. What's his name? Nurkic? What's his name? Nurkic, whatever.
Yep.
They need to get rid of him, man.
Yeah.
You need to get rid of him, man. That man has.
Well, I'm quite sure they're gonna get rid of all that. They're gonna get rid of Dame too, because I was watching the Portland Trailblazers rookie press conference where they had all their rookies there. The guy from France.
I haven't watched that yet.
Chris Keegan and Scoot Henderson.
Yeah.
And so, they try to bring up Damian Lillard's name, but it just seems like they kind of just shoot him out the way. And it looks like Chauncey Billups can't wait for Dame to pack his bags and get the fuck up out of here so he can take over his team and coach these young guys. That's what it seems like to me.
I mean, that's what they need to do, man. I just feel like
he hasn't even reached out to none of the draft.
I'm sure he hasn't, man. That man want to win right now. He ain't gonna win right now in Portland. Like I said, like me and Rico, Dame is.
Can I speak on that?
Dame is one
I'm
of
sorry,
my favorite players.
Margaret.
That's just crazy. What's up?
My bad. Because I watched the press conference before we started the stream. I seen Scoot Henderson, Chauncey, a whole nine, and I don't know who the hell that guy is. The white guy who was on the podium.
General manager.
Okay. He said that Damian Lillard is out of town and he's supposed to be coming back this week, and then they're supposed to meet. But he said they've been in communication with the agent. I think he said he spoke to him last week, and he's out of town and he's supposed to be flying back in, and then they're gonna touch base. So we're gonna figure out from there. Y'all go check out that Scoot Henderson's press conference, and the Murray kid who looked just like his brother. Go ahead.
Chris Keegan.
Yes.
Hey, Flight. Hey,
Chris Murray.
The general manager sitting up there talking like he hoping that Dame stick around. but
Yeah.
it don't
Well,
seem
nah,
like. Do you see?
Chauncey ready to get his ass up out of there.
I'm
Yeah,
already
Chauncey
know.
ready to get him up out of there, man.
I heard
I
Dex what he
agree.
said.
Chauncey, like, man, I'm trying to win, and this dude is not a winner.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
I'm saying. That was a
I
good
heard.
press conference. They was
Yeah,
kind of
I
tame on
agree.
the damn question. They waited all the way to the end, and I'm like, damn, I thought they did a little more than this.
Yeah.
They was being friendly. I was like, what kind of shit is this?
Well, Dame hasn't been welcoming to the new edition of the
He out
Portland
of
Trailblazers.
town.
That don't mean nothing. You got FaceTime. What do you mean out of town? You got FaceTime. You got
I
WhatsApp. You
mean,
got
I mean,
Signal. You got so
I
many
mean,
damn apps to
hey
call
Dex,
somebody to welcome you into
Dex,
town.
hey Dex,
Yeah, go ahead, work out.
didn't Lamelo FaceTime Brandon Miller when
Yes, he
he
did.
got picked?
Yes, he did.
Yo, I want to
What's
say
the difference?
something. I want to
What's the
say
difference?
something about the Scoot Henderson situation. We're gonna touch on this later on this week, but I don't know if this Portland situation is big enough for both of them. You got Scoot Henderson coming down with his whole goddamn family. He got the sisters and everything. I mean, like they ready to spread their wings. You know,
Yeah.
I'm like,
You
damn.
heard them clapping?
Hey,
I mean,
I'm like, good God, they done moved Dame out the way. I'm like,
Yeah.
Dame about to come in town and say, what the hell
listen,
is going on?
They
listen,
waiting for
man.
Shaden Sharp to make that jump, and they waiting for Anthony Simons to go ahead and be a sustainable player and be impactful as a young leader of that Portland Trailblazers team.
Yeah, he
And
can
then
be
they
a
looking at Scoot like, you gonna sell our tickets. If
Yeah.
we can get Dame up out of here and that
yep,
$257 million contract, he can take that shit
yep.
with him somewhere else.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly,
Do
You
you
got
think
exactly.
Scoot
I
for
can see
I,
five
that.
years to sell
Because
tickets.
how old is Anthony Simon? Anthony Simon's only like what, 24, 25?
well, he
I
under
don't
So
even know if he's
contract.
that old.
He under
yeah,
contract.
Might be
so
That
he
was
like
his
like
rookie
23.
deal.
yeah, so he's
And
young.
then you
Then
got Shaden Sharp, a youngster.
you got Shaden Sharp, and then you're gonna bring in Scoop. So that team is young. They go, like you said, they're gonna have Anthony Simon be the leader of that team, while Scoot and Shaden Sharp gonna sell tickets while they develop.
Scoot gonna sell some tickets, man. You best believe that. Portland
I
could
think
not.
I
They
think
couldn't
both of them
cheat.
gonna sell
Portland couldn't
tickets.
stop smiling. They couldn't stop smiling. Like, we got Scoot. He fell in our lap. Okay. Okay, watch this here. You know what I'm saying? And you got Dame not even being welcoming to him, at least so far. I don't know if he'll call him later on. But right now, Dame is up in Europe with his peeps. So, he's doing that thing right now. But still, you can call him. It just eerily resembles that Dame is like, I'm not gonna babysit this kid. You know what I'm saying? All these babies in the crib, I'm not gonna babysit. Every night I gotta tell them, hey, pick right here, give me a pick. Hey man, do this, do that. Every night, no, Dame ain't doing that. Not at this.
Man,
How y'all feel about that?
he gonna have to carry these guys along.
No, he's not gonna.
The Merc guy, what were you about to say?
Oh, give me a moment.
Okay. I kept getting cut off. Salute to the whole chat. Shout out Juju, Sky, Eric. Salute to everybody in the building, rocking with Flight Sports.
Yeah,
There's a lot of things going on.
yeah, he's 23.
Yeah, I told you. Young man. That's a real youth movement.
Yeah, yeah. So they going I guess they're gonna use him like how the Thunder are using Shea Gilgeous, using Shea. He's the veteran on that team, the older statement, but he's still young. He's still only like 24.
Yep.
hey, look here. Y'all looking at it like that. What if they turn around and move Simon and keep Dame and would keep him with Dame?
Nah,
I doubt
you
it.
move Dame. You
Okay.
move Dame, man. You move Dame.
That's
Shoot.
what I
You
thought
move
they was gonna
Dame.
do at first.
You move Dame. You can go ahead and move Jeremy Grant. You can go ahead and move what's his name? Nurkic. Go ahead and move all those old dudes, move them to whoever they want to go to. No. Well, I will move Dame whoever he wants to go to. Everybody else, you just get traded for the best available deal. But I at least do Dame a favor and move him to wherever he wants to go to, wherever contender he wants to go to. At least do that for him. But everybody else, you just find the best available deal for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they're not going anywhere, Uncle Vernon. Hornets,
Yeah,
Hornets
they
gonna be a
not.
cellar door.
Yeah, they
You
not.
say,
They're
you say
not. They're not going anywhere.
who's not going anywhere?
Portland
Portland.
Trailblazers.
What do
Yeah,
you mean they're
man.
not going anywhere? You mean what, as far as winning the championship, stuff like that?
I mean,
Oh,
they're
they're
not
not
even going.
nowhere
They're
near.
not
Yeah,
even.
they're nowhere near
They're not
that.
even
I'm
going to
talking
make
about
the
even playoffs.
playoffs, man.
No, I'm
They're not even
already
going to make
aware
the
of that. I'm
playoffs.
already aware of that. But this is the situation. This is what I see. I see him moving Dame out anyway, and I don't see Dame wanting to go quietly. I understand that, but I'm just saying Simon is a
Shit, Dame
second.
will go. He
Well,
gonna keep
see,
his contract.
there
Shit.
you go, Dex.
Oh,
I
my
can't.
bad. Go ahead.
Dex, there you go. Thank you. Look, I know he's gonna be looking good for Simon because Simon is the second leading player on the team that's getting paid.
He's
His
the best player
contract
in
is
the team when Dame leaves.
okay. Thank you. Well, okay, yeah, I understand that too, to a certain extent. But if they sit up there and they keep work him and get him about the way, let Dame stay for the next 2 to 3 years, however long they expect them to be there, they can sit up there and keep Nurkic because Nurkic is okay as far as getting points
Nah,
and stuff like
man.
that.
You don't do that because Dame don't fit the timeline. Dame only has what, like 2-3 good years
Well,
left. You know, you
okay.
don't keep Dame since he's old, man. Dame in his 30s, man. You keep Simon.
Hey.
Simon, like I said, is only 23 years old.
Hey,
you
look,
move Dame in that big contract.
You know why I don't agree? You know why I don't agree with that? Because they're trying to get Dame ass out there in LA real fast. I'm gonna tell you, they're trying to get Dame all over that face. If they feel like, wait, just 1 second. If they feel as though like you feel, they would be trying to go at him like that. Because they say, hey, he ain't got number 1 or 2 or 3 more years at the most. That's silly what you just said.
It's not silly what I just
Yeah,
said.
I don't even
is.
know what the Lakers got for Dame.
It's not silly
I
what
tell
I
you
just
what.
said, man.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you. Hey, Dex, I'm gonna tell you something. Dex, Portland organization do not want to get rid of Dame. You understand?
Yes,
They really don't want him to go nowhere.
I'm sure they
But
don't
if
want.
it came down between him and Simon, who you think they'll keep, Dex?
I would keep Dame over Simon for sure because he's a better player
You would. There you, boy.
and a better draw.
It
And a better
didn't
draw.
take you long to catch. It didn't take you long to catch on, did it, Dex? All right,
No, it never
Murgard, go
takes me long
ahead.
to catch him.
Yeah, go ahead, Murgard.
I never said that they wouldn't want to keep Dame over Simon. All
Yeah.
I'm saying is it's a better opportunity to move Dame since he has that big contract. You get that off the books. That way, basically, you can allow the young talent to develop. Then when the young talents develop, you have money to go bring in talent that fits the timeline for their team. It's just good business doing that. That's not to say that
They try to get rid of Dame.
Hey,
No, I'm saying they try to get rid of Dame with Miami, but Portland wanted Bam, and they did what Sky said, click. Like Bam is untouchable. So they killed that deal. So it was some suitors, and Miami was, I think, the biggest suitor because they was in the NBA Finals, but Portland wanted Bam. And Miami's like, are you kidding me?
I mean, I don't blame them. You know, I don't blame Miami. You want to keep Bam on that team. You want to have a Bam, Dame, and Butler lineup. That'll be shoot. I wish they can get rid of Kyle Lowry, man. God, man.
I don't see why they got him in the first place.
I mean, they thought he was going to be a decent veteran leader and provide some outside shooting. But
He
that
wasn't
man
doing-
fell off a cliff.
He
That man
wasn't
fell
doing
off a cliff, man.
At the time, he wasn't doing it for Toronto. I don't know what made him think he was gonna come to Miami and get it in.
Nah, he was playing
and
decent.
and-
He was
okay,
playing decent for
the main
Toronto.
reason why. The main reason why I said that is this, especially playing for Spokesman
Now listen here, guys. Listen here. Listen to
with
this
his
right here.
fat ass. Go
Okay,
ahead.
listen to this right here.
Whoa,
Yeah, listen
whoa,
to this.
Man. Whoa, man.
Oh shit, what happened? Okay, listen to this real quick. Listen to this real quick. I'm gonna give you 5 odds, right? And I'm gonna name 2 players to match these odds. These are rookies, and then you guys fill in the blanks. Okay. Odds -160, plus 400, plus 650, plus 1,300. The -160 is Victor Wembanyama. That's the best odds available for Rookie of the Year. Plus 650 is Chet Holmgren at the third best odds. Plus 400 is his second best odds, and plus 13 is down the wire. Who is plus 400 and who is plus 1300?
I say Scoop.
Scoot is what?
The last one you said.
Plus 1300?
Yeah, 1300, right.
What about you, Murph? Are you available? Anybody else available? To determine who is the plus 650 and who is the plus 1300? We already got Chet and we already got Victor. We already locked in on the odds. So who are the other two?
Shout out my man No Panic in the building. It's been a
No
while
panic,
since we
no
heard
panic.
from No Panic. Salute.
No
salute to
panic.
bro.
Anybody else with him a hot mic?
Shit, I don't even know what
Is it homeboy from the
Yo, wait,
Is it homeboy from the show?
my man from New Orleans in here. He he always got something to say. My man
Who?
DJ Gemini is in the
Okay,
building.
let me
Say something.
okay, let me ask this again. Hold on. Don't switch it. Don't switch it. We already got 4 top rookie of the year. We got Victor Wembanyama going off at minus 160, the best odds of everybody. And we got Chet Holmgren, the third best odds, going out at plus 650. The remainder is plus 400 and plus 1300. Who is plus 400? Who is plus 1300? For the top 4 rookie of the year candidates. Nobody want to participate?
I said Scoop was the 1300.
Okay.
I'm already knowing that.
Who else on the panel that want to take a crack at it? I mean, it doesn't diminish your content.
Wembanyama first. Chet
It's
second.
third. No, Chat is third. Chat
is gonna be second because
no, we're talking about now, TJ. We're talking about right now, not being second. Right now, he is ranked third for the
same thing. That's what I'm saying.
How come-
Let me get the statement out. They're gonna do the same thing Utah just did with
There's only
their
2 players
center.
left in the draft.
They're gonna do the same thing Utah did with their center. They're
Okay,
gonna
forget all that.
force
Okay, look, hold on, forget all that because you guys are just screwing this up. Listen, let me just give it to you this. Listen, everybody is biting on their fingernails and don't want to participate.
Thank you.
Victor
No, I was
Wembanyama
giving
is
you my
number 1.
order. I was giving you my
No, we're not asking for that. That's not the question. The question was who was the remaining 2 pertaining to the odds. That's what the question was, but never mind. We're just going to keep it simple. Victor Wembanyama is ranked number 1 in the odds as far as winning Rookie of the Year. Scoot Henderson is ranked second
Yep.
at 600. I mean at 400 plus 400. Chet Holmgren is ranked third at plus 650, and Brandon Miller is ranked fourth
13.
at plus 1300.
Oh, okay, my bad.
And after Brandon Miller is Amon Thompson, who's ranked fifth, but his odds go at plus 2,500.
I don't think the Thompson twins will make even the top 5 in that list, either with Houston or with Detroit. I don't think they'll make I don't even think they'll crack the top 5. I think they'll crack the top 7 or 8, but not the top 5. They're not going to feed them like that with the stars that they already have.
Now, the point I'm making here is this. The point I'm making here, Street, chime in whenever you want, is that Victor Wembanyama is an overwhelming favorite at minus 6. You don't even win even money with Victor Wembanyama. If you got to put $1.60 to win $1, or $160 just to win 100. So you got to go over your bet just to break even. That's how overwhelming Victor Wembanyama is to win the odds. Scoot Henderson has the second best odds at plus 400. So you can lay 100 and you can win 400. You lay 1,000, you win 4,000. Win 10,000, 40,000.
I
Chet
think you're gonna
Holmgren
lose on that
is
bet.
plus Chet Holmgren is plus 650. This is Vegas. I'm just putting it out here. This is Vegas. Chet Holmgren plus 650. Put $1 down, you win $6.50. Put 100, you win $650. Put 1,000, you win 6,500. Brandon Miller is plus 13. He was plus 60. So the odds went up a little bit in this paper. But what are they saying about this guy? What are they saying about the Charlotte Hornets system? Somebody please help me out here because he's a number 2 overall pick and his odds shouldn't be that low.
No, that's about right. You're talking about the 5 position, which is normally fed. They don't have a Aiton situation like what's going on in Phoenix. Not at normal 5 positions. The
He
center
ain't a
position,
5.
the
He a
I'm
the
talking
two.
about
the
Brandon Miller.
He's a 2 or 3. He ain't a 5.
I'm talking about Brandon Miller, DJ.
oh
How he's sunken so low as expectation when he was a second overall pick in the
because you
NBA.
got Bridges coming back. Because you got Bridges coming back
And
to
you
the
got
same
LaMelo
team,
Ball. And you got
Thank you.
LaMelo
and
Ball on
you
the
have
team.
That's
Ball.
the answer. Lamelo Ball. Hey, Dex. You know, I'm gonna tell you something. You was right yesterday before we had got cut off yesterday last night. You was right. Charlotte got that leader down. You know who that leader is? Come on, Dex.
I'm listening. Go ahead, bro. I'm listening.
Charlotte got that leader out there in Charlotte they need. It's just shot. That leader is LaMelo. It ain't
That's
nobody
who the
else.
leader is. Exactly.
Right. It ain't nobody else.
Yep. Young
Yeah.
phenom.
Yeah. There you go, Dex.
Can we? I just was chiming in for the Portland topic, and I was gonna slide right back out. Can I revisit that real quick?
Portland, yeah,
Go
go
for it.
ahead.
Portland has the same problem that Chicago has.
Uh-oh.
They played their star to stay, and now they're asking to be bailed out the very next season after they paid their star. They're actually begging.
Elaborate on that. Elaborate on that.
They paid Dame, and they just paid Zach. They just signed their contracts. Both of them signed big time contracts.
Mm-hmm.
And now these same 2 franchises, the executives are asking to be bailed out.
Okay. And why
So
would
that
they?
why what?
Why would they be asking to be bailed
What?
out? Look
So
at their situation.
I have a question for you. I have a question.
Why didn't they
What
make it more conducive for the team and the player with the contract? They're asking to be bailed out. The player, neither one of these players that they're bringing up are asking to leave these franchises. Zach is not asking to leave. Dame is not
At
asking to
least that
leave.
not
so
reported.
so what makes you think there's an indication that the Bulls want to move on from the league?
He's in deep trade rumors right now. Zach name normally didn't come up. Now you have Zach name in it, and you have the Rosa name in it.
The Rosa name I seen. I haven't seen Zach LaVine's name in it.
The Zach name
I've
was
seen Zach LaVine.
I've
Zach
seen him.
name
I've
has
seen Zach LaVine too.
Zach name was the first one to come up.
Yeah.
Zach name was the first one to come up. Then they bought Levine name in it. So, but now with Portland, they're bringing up Dame, but they just bought Jeremy Grant from Detroit and gave up assets for him. But but once again, regardless of the fact, these 2 players, the organizations are asking to be bailed out with these contracts. It's not the players. And that normally doesn't happen. That is normally backwards. It's normally the players asking to leave a situation, not the organization trying to beg and pressure a player out, especially after paying them.
Well, we're going to see how that unfolds as the season progresses. And, the Summer League is going to approach. I think it's going to be an exciting Summer League with Brandon Miller. People are going to want to see him play in action. They're definitely going to see Scoot. I think Scoot and Wembanyama will be the main attraction for the Summer League. So Summer League continues to bring forth high caliber, profile young players to head the headlines and be under the neon marquee lights in Las Vegas.
And I think you're gonna get your first dose of Wembanyama against Chat. I
Yep.
think in summer league. I think that's gonna be their first NBA debut head to head.
Who's going to listen? What's going into the minds of the schedule makers of summer? They just licking their chops right now with all of the fresh, new, vibrant talent that's going to be on display in this summer league. Because you still got undercards. We already know who the main event is going to be, but you still got undercards. You still got Imani Bates. You still got Bailey. You still got what's that boy? Chris Murray, Keegan Murray brother. You still got the twins. How they're gonna acclimate themselves. You know what I'm saying? So you got a lot of undercards in the summer league. That's going to be quite intriguing, at least.
Yeah, I forgot that Monty Bates had went to
Now, Dex,
Cleveland.
you're absolutely right about that. There's going to be a whole lot of things going on the undercard, a lot of storylines as well. It's not just the main attractions.
Yeah, Monty Bates went to Cleveland. That's actually a good spot for him. Sit back and just develop, and he could be a spark plug off the bench.
Who was that other guy? Who was the other guy that Charlotte that got? That other guy. What's his name? That young boy, the one they got.
Nick Smith Jr.
Hold on. So Vern, they got, of course, they got Brandon Miller, Nick Smith. They got the big guy that's coming from Spain. I forgot his name. And they also got
I see the dot.
Marnie Bailey. They also got Marnie Bailey from UCLA.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about, Bailey. Yeah, Bailey. I like.
You know who else is going to be a surprise for Summer League? I'm going to put money on him for being MVP. I don't think it's going to be Chet Holmgren. I don't think it's going to be Brandon Miller because I think the Charlotte Hornets is going to cover Brandon Miller. They're going to kind of hide him. That's what I think the Summer League MVP is either going to be Scoot Henderson or Jaime Jaquez Jr. from Miami Heat. I think those are he's the dark horse, but I think Scoot might be the overwhelming favorite out of the Summer League MVP because I don't think they're going to play Chet Holmgren too much either. You know what I'm saying? So Victor's going to cancel himself out. He's going to probably play one game and that's it. Chet Holmgren probably going to play 1 or 2 games. That's it. I think Scoot is going to play every Summer League game. And I think Jaime Jaquez is going to play every Summer League game. And I just think Brandon Miller will play a little bit, but Charlotte will try to cover him and hide him for the season. That's just what they do.
Yeah, he might play like 1 or 2 games.
So if you guys thinking about laying a little something, if you want to go for the gusto, Jaime Jaquez Jr. for the Miami Heat. Cold player. Might sprinkle a little something on it, lay a little chalk. But if you cover your ass by putting the bulk of it on Scoot, I think Scoot, he wants MVP of somebody. I think he's really upset that he went number 3 and number 2. I think Scoot is pissed.
I mean, he should be. If you feel that way, he should be.
He can't wait to get into a Portland uniform and grind it out. And the reason why I'm excluding Brandon Miller, not because of his skill set, because, Charlotte's Summer League team, you've seen that. You've seen how that conference works. They look like scrambled eggs out there. There's a bunch of headless bats flying in daylight.
And I think they might be better this year, man.
Come on, Murdoch. You said that last year. And
Man,
Jello was on the team.
man, I just no, I don't think last year they was gonna be. I ain't said that last year about them. I
But
thought
there
was
was a
gonna be
veteran
decent. I thought
summer
it was
league
gonna
team.
I thought it was gonna be decent. I thought they would have been decent if Booknight probably would have played, but since he was out, I didn't really think too much highly of him. Because I wanted to see how he developed, but Booknight in his own little world. That boy don't know what he want to do.
Yeah, he don't know if he's coming or going, right?
Yeah, literally, man. I mean, getting caught drunk, sleep in your car. Come on, man. That's crazy. But
And the Charlotte Hornets didn't do him no justice because they had him with the team the very next day, where he should have took some time off to regather himself and recalibrate for maybe a week, maybe 2 weeks, and then come back to the team because they didn't even really use him. I think they played him once on the road. That he could have been, in some type of program, getting some kind of treatment. But no, they drug him back on the court. I thought that was foul.
He played like a couple games during the season, and that was it. Everything else was go to the G League, buddy. Like Steve Clifford played him a couple games, and I think the issue was with Steve Clifford was, he saw him out there. I mean, yeah, he could score a little bit, but he wasn't giving no effort on defense. Steve Clifford don't play that, man. He don't play that lack of effort on defense. Going back to the G League, buddy. Send him right on back there.
So now that Lamelo is seems to be in full control. I think they officially moved off of Gordon Hayward, and Terry Rozier never had a chance. Miles Bridges collapsed by default. So Melo had the keys. Well, I knew he had the keys last season, but that's a different story. We broke that news here at Flight Sports TV. Melo was given the keys. But nevertheless, now you guys know it's official and it's validated. Do LaMelo still try to bring his brother up, or is that a dead issue? Do anybody want to chime in on that? Is it a dead issue with LiAngelo Ball being a member of the Charlotte Hornets?
Yeah, but a dead issue.
I don't know about that, man.
But no, they ain't no dead issue. It's even live and better now because they got shooters. Now they focusing on shooters and playing some defense. Now
I don't know, man.
Come up.
Has there been any reports about him even being around the team, playing with the team, training with the team right now?
Hey, he still got a job with the team, not playing or good. They actually who's paying him? Is he still getting paid by Charlotte? If that's the case, then bro,
I don't know, man.
It ain't.
I think his contract expired. Expired.
Yeah,
well,
I don't know, man.
If that's the case, then he'll wind up getting picked up. That ain't nothing though. Yeah. Jello can come in. He can play. He can play on any one of these teams out here.
I think he might end up getting picked up by somebody in the G League. Hopefully, he gets an opportunity.
But we don't want that. That ain't what we want. We want to know if LaMelo could bring him up. I mean, listen, these dudes signed Theo Maledon. They signed Xavier Sneed at the end of the season with a sneak two-way contract. And we never saw anything develop out of Theo Maledon or Theo Maledon was a good trip. I mean, he didn't lose the ball.
He was serviceable every now and then. Sneed was trash.
Yeah, he wasn't turning the ball over, so that's good.
Theo Maledon was serviceable every once in a while in Spurs.
I mean, he got a cool name though. Theo Maledon, that's a cool name.
Yeah, he was serviceable every once in a while. He was all right. He was all right.
But he didn't move the needle.
No, he's not a motor either, but he gave them backup minutes when LaMelo was out and when Dennis Smith was out.
Yeah,
he gave him decent backup. He gave him decent backup minutes.
And they never called up Jello.
Nah, man, they ain't get that a shot.
Now, Michael Jordan.
Hey, Dex. Remember Dex? I'm gonna tell you something, Dex. Remember this. He was in that league in the G League that for a reason. That was to develop Dex. It wasn't to come in and just say, look, all right, here you go. We're going to compare you to and get you right and play with your brother. It wasn't that. It was for him to develop and show himself worthy to be out there, Dex. And then you turn around and ask a question like you just asked. Your question was, can Melo sit up there and pull the strings and get Jello on the court next to him this time? I should answer that question is I don't know. But I think Jello game is good enough to get on anybody's court.
But we don't want to discuss his game on anybody's court. We want to know, will he be an official? Because he's been there 2 seasons in their affiliate.
Before that, he was with Detroit.
Can he graduate, Uncle Vern? Can he graduate out of the G League?
No.
Yeah.
Or will he graduate?
Yeah, he can. Yeah, he can. Answer to that is yes.
He got his surgery, and the last time I saw him, he was in a special made custom kick. What you call them little thing? The little kick scooters. That he was resting his ankle because he couldn't put pressure on it. It was in a kick scooter, custom made. It looked really nice. And I don't know what his situation is now. But that's the last time I saw LiAngelo in a kick scooter that was custom made that had his ankle up high so he wouldn't have to put no pressure on it. And he was riding the kick scooter with his knee bent. His knee was bent. And his ankle was off of the scooter with no pressure, no support, and he was moving around on that once he gets out of the gear. And the ankle was the right ankle, and that's the ankle you use to press the accelerator and the brake in your vehicle. And you already know he got that Hemi Dodge, so he been in them blocks. But at the same time, is that surgery for being ready for this coming summer or training camp? Because he got that surgery done immediately after the G League Greensboro Swarm were eliminated from competition. So is there a correlation there? Because Lamelo is quiet. He's not mentioning his brother. BBB camp is quiet. They're not mentioning LiAngelo. They only mention LiAngelo going over to overseas for that hot second. But after that, nothing. Except for his newborn baby coming into the world.
All right,
outside of that, nothing.
All right, did he limp over? Did he limp overseas? I mean, was he walking when he went overseas? Because I know last thing you were saying at first you said he was on.
He didn't go overseas. He didn't go overseas.
Oh, okay.
No, I said he was mentioned to be going overseas.
Right, because
there was interest right there.
Right, because I know.
And all of a sudden, wait, that was hermetically sealed, ziplock. No more conversation about LiAngelo going overseas to the Breakers, New Zealand Breakers.
Right, because the reason why I asked that was because of the fact that when I saw when he was doing the revealing of what the baby was gonna have, a boy or girl, he had a
the baby shower. We're talking about the baby shower.
Yeah, the baby shower. He had a cast on.
So
he had a cast on. Did you notice that?
I just told you how to let when I'm telling you.
Bet. Okay, bet. He still got. Then he had the cast on. So I guess he still got the cast on. So I thought, man, I asked you, did he go when he was going to whatever he was going to go to? Did he have a cast on then?
So I ain't went to that man baby shower.
No, I ain't talking. Yeah, I saw it. I saw it with the cast on.
Okay, cool. And that's what you report. I can't report that because I ain't going to the baby shower. I don't even know what was going on with the baby shower. I don't get into that aspect. Right. But what I'm saying is that LeVar has spoke about interest of LiAngelo going overseas to play for the New Zealand Breakers. We haven't heard any follow-up. So what I'm saying, since there has been an information embargo concerning LiAngelo and his next destination, could it be the Charlotte Hornets again? Could it be coming out of the G League and be invited to not Summer League, but invited to training camp again, and this time getting a real shot at making that 17-man roster? Because we're
Okay.
not hearing anything about him going overseas. That's the question I'm raising. Because I'm not even getting it. I can knock on the door, I can look through the peephole, I can ring the doorbell. There is no information. There's an information embargo on LiAngelo Ball concerning his next destination when it
Okay.
comes to basketball.
Well, yeah, well, I guess so. I ain't heard nothing but just about the baby. Congratulations. All right. Are you still there, Dex?
Yes, I'm letting somebody else breathe. You know, I gave my information with y'all guys.
Well, I don't know what to say
Gave
to
you,
that.
I gave you my update.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? The
I don't
bar
know
was
what to say to
the
that.
bar was over in Dubai in the Ferrari store, and he saw a little stroller of a Ferrari, and he was contemplating buying it, and he was petitioning LiAngelo when he thought about him buying that Ferrari car for his son, Lamelo.
Oh, okay.
So I thought that was pretty inviting. Listen. I just believe LeBron is very excited. I know he was probably somewhat perturbed when you first heard the news. Like, yeah, so you got a career going. Now you got another situation. What you gonna focus on, your career, or you gonna focus on being, what I'm saying? Because you got to be away from your baby. You got to be away from your baby mama when basketball stuff comes out. You know what I'm saying? So it's that Lonzo situation all over again. But what helped Lonzo Ball was that his support system with his family. That Lonzo was already, he was already a Laker, so he was already made. LiAngelo's not made yet, and so Denise, his daughter's mom, she was more acclimated into the family business, because Denise was trying to bring out a female line of big baller brand ladies or girls. You know what I mean? You remember that? She was a part of the family in that junction. So that helped in the support system for Lonzo, to keep carrying on. Don't even worry about that. We got this. But with LiAngelo, he ain't there just yet. He's still on the fringe of becoming a professional basketball player, yet alone an NBA basketball. So we got to see how this turns out. And we got to see if LaMelo can become Haram Abith. I don't know if you ever heard of Haram Abith, and put on the lion's claw and reach down and bring LiAngelo up out of that shallow grave and get him back on that 94 feet park cage floor. So do LaMelo have the lion's paw, the lion's grip, to grab hold to his brother and bring him up out of that shallow grave and give him a routine spot on the 17-man roster of the Charlotte Hornets? Do we have that much power, or it's just smoke and mirrors? Shout out to Flight Sports TV. Y'all hit that like button, man. Don't just hang around.
Hey,
Yeah,
See,
that's
hit,
facts.
hit that
Don't
like button.
hit
Hit
that
that
like
subscribe
button,
button. Hit that notification bell.
hey,
Please
Dex,
do, man.
the answer to that question is still my same answer. Yeah, Dex. I think he got enough room to he got enough length in his arm to reach and get him. Not only that, I think Jello got enough strength to help himself get up out of there too. Right back to you, Dex.
Yeah, and that's the thing, because Flight had mentioned that LaMelo have taken over the silos of the Spectrum Center. And if that's the case, then one of the main things you want to do is help family, right? Family over everything, right? Not foe, but family over everything. FOE, family over everything. So if that's the case, then I'm quite sure he can use his power to, breathe a little nepotism on his
You're right
growth.
about
So
we right about that as well. But at the end of the day, he did have him on the roster. It's not like it never happened at all. So I mean, hopefully it happens again. But he was on the roster at a point in time. So let's see what's the direction of what Jello has going on. Obviously, there's a lot of things
yeah,
going on outside of basketball, but I can't wait till we get a basketball update to figure out where he's headed.
but I just believe
But
Lamelo has more power than ever
yeah, like you
right
said
now.
about before, Dex, we try not to get into the other aspects of things. That's not really our cup of tea. We waiting on the basketball. We ain't gonna be documenting the showers. But more power,
Baby showers.
more power to G3, G Honcho. But we waiting to report the basketball news. It's Flight Sports TV.
Yes, and I'm definitely waiting. I'm knocking on the door. I'm ringing the alarm. But like I say, right now things are tight, nipped, and not much information, if any. Um, the last thing that I heard was all the brothers are good. That was the last thing told to me officially as a response to any update concerning all three ball players. They're good. And did receive some feedback while LeVar was over in Dubai, and it didn't have anything to do with basketball. It just was, it's beautiful to travel the world. I know you travel as well, and it's beautiful when you love from all four cardinal directions. The love is real out here, and I say salute. Be global, stay global.
Flight, can I ask you a question?
What's the question?
I put up earlier in the chat because we went over the draft before we got sidetracked. We was going over the draft with Charlotte and trying to figure out why they drafted so many guards. And at the beginning of this chat, I actually put why didn't they draft one of these power forwards? I put three options out there. And I'm still trying to figure out why didn't they draft at least one of these power forwards? You brought up one of the guards that you knew of that Charlotte drafted and you approved it, which I had no qualms with. That then it was one of the guards. Purple was saying the young man was coming off an injury, and
Yeah,
she
Nick
knew
Smith
that.
Jr.
Okay, she knew him. He was coming off an injury, and you still had a hole of a power forward and you didn't fill it, and you really had five options, but I put the three better options on there earlier
I mean,
in this chat.
They moved up to go
That's
get
a
that.
tough.
They
I don't
moved up.
understand the question.
Just 1 second though, flight. Hold on. And look, they moved up to go get that center they got from the dude just said. Well, out of France, out of Europe, they moved up to 37. What to go get him? They did real good. He a 7-footer. They
And
did
no, he's
real
not.
good.
He's a
They
He's
drafted.
project.
6'10".
And what makes
He's
sense to them,
6'10".
I'm gonna tell and what no, I'm gonna tell you something too. What they got with the guard position and the guard position is what they were
Motherfucker
trying to
7
get with
feet.
what
Uncle Vern,
what they
it,
got in the guard position
Uncle
is what they were
Vern,
trying to get with
Uncle
they.
Vern.
Go ahead, bro.
The problem is not in
Yeah.
they have one headache already. I'm looking past that headache.
What the power
I
forward position? What do you mean? What
I
headache? Miles Bridges?
Uncle Vern. I don't have a problem with the Nigerian that they drafted because they did need a backup center. They still have a problem with a power forward position because right now they're in a position where either PJ is going to walk for nothing or they're going to re-sign him
Don't
and
nobody
really
want
have
him.
to
That ain't
pay
gonna be no
him.
problem. They don't want him. Keep going though. Let's talk about Miles Bridges. Forget
He was
PJ.
Well,
he was one of the
well,
only producers for them.
They
Well,
gone.
this
Gone,
is
gone.
well, this
That ain't
is
no,
well,
that's
this is
not a
what I
big
think.
word.
I think they, I
PJ
think they're more
Washington
than likely
walking
they're
ain't
going to
gonna be
bring
no
back
big word.
PJ,
They not
and
gonna want to do that, brother.
they still have
Hey,
under
listen to me, bro.
contract.
You made a comment, and when a person make a comment, it's like it's a they want to answer to it, but you really don't want to answer to it. You just want to keep on
I
going.
wasn't the one talking.
Well,
That
my
was the other
oh,
gentleman.
okay. Well, let me finish there. It ain't gonna be no problem. It ain't what no problem. My point is this: it wasn't no problem with what Charlotte did in their draft. They did 100% right in everything. They got two. They got two so-called power forwards out there that got question marks all around them. I agree with you. They should have went after one, but no, nope. They got to deal with these other two. Get these bums either right or wrong, and get them up out of there. They filled all the positions. Even they took care of that Bullock position too. He gonna be gone. Well, it's a whole lot of youth coming around there. They
You
coming
have
too.
you have a hole on at the PF position.
No, you don't. You got to get them bombs right or wrong and get them up out of there. PJ and the other one, Miles. Them the other two.
Burn,
They in the process. Listen to me. They're in the
burn.
process right now of getting
Slow
rich.
down.
So listen
Let
to me. Ain't no
him
slow down. Listen. They're in the process
burn.
right now of getting rich,
Allow
bro.
me to break it down to you. Allow
They're
me
in
to
the
break it down
process
to you.
right now of getting rich. Somebody got to make a decision on whether they gonna pay him or
Burn.
let him go.
Burn. Allow me to break it down to you.
Go ahead.
If you go to their depth chart, mainly the depth chart, reviewing the contracts, you will see they have JT Thor as well as Kai Jones slotted at the power forward position. What he's
Right.
bringing up is although they have young power forwards, do you really view them as starters?
Nope.
Meaning they don't really have a starting power forward on the
Nope.
team.
Nope.
Therefore, more than likely, I think they're going to give PJ Washington a contract or find a serviceable one in free agency. But I think they're going to bring back PJ. But he is correct on they technically don't have a starting power forward on the team right now. That's what he's bringing up. What he think they should have drafted. But I think they're going to bring back PJ. I think they're going to give him some money. He's going to take it. He's going to come back.
I agree.
But that's what he's bringing up. As far as like if they don't have any signs of bringing back PJ, then they should have drafted a power forward, which is what he's talking about. That's all he's saying.
Okay.
Burn.
What position do Miles Bridges play?
Small forward.
He
Okay,
played.
my
He's
bad.
a
I'm
twin.
sorry.
Hold on.
I'm
I
sorry.
I agree. Now I agree with the small forward, but I also think he's a tweener. He plays both. He
Yeah.
plays small forward, but also
Small
small
ball
ball forward.
power forward. Yes,
Yes.
that is
So
what
he
they do with him.
so he does that as well as PJ plays small ball center. So they do that interchangeably. So yes, I agree with that.
So, but that now the reason why I was really bringing it up is because you had two solid rebounders, and with the gentleman that y'all was saying was coming off of the injury that they drafted.
Who's Nick? He's talking about Nick Smith.
Yeah.
Um,
Nick
I
Smith is the one. Nick Smith is the one that came off the injury. He's the one that played at Arkansas. He's a 6'5" combo. He's a 6'5" combo guard. And
Yes,
and be
I
very
remember
honest.
the school.
Yeah.
I remember the school. So the between the guard that Flight knew and the guard that from Arkansas, what do you think that it would have been a better pick to draft a solid rebounder? Is my question.
Well, the thing is, though, is that with Brandon Miller, I think they got a little bit of that with him. He's 6'9", although he needs to put on a little weight. He averaged close to 9 rebounds. He averaged about 8.5 rebounds a game when he was at Bama. And with it, because he's actually very good at rebounding as well as boxing out. So I think they made up for that with him. However, I wouldn't disagree with getting someone basically that can just rebound, that can just purely just rebound. But I think they found a little bit of that with him because he provides that with his frame and his ability to just be a magnet to the basketball. So I think they
Okay,
found that with
Hey,
him.
and another thing too, coming off that, another thing too, that one guy that when you talk about the other guy, the second pick that they got, he was the number one player in this class. You understand me? Coming
Yeah,
up out
Nick
of high
Smith.
school,
Yes, he
he
was.
was the number one player in this class,
He
and
was. He just
I think he went to one of them ACC schools too. And him
no,
and
he
dude is
didn't.
out there. They know each other.
He went to the SEC. He played for Arkansas. He played with
Oh,
Anthony Black.
okay.
He's a six. In the beginning of the season, before he got injured, he actually was playing really well. Then when he got injured, that's when he kind of fell out of the rotation, and he kind of took him a little bit of a while to get back going again. But in the beginning of
right,
the season, before he was injured, he was playing really well, and he had him slotted to actually go into the lottery coming into this draft. He just failed because of that injury. The same thing with
right.
Cam Whitmore. He failed because of that injury, which I like to pick up. The reason why I like to pick up because one is a steal, two they need a combo guard on the team to come off the bench unless they move from Terry and start embracing Young, but they need a combo guard to make up for that book night pick. That's what they were looking to do. They missed on that book night pick.
Okay,
They missed on that book night pick. So that's what they're looking to do, as well as I think they brung that other big man in because this is what I think they're going to do during the summer. They're going to have that big man they got from Spain. They're going to have him battle because I think the center position is locked with Mark Williams and Nick Richards. I think that's already handled. That's taken care of. I think what's going to happen is they're going to have some boys, Kai Jones, JT Thor, and that power forward that we've seen going battle it out for who's going to be rotating in for that power forward position as long as behind PJ because I think they're still
But
bring Pat PJ.
I
but
think the
And then
guy from
and then
Kentucky
but
would have been better.
and
respectfully,
then and then basically too, I think they're gonna have basically Nick Smith, who I think is gonna win the battle. He's gonna battle out with Book Night on who's gonna be that rotational guard that's gonna come in to relieve Lamelo and Terry Rozier if they don't move on from Terry. But who's gonna relieve Terry? That's what
but
I
you
think they're gonna do for that.
but you still have a problem. You don't mind me saying. So
What's the problem?
if they bring back PJ and Miles and you just drafted Brandon Miller, where does Brandon Miller get his minutes in if Gordon Hayward is still on your roster?
They're gonna figure it out.
Hey, no, you know what it is. Brandon Miller
They're gonna figure it out unless
Brandon Miller
basically
gonna come
have
in.
Brandon Miller play the small ball
Brandon Miller gonna come in
forward.
and take that spot.
Unless they have him do that right there, but they're gonna figure it out.
Brandon Miller gonna come in and take that spot.
I don't think they're
it
going to
could.
sit 30 mil on that, and that's what Purple is bringing up. That's sitting down 30 mil.
I mean, they'll figure it out, man. I just think that Brandon
This
Miller's
is
gonna
what
play.
the reason
And
why.
Brandon Miller gonna play a lot.
Okay,
Man.
well, they'll figure it out. Look, this is why I said what I said. The old regime was cool with that Gordon Hayward thing. The new regime ain't gonna be cool with that. Gordon Hayward could continue to sit his ass on the bench and left what it takes. It don't make them that much of a difference. Michael Jordan already figured that one out. He ain't gonna get out there. He ain't gonna get out there and make Gordon Hayward play no games, brother.
He's playing.
Gordon
He's
Hayward
playing.
at that time. Gordon Hayward could have at that time.
He's
This is what I'm
playing.
saying. Oh, hey, okay, right, okay. First of all, how is he going to play if he don't want to play?
He
wasn't playing at first because he didn't want to play.
We're not saying he
No, he
don't
ain't
want
playing.
to
He's taking
play.
up minutes, bro. He's taking up minutes. He ain't playing. He's taking up minutes. That's what he's doing. He's taking somebody else's spot. That's what he's doing.
Let me
Go ahead.
Let me break it down to you. We understand
Go ahead.
where you're coming from. We get that he is taking up space and actually stunning the growth for players.
And you think they're going to let him do it? Nope, they're going to sit his ass on the bench. Go ahead.
Hold on, Vern.
Go ahead.
But still, because of the size of that contract, they're going to play him. The reason why is because they're going to use that as a gimmick to probably put him on the trade block.
They've been trying that for the last 2 seasons.
They can't.
They tried that for the last 2 seasons.
Vern, slow down, Vern. The reason why they have not been able to get rid of him because that contract is horrible.
Okay, they know that, bro. For the last 2 years, they know that. Come on now.
Vern, you're not. Vern. You're thinking very myopic in the Gordon
Well, the
Hayward
first round. Well,
situation.
hey,
You're
let me
thinking.
explain. Let me explain
You're not. No,
let me
Vern. It's
explain
not
that I
how.
know how I'm thinking. What you saying is they got to play him like they did for the last 2 seasons, even though he been bull jabbing them. They got to
Yes,
keep.
but
Sorry,
Vern,
hold
Vern.
on. See the wait. If I'm telling you I got it, I got it. Let me tell you I got it. So you saying that they got to play him, Vern, because they got to do this like they've been doing for the last 2 years
If they
because
keep
his
him,
contract is
yes.
too hard to get off of. Don't nobody want him. It's too big to get off of. They were stupid for
Well,
doing
it's not.
it.
Well,
I
Vern, what you're
understand
not
that
getting,
part, but I
Vern,
understand this too. I
Vern, you're
know they
not
can
getting.
turn around.
You're
Listen to
not
me.
getting that
I
part.
know
You're
they
not
can
allowing me
turn.
to
I know the
explain it.
new ownership can turn around
Oh my
and sit
gosh,
his butt
bro.
so far back on that bench, he got a scratch. He was
He's
go
going.
to practice.
Vern. He is
Yeah,
going. If they don't move him during free agency
sit
currently,
his butt on the
what's
bench.
coming up in July, he's going to play, and then they'll be able to move him at the trade deadline because somebody's going to be willing to take on
Nope.
that dead contract.
They
That's how it's going to
haven't been
work.
going after him
That's
for the
how
last
it's going to
brother.
work.
Stop it.
That's the
That's the
reason why.
point. They
That's the
already
reason
know.
why it's so
Listen
hard
to
to
me.
move
They
Terry.
already know he can't be moved. They
Oh my
already know
God, man.
nobody don't
All right,
want him.
next topic
Charlie
because
been trying to get rid
we
of
ain't
him for
getting
2
nowhere with
years
this.
now. They had him 3 years.
Marga, another thing that I wanted to point out. So this is if they can get off of Terry Rozier, which I think they can. But you were saying Nick coming in and starting at that 2 guard. So
I
how?
didn't say Nick could start at the 2.
Not
I just said it,
coming off the bench.
but coming off the bench, yeah.
Okay, so if
That's if they keep Terry. That's if they keep Terry. If they might, so that's if they keep Terry. But if things, if they move on from him, they might slide like a little veteran there on a cheap deal, or they might bring in, or they might use Nick Smith. Nick Smith there, basically just embrace the youth there, just be bad for a year. I don't know. I don't know what they want to do.
What about Bryce?
You said Bryce McGowan's? I mean,
Yeah.
he have to battle it out with Book Night and Nick Smith. I like Bryce McGowan. I forgot about Bryce McGowan's, but I think all three of them is just gonna have to basically battle it out for who's gonna rotate in.
And then we keep forgetting about Cody. But
I think because Cody wasn't healthy, but I think he's gonna slide. He slide more in that small forward position. He's not gonna play that guard where he's gonna handle the ball a lot and run the offense. I think with Book Night, Lamelo, Terry, Nick Smith, they're capable of running the offense, whereas the other guys are kind of more basically uniformity, basically just going to go with the flow of what they do. That's what I think. I think they're going to be the guards that's going to handle the ball the most, besides Brandon Miller.
Absolutely. But only thing is, I don't think Book Night works at that one position, which is why I think they got Smith and Bailey for ball handling and stuff like that. I think Bailey has more of a better chance of playing at the 2, even though I know Nick Smith can play both positions, but
yeah, I can see that. I can see that. I just think Bailey's probably going to be a G League guy, unless he surprises them. But I think Bailey's going to be mainly a G League guy.
DJ.
I think Nick Smith actually has opportunity to probably get a little bit of minutes.
I said the same thing.
Yeah,
I'm there.
Same thing, but at that one position. Go
Who
ahead.
are Hornets fans on here?
Not me.
I know you ain't no Hornet fan. You're a LaMelo fan. They don't have no Hornets fan?
No, I'm
Chicago.
I'm an LBJ fan.
Hornet fan.
Well, who the guys just was talking about who they starting on 5 gonna be?
Yeah, I'm a Hornet fan.
Huh?
And I seen his comment. But the thing is, I've already acknowledged that Miles played the 4. I don't think anybody's not acknowledging that he played the 4 the season before. Before he got
them people trash can. Y'all been arguing on how they gonna put a starting 5 together. They don't even know who their starting 5 is. Y'all supposed to be working on the bench right now. Who the bench gonna be? Man, them people sad, man.
Well, I know Marcus started.
Man, them people sad, man. Who they starting 5 gonna be?
I think it's gonna be what we've seen in the past, just with Mark Williams at center. So LaMelo, Terry, Gordon, and PJ, because Miles will be suspended. And then when Miles come back, Miles will start and PJ will be on the bench
So wait, if Rozier had to go somewhere, where y'all will send him? Where y'all think would be a good spot for him?
I don't
New
know.
Orleans.
What?
No, we've been Sky,
Probably,
Sky,
I think
Sky.
he'll be
That's
a.
been an argument for 2 nights, and I've literally asked for a destination.
We know that, man. We
So
know that
this
he
is
ain't
my.
coming here. We don't
So
want
this
him.
is. So
No,
this is
no,
my
but I
spot for
asked for a
Terry Rozier where he'll
destination.
be a.
They can't give you that, man. They saying
You
they gonna
said
pay
Hold
the
on,
man, but
hold on. Let me. I got a few spots where he'll fit.
All
well,
right,
I
come
got a
on
few
with it.
spots where he
Come on
fit.
with it. Come on with
One
it.
would be Miami. They need scoring off the bench badly, so he can
so
fit there. Two.
so
Hold
so you
on. So hold on. Let me finish.
oh
Another
man.
team would be the Mavericks. They need scoring off the bench. They don't
That I
have that.
can
They don't have
see.
that. They don't have that right now. Another team would be the Timberwolves. They don't have literally nobody coming off the bench that can score. They don't even have any guards there. Terry Rozier might start there.
Actually, you know
But
what?
look,
They may
no,
take
no,
your
no,
So
no, no, no,
so
Hayward
no, no, no,
contract.
no.
so so
They
No,
may
this
take
so
your Hayward contract.
no, look,
so
check this out. No, you talking crazy. That's why I be
I'm
trying to
not
ask him.
talking Terry.
No,
Listen.
man, y'all saw his contract. Every team
Scott.
you
I'm not
name not
saying
taking that contract, bro.
Scott. I didn't. Scott. I
Every
never
team you
said
name not about to
Scott.
take that contract.
No, but Sky, at
Sky,
least he
listen.
gave
Hold on.
destinations. The
Man, the
other
Sky,
people
destination not
didn't.
no
listen.
qualified
Spot,
destination.
spot,
Ain't
spot.
nobody.
Listen to the
So they
conversation.
gon'
Listen to the
So you think they
conversation.
gonna pay?
You said,
You think they gonna pay?
Scott,
You think Miami gonna pay Rozier 26 coming off the
I
bench?
don't, bro. I
No,
don't know.
22.
You said
22.
give
It go up.
destinations.
It go up.
Sky,
Look at his contract.
man.
It go
Oh
up. It
yeah,
don't
yeah,
get
it
cheaper.
does.
It go up. So you think they gonna do that?
Mm, I mean, literally,
Listen to me.
but hold on.
I don't.
I just thank him. Hold on, big brother. I just thank him for at least giving examples of places that do have cap space, other than try to argue a point with no
But who
destinations.
got cap space?
The two he said do have the cap space. The two
N-
he just mentioned, he
Who?
is correct.
Who got cap?
Dallas and the Timberwolves. He is
Who?
correct. They do have the cap space.
Who have it?
The Timberwolves
Yeah.
and Dallas, they do have
Oh
that
yeah,
cap
them
space.
two.
He
Oh,
is right.
Miami
He
though.
Miami don't. But I only honored Dallas and the Timberwolves. But I am so happy he at least gave destinations rather than try to argue a point and not have a destination.
But
Man,
what they
I
go?
go
You
after
got to
that's
understand.
right.
Even if they say, hey, we gonna do that, right? What they taking back from them? No, them two teams don't have nothing. You still got to send 26, well, $22 million back.
I mean, wanna be Tim Hardaway Jr.
Man,
if
they
it's
ain't letting that
Dallas.
boy go, man. That boy lawyer, man. Mark Cuban lawyer. He not on the trade block.
And I don't
I,
want Mark Cuban back. Tim, that's a bad deal for Tim Hardaway. And I think Tim Hardaway makes more than Terry Rozier.
Yeah, but this the thing. He not gonna let Tim Hardaway go.
I
Tim
thought
Hardaway turned down more money from us to stay with them. You think he
yeah,
about to
he
let him
did.
go?
He did turn down more.
ain't Tim Hardaway 6'5".
6'6".
Okay. Yeah, no.
So that's not a good destination. And don't talk about if Dame come open. Miami, I
I,
mean,
I'm not even putting Dame in the picture because once again, Levine and Dame has not asked to leave the organization. It's the
no, the whole point I'm getting
organization
at is they
asking
gonna
them
run
to be
him, man.
saved.
No, I'm just saying if it's Rozier ain't asked to leave, I'm telling you all the scenarios. So if
No,
Rozier,
he actually Boston. He actually
man,
Boston.
that's what I'm saying. So if what I'm saying is how crowded it is, if Dame hit the market, Rozier off the table. We all know that. You still
Levine.
got you still got Kyrie Irving out there.
Ir- A lot of people don't want the Irvin show, and a lot of
Man, this what
execs are
I'm
not going
saying.
to say that out loud.
No,
They do not want the Irvin
only
show.
reason I'm saying Kyrie Irving, man, because Dallas looking to sign him back. That's
Oh
gonna be a
no,
lot of
no,
money.
he's gonna get his bag in Dallas because Dallas can offer him the most. Then he's gonna sit there by the middle of the season. Watch this. He's gonna sit there by the middle of the season. He's gonna complain like he did not have the option to walk into any team that he wants.
But this the point I'm getting at. So Rozier off the table with them.
It, no, because
Man, let me
the
listen to what I'm telling you. If they make a trade, Mark Cuban gonna make a trade for Danny.
no, because Cuban
Boom.
has
They
always
saying go.
no Sky. I'll say this about Cuban. Cuban is just like the Golden State owner and the Clippers owner. They are willing to pay that luxury tax and not worry about it.
But is
Unlike
it worth?
other
I'm
owners,
not saying
uh,
that.
uh,
Is it worth it with Rozier though?
it is not a
Is it worth
question.
it with Rozier?
It's not a question. Is it worth it? Because Cuban has done it for less. Cuban has done it for less. For real, he has.
Also, you can bring up the Indiana Pacers got money.
Then
They got a
Pacers
little
do
bit of
have
money.
money.
Pacers
Man,
do
ain't
got a
Pacers
nothing.
little
do
bit of
have
money.
money.
Ain't none of them competing. No, everybody y'all talking about competing.
No, no,
None
no.
of them.
We're not saying they're going to the playoffs. We're saying it's possibly destinations for the 54.5, right, Purple? I want to get that right.
yeah,
54.5
I
that,
see him.
that
I see him
Charlotte
in
need help
Utah.
with.
They gonna dump him on Utah. That's what they gonna do.
No, no. Utah went completely young, and that's why Danny Ainge went over there. That was the whole reason why Danny went over there to lace them up with draft picks and to get younger fast.
But that's
Danny
Yeah,
not.
did what
this is
Dion
the
did.
teams. So this is the teams with the projected salary cap. The most is the Rockets, then the
Mhm.
Jazz, then the Spurs, then the Pacers. Then you got Dallas is going to be up there. You got Toronto up there. Toronto's actually a place where Terry Rozier can land at. Possibly.
I can see him there, but I don't know if the owner paid a luxury tax for him. I can see him there, and
So
I
yeah,
don't think
that's a,
he
so that's
mess
so
up
that's some of the
their
top teams.
chemistry.
So that's some of the top teams right there. So
That I can dig. But I'm just glad you gave examples and not just try to say anybody can get him. And
And the Hornets is gonna let they ain't gonna trade guard. They gonna let him roll off.
Haywood,
Yup. They gonna let him roll off. He gonna play his last year. They gonna let him go. They ain't trying
I
to get
I
to
I
him.
I I think
They
they're
ain't trying to
keeping
give him
Haywood
no
for the
more money.
fan base only. I think they're only keeping them for the fan base. I hate to say it
Man,
that
what
way.
fan base come for God Haywood, man? Nobody,
Man,
man, nobody don't come for no
skin
God
color for the
Haywood.
complexion, and I'm gonna leave it like that. I think they I think they keeping him just for them.
my thing
I hate
is
to say it that way.
I want to add. I don't know why when it comes to Miami, y'all want to throw Terry Rozier on the Heat when
And the Heat ain't taking
literally
him.
the Hornets would have to take back Duncan Robinson and
Exactly.
possibly Kyle Lowry. That's terrible. And Miami, if I'm correct, don't have no draft picks. Draft picks, and the Hornets would have to give away some more draft capital, really.
No, I think Miami get their draft picks back. I think next year, next draft.
Hopefully,
I think next draft they start getting their pick back.
Man, Rozier a bad fit for them people, man. Them people ain't looking
No,
at no
no, no,
Rozier.
no. That's the part we're not debating on. That's why we didn't put no more energy into the Miami situation. We went with the Miami and the Dallas with owners we know that'll pay that luxury tax if needed to retain him.
Well, why Rozier bad fit for Miami? They got Tyler Hero doing the same exact shit.
That's why. That's the point I'm getting. I'm not saying he
who's that
bad
talking? No
player,
panic.
but what I'm saying is why would they go get two of the same? They looking for hype, man. They ain't about to go get the same.
They are
No,
looking
they
for
Nah,
do
hype.
need they do need hype, but I mean
yeah.
they also need consistent offensive scoring. If you got Gabe Vincent running the point, he
So
ain't
what's
no,
so you telling me Rozier consistent?
yeah, he give you 20 every season.
But
No,
this
it's
the
more like 18. But
18, 20, that's more than what they
but
getting
this the
from Bennett and Vincent together.
this the point I'm getting at though. I get where you coming from, but are you willing to pay that for Rozier?
Yeah, by getting off Duncan Robinson,
Oh,
inconsistent ass.
they ain't taking no dong around. They ain't gonna do it.
No,
They're not gonna do that.
it's not about them taking Duncan Robinson as much as about you getting the expiring contract. You can get him off your books next year. You can think about it. If you get Duncan Robinson, bring him to Charlotte. He got 1 year with Charlotte, or they can buy him
No,
out.
Terry
But they,
Rozier is for 3 seasons. Miami wouldn't do that to themselves.
that's
Pat
what
I
I'm
wouldn't do
promise
trying
that
to
to
tell
if you
you.
himself.
got a championship contending team, and you know
Pat won't do that
the
to
main
himself
problem with
with
Miami
Rozier.
this season was lack of scoring.
Pat won't do
Tyler
that to
Hero ain't
himself
been
with
there.
Rozier.
Man, them people.
Tyler Hero give you like a 1 playoff series. Y'all been missing
Pat
that
will
scoring.
not do that
Gabe
with
Vincent,
Rozier, big
That's
brother.
what I'm
He
trying to
won't.
tell him. Is
Pat
Terry
won't do
Rozier,
that.
man.
Pat won't do that.
Pat won't do what? Pat ain't gonna win a championship.
Pat not gonna do Rozier.
Okay,
Not
let
no
me ask y'all
3
this. Let me
years.
Is
ask y'all
what
this,
I'm
right?
getting at.
In the contract
Was
go up.
he's trying to make a move for Dame?
Dame and Terry Rozier
Man.
are on 2 different
No,
levels.
I 100% agree with that. But isn't Dame a smaller player, an offensive player, not a
But
defensive
he's
player?
scored
Wouldn't
though,
Pat have a
man.
problem with him?
But Dame gonna sell tickets though. Nobody checking for
But see,
Rozier
you
like
talking
that.
about tickets. Miami don't care about tickets.
Man,
They
it's
sell
still that
regardless.
player part 2 though. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
But they
Man,
sell enough tickets
look,
without
this
him.
is what I'm getting at. Rozier could be better than Dame, right? He'd never get the credit
The
as
notoriety.
Dame.
Notoriety.
Listen, when it
Man, you
comes
know
to
how many overrated people they got?
championship teams don't care about no ticket sales. Miami sell out all the
Oh,
time. They've been doing that. They
all
do
right.
that without that with
All
just
right,
Jimmy Butler and Bam.
you ask a Miami fan who they want first, Rozier.
Pat not gonna do that.
No,
And,
but
and
They tell
that's
you.
not the argument. The argument is not who they want. What I'm saying is, if you saying Pat
Man,
ain't
that
gonna
is
want
the argument.
Rozier
You just
because
try not to make it the argument. That is the
hold on.
argument.
The main reason why you saying he don't want Rozier because he don't sell tickets and he too small, right? He don't play
No,
defense.
what I'm
no,
saying
no,
is
no, no,
about
no. That
see, you don't
wasn't
get it.
what I said. What
No,
I
no, no,
said
no,
with
no,
the
no, 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 no.
contract of
No, it's
Rozier, Pat not gonna do that.
man,
With the
that's what I'm
Pat ain't
contract
gonna
of
saying.
do well.
Rozier, he's not
Pat ain't gonna
gonna
take
do that
on.
to that.
Pat ain't gonna take on a 2-year contract and he can get rid of when he
3-year
want to sell him off.
contract.
No, he ain't taking
3-year
that out.
contract.
That go up, not down.
You can move off those contracts. We don't see that shit plenty of
Man,
times.
nobody checking for Rozier.
He
Why the
not gonna
Hornets can't
take
move
Bro, we
on?
just
Rozier
see
and then
Jordan Poole get
move
traded for
off of
Chris
him.
Paul and a first
He
round pick. And a pick.
Jordan
The
Poole younger
NBA
though.
helped with that
Jordan
because they
Poole
Jordan
younger.
also
Poole got
helped
years
gut
on his contract.
Washington. The NBA had to help with that because they also gutted Washington. They gave a first round pick when the first round pick should have went to Washington. It
But
shouldn't
it
have
didn't.
came from Washington.
All right,
It should
so
have went to
why didn't it? Why
Washington.
didn't it? Why didn't it?
So the NBA helped with that. Help give
No,
back
the
to
NBA ain't help with
Washington.
nothing. That's what you do.
Oh
You
my
get
God,
you
bro.
get a bad contract. You send a first round pick to take on the contract. Jordan Poole got years left on his contract, and he getting outwards of $100 million.
Man,
You
Jordan
move off
Poole
that
young
contract.
though,
What's look
man.
at it like we rebuilding?
And
Why we want
Golden
to take on?
State
Hey,
sent
listen, I
picks.
can't talk and you
Golden
talk at the
State
same
sent
time, Gemini. Let me
picks.
get my point
Golden
out, then you
State
can
sent
respond.
picks
Okay, cool, but
to
let me get my point.
Washington.
Let me get my
That
point out,
don't
and then
normally happen.
let me get my
Washington
point
would
out.
normally be the one sending picks to
No,
Golden
no, you're
State.
wrong. You're wrong. They do this
Oh
all
my
the time. They
God.
sign contracts that got years on it with a first round pick just to get out of that contract. Teams do that all the time. The Mavs just did that with Bertrand.
Man, he ain't lying, man.
Washington will be the one
Yeah,
sending picks out, not
to
getting
get
them
off that
in.
contract. That boy overrated, man. Off that contract, he ain't
Golden
lying
State is the one who sent picks to Washington in the pool trade
for an old player.
because the NBA was making up for the Boston
Listen, so
trade
listen to why do you keep saying the
where the
NBA?
pick went out.
Okay, so you're saying that Washington got a first round pick or they sent a first round pick.
They got a first round pick.
Why?
Because
Hold
the
on. Let
NBA
me
was.
answer this for him. He act
Go
like he's
ahead,
slow.
Scott.
Let me answer this for him. Who giving first round picks for an old player at 38 years old?
A team
Besides
that's trying to get off
LeBron
a
James.
contract that they don't want.
What?
Chris Paul got 1 year left on his contract versus a
It's-
Jordan Poole who they don't
You
want.
proving my point. You proving my point.
So Washington would be the one sending a pick
Who
to
wouldn't
Golden
want
State.
who wouldn't want that contract to fall off their books and their books open?
So
If you
so
listen, if I got Jordan
They
Poole,
took money,
and
dog.
I feel,
Listen,
no, hold on, bro,
listen.
listen. If
Wash-
I swear, if I can't talk, I don't
Washington
even want
took
to talk
money,
about the
dog.
conversation.
It don't work like that. That's business.
But listen, if I tell you what business
you
is.
wrong, no
If I
panic,
got a
man. You
player,
wrong, man.
Golden State
just
would be the one getting
stop.
a pick, not
Stop.
sending a pick.
If I had, okay, let me get this point out. Whether I'm wrong or not, just let me get this point out. If I'm a team and I have a player that I know is not worth the contract I gave him and it has multiple years on it, it's going to be hard to move that contract because other teams know I need to get up that contract. So what I do is I send a pick with it so they can give you incentives to take on that contract. In return, I get Chris Paul back and his contract going off the books next year after this year right here. That's how they do it in
This
NBA.
what
They
you
do that
don't
all the
understand,
time.
man. It go
You
the
help
other way around with
Washington.
each
You
other.
help
Hold on.
You got to get up a
with this.
contract. You give up stuff, bro.
Man,
That's
nah,
what you
man.
do.
You
Go.
help Washington. You
Yeah,
help
he-
Washington.
Look, he don't
And
get it,
Golden
man.
it
He
don't
don't
State
get
matter
it,
didn't
if
man.
get
they
No
help
him.
them or
panic,
not. You
crazy.
still got to get up Jordan
Yes, it
Poole.
does.
No. This how it work.
Bro,
This
y'all
how it
can't be
work.
watching the
Look.
same
This how it
NBA.
work. I'm gonna give him a example in the Hornets terms, right? For anybody that, let's say somebody want, I'm gonna give a prime example. Let's say somebody want PJ
Haywood.
Washington, right? Let's
No,
say
Haywood.
somebody
Haywood
want
with
PJ
Use
the
Hayward.
1 year
Use Hayward
contract.
because he got the bad contract.
Look, but I'm saying, let's say PJ had 2 years on his own contract, and somebody wanted PJ Washington, right? What they make him do? They'll say, right, all right, you want PJ Washington, right? Take this expiring contract too. This $30 million. They don't give him no pick.
But what I'm telling you is this right here. Jordan Poole is signed.
He's jumping over that part.
Yeah, they don't give him no pick,
because
man.
y'all don't understand how it works in the NBA.
They giving you incentives to take a expiring contract with the players.
Meaning Washington,
let me ask you a question.
Washington would be the one sending the
Let me ask you
pick.
a question.
That's what I'm telling you. I agree with you.
Of getting a contract
I
that's
agree
worth 4
with you.
years and over $100 million from a player that did not play to that standard? Is that in their plans?
Check this out. You think this is what I'm saying? You thinking if the Memphis Grizzlies with trading Ja Morant, they're gonna give you a pick and trade him?
That's not the
way it
same
works?
thing. That's not the same
That
thing.
is the same thing.
How? That's the same thing.
Okay. Hey, Sky, you asking me how, right? So can I respond to how?
Yeah.
Without being interrupted?
Yeah.
Ja Morant is playing up to his contract, regardless of the suspension. We just talking about him as a player.
Man.
He's playing up to his contract. So if you trade him, you're going to want either equivalent or you're going to want lesser players, but with picks. Now, when it comes to Gordon Hayward, it's hard for Hornets to move Gordon Hayward only because of something that he got a bad contract, and they would have to send compensation with him, which means a draft pick, which they're not trying
That's
to
the
send.
point I'm getting at. Look, you giving my example. I'm glad you said that.
I with you. PJ Washington wouldn't be the same because A, he's in a contract season. So even if he signed a contract, it's going to be for multiple years. If a team don't value him like how y'all valued him with that contract, you're going to have to give us something with that contract.
So you telling me with Gordon Hayward, hold on, because let's get it right. Chris Paul ain't been playing up to Paul neither.
But he's on an expiring contract. He's on an expiring contract.
All right, this is the point I'm getting at. So you telling me, look, listen to what you saying. So you telling me, let's say somebody did want to go in Haywood, right? The other team gonna send a pick for him on the expiring contract?
No. What I'm saying,
that's what happened though. That's what we trying to tell you.
Gordon Hayward different. Gordon Hayward got expiring contract. Jordan Poole has a multi-year contract.
But that is the Chris Paul situation.
No, that isn't. Those two different players.
Chris Paul has one more year on his contract. Has one more year.
And
he went to Golden State, correct? He went to Golden State, correct?
Let him play.
He went to Golden State, correct? He went to Golden State with nothing else on the table. Chris Paul only. Golden State sent Poole and a pick.
Exactly. That don't make sense.
It do make sense for Washington and
my
for the
God.
Listen,
crazy, man.
Oh my God.
Okay, so let me get this straight. None of us GMs, but we criticizing a pick that nobody else criticizing in the NBA other than y'all two. Think about
The
that for a
only
second now.
wait. The
Even
only
if
thing
Ray
I
argument
said
ain't holding
is
up for y'all,
no. I
who
didn't
makes it, y'all or
criticize.
them?
I said the NBA had to do right by Washington because they did wrong by the first pick, and they
What?
did right.
Bro, listen,
They
as you
leveled
gonna
it
talk
out.
about
They
conspiracy theories
leveled
when
it
it comes to
out.
They leveled
basketball,
it as a
hey,
whole. They leveled
They
the whole
leveled it out.
as a
They
whole.
le-
Yeah, they did.
so
As
you
a
mean to
whole.
tell me the
leveled that
NBA
out.
say, listen, let's even this out. Let us step in and do something with this.
Look at the Porzingis trade. Look at the
Okay.
Porzingis trade.
All right.
Porzingis just re-signed, right? He just re-signed, right?
No, he ain't resigned yet. He just
He
opted, I think.
Yeah, he opted in for
he
30.
opted out. He opted
And he's
out.
gonna get the contract extension from Boston. That was an agreement between him and Boston.
No,
Oh,
in order for him to get traded, he had to opt in to
say it
30.
again,
Yeah,
Purple.
no, I know,
Say it
but once
again,
he
Purple.
opted in, they made a trade and he okayed it because he wouldn't opt in his contract unless he
Okay.
was in
So
agreement to
watch
go to
this.
Boston to get an
So watch
extension.
this. So watch this. For 1 year
Mhm.
and 1 year only.
He's not gonna be there for 1 year.
He stop. The
They already,
contract.
bro. Listen, this is why I'm saying you just out your ass talking.
He
Okay, so
has
when they
1
extend
year on
KP,
this
we will come back to this
contract
conversation.
that he just that he took the player option for, that he just signed the document for. He has 1 year left. That's
Okay.
it. 1 season. Now he's going to Boston. Boston would be the one normally sending a pick to Washington. In turn, in this pick, I'm sorry, in this trade, it was Porzingis and a first round pick that went to Boston. And then Smart went to Smart, who the argument can be that he's not a first round, worth a first round, but first round. He went to Memphis.
But Gemini,
And the dude that
This
is a
man is a
second
former
round,
MVP. I mean,
the
former
dude that
defensive
is
player
a
of the year just
second
last year.
round
You talking about he
off
has
of
more value than
Memphis,
KP.
the dude that is a second round off of Memphis went to Washington without any compensation.
That's a
All they
3-team
got was a
trade.
player. All they got was a player.
It's a 3-team trade.
But Washington was the odd man out of a pick. The NBA did right by leveling
Listen,
it out with the
I
Golden
cannot
State
have a debate
trade.
with somebody who keeps saying the NBA did this, the NBA
Man,
They
they
did
do,
that.
leveled
man.
it
We all
out.
These are
look,
teams making deals, bro.
They leveled
Look,
it
I'm gonna
out.
tell you this, no panic, just real talk. You might look at it from a team individual, but them people gonna balance that out as the league.
They balanced that out, bro.
Look, I told y'all before they was giving Victor that number 1 pick, the Spurs was gonna get it. That's the same way like with us. When AD left to keep that shit to keep that franchise afloat, they gave us Zion. They don't pull the balls out in front of our face no more. You didn't notice that?
Scott, let me ask you this: would you give Jordan Poole $100 million contract based off his play?
nope.
You wouldn't, right?
No, why? Know why they did that?
No, you would. You yeah or no?
Yeah, I give it to him.
Well,
With
I
the
mean,
way
that's-
he was
I'm gonna
playing
tell
at
you
that
why.
point,
yes.
No.
What do you say?
Let me explain why I give it to him right now. Because Washington really saving.
Mm-hmm.
They gonna get off him. He the highest paid on their team. Kuzma not gonna stay there. They literally look. This how the NBA work. I wish Dex listened. Dex can tell you. If they don't spend
Where
a certain,
Kuzma going?
if
Explain
they
where
don't spend
Kuzma
a
going
certain
to.
amount of money,
I say
if they-
Kuzma stand for the 30.
man, this is what
Kuzma
I'm
stand
saying.
for the
This is
30.
what I'm saying. But if they don't spend a certain amount of money on the roster, then they got to split that. So they got to spend the money regardless.
I got a question for Dex.
So whether you give it to one player, and I'm gonna be honest with you, and I'm gonna let you go, Purple baby. Like everybody was, I heard y'all last night talking about the Memphis trade with Smart going over there. If y'all don't get the reason why Smart went over there, like they literally trying to make up them 25 games for Ja Morant. I would have took Smart too. You know why? Because he showed he could win, and they could get off him.
But Sky,
they could move.
But Sky,
that I agree with.
But listen. But also you got to weigh this in the balance. When Ja Morant was out, the Memphis Grizzlies was a sizzling.
That's what I'm
16 and
saying.
3.
I do.
without
I'm
Ja
with
But that's
Morant.
because of
that.
that's mainly because of who they trade away already. Jones, he keep the offense balanced,
Yeah, but they traded him away because of Smart. He was
and
already
that's the
there.
and that going to the point I try to make. If you look at the players that's in the trade, that 3-team trade, KP, this the first season he been healthy since he been with the New York Knicks, 65 games. He won a new contract, big money contract. Washington ain't really trying to pay that. They're trying to rebuild. That's why they get rid of
Man,
Beal and
that's no.
Kuzma.
This what we trying
Hold on.
to make a long
And they
story
get rid of
short.
Beal
No
and Kuzma.
panic.
No, hold on. So Kuzma ain't coming back. So at the end of the day, they look at it like this. We probably wouldn't give Jordan Poole $100 million. Most teams wouldn't give him $100 million based off of his play last year because he
You're
had played
talking
like
about the
shit last
second
year.
trade.
No,
We're
hold on.
talking about the
Listen,
first
stop.
trade.
Let me finish. So when they look at it, it's like, okay, we rebuilding. We got to spend the money anyway. Why not just let's get Jordan Poole? And they're trying to send a first round pick with him. Okay, boom. Let's go grab him. And we got a first round pick, and we ain't got to pay off Paul for the season. We ain't got to give him $40 million or $30 million because this trade kick in to where it's
No,
like
then why
$30
did you
million.
send a first round pick with the first trade?
What?
Why did you send that? And that's what I mean about balancing out. Why did you send a first round pick with the first trade? And you just said the unicorn is not worth it. You just stated that.
Bruh,
You just stated
Jordan
that out
Poole
your
ain't
own
worth
mouth.
it. What you mean? Jordan Poole ain't
Jordan
worth it.
Poole
They saying
has
one,
played up to that
Chris
before.
Paul ain't worth it, and they saying one for him. Like, what I'm trying to break down to you is, I get you got conspiracy theories, but what I'm telling you is, in the league,
That
if
ain't
you
no
watch
conspiracy
every year,
theory.
anybody on here right now who literally watch basketball and understand the transactions that have been made over the past 5 to 10 years, they send bad contracts with draft picks all the time, bruh.
The draft picks don't go
If you
that
saying it don't
way.
make sense to you,
The
that's
draft picks
cool.
don't
But
go
it
that
made sense
way.
to both those teams. And
The
we don't look
draft
at the
picks don't
Warriors
go
like they don't
that
know what they're
way.
doing. We don't
The
think the
draft
Warriors
picks don't go
incompetent.
that way.
But okay, do you think the
And I've
Warriors
been following
incompetent?
basketball since
Do you think the Warriors
1979,
incompetent?
and they haven't went that way.
Do
Draft
you
picks
think the
have
Warriors
never went
incompetent?
that way.
Do you think the Warriors incompetent?
I don't think they're
No,
incompetent.
All right, so
they
why
help
would
the
they do that?
NBA.
Look.
The NBA,
Why would the
the
geniuses do
NBA is
that?
the one who finagled this one.
So why they do it?
Because
Even
they,
if the NBA did it, why would I? If I know I got an old Draymond, I got an older Steph, I got an older Clay, and I just trade away on somebody who can be a core player for me, why would I want to give up a first round pick?
You're thinking about the player. I'm not talking about the player.
I'm not thinking about the player. What I'm talking about is it happens all the time.
First round pick, not a first round pick.
Bruh, you think the Warriors came out a first round pick if they got championship dreams, bruh?
They gave a first round pick to Washington.
Do you think? Okay, let me ask you a question. If you the Heat right now, right?
They gave a first round pick to Washington. Don't look over that.
Crack exactly what you said.
for old Chris Paul.
If
For
you the
old
Heat
Chris
right now,
Paul. For old Chris Paul. You traded a young player
$30 million
and
for
a
1 year
first round
versus
pick
4 years with
for
Jordan
a
Poole.
old Chris
It made
Paul.
sense for both. If you the Heat right now, right?
At damn near $50 million next season. At damn near
Look at
$50
not
million
just that. Check this out. Look,
Who
if he
getting
don't
$50 million next
understand it,
season?
look, if he don't understand it this way,
Chris Paul.
let's tell him.
No, it's not about understanding. Y'all just trying to say y'all don't like the trade,
The
but
draft
y'all
pick
posting that
going
on
the wrong
everybody else.
direction.
Look, I'm
And
about
that's
to
what
show
you're
him.
not
Look,
looking at.
since he dumb, I'm gonna let him know. Since he acting like he dumb, right? I'm gonna give a prime example, right? Scoot's supposed to be a generational player, right? Why you think they ain't demand nothing but a star for? Nothing but a star player for that pick. They literally gave away a star player for somebody that lost his value. His value not the same. And you give a first round pick for somebody with low value. And nobody don't make moves like that.
What star player get traded for Scoot? We talking about?
No, I'm not talking about school. I'm saying that's what they were saying. They want a star player to get that draft pick. If not, they're gonna keep their draft pick. What you
and who been
saying is
Portland saying
basically a team could have. So you think Washington could have gave them who that was got could have gave the Hornets that number for that number 2 pick, Chris Paul?
Bruh, that's not the same thing. Scoot wouldn't even be on a
I'm asking you a question. No panic. No panic. I'm asking you.
Nobody would do that for Scoot.
That's what they did, man. Look,
and he has no
not
NBA
getting it,
games
man.
under his belt.
I'm gonna put it like
know
this.
he gonna be a superstar. They're not trading
to
Chris Paul.
Boston, bro. That's the first round pick that just went to Boston, bro.
Boston.
The pick
Think about
don't
all the
normally
teams
go
that you
that
think.
way.
He ain't get.
Think about
The pick
all the
don't
teams that
normally
you just
go that
named.
way.
Ain't trying to
Boston
be
would
Boston
normally
don't
be
give
the
a
one
fuck about
giving
a
the
first
pick.
round pick. Golden State don't give a fuck about a first round
Bruh.
pick. If you're a winning team, you gonna
Boston
what? You
got
care
a
about a
first
28th
round
pick,
pick.
a 27th pick? Think
Boston
about
is
that
the
now.
one who got the first round pick.
No,
It
Panic got a
normally would be
point.
But that's a
Boston
whole different
giving.
No,
trade.
Panic got a point.
That's a whole
If
different
you're
trade
winning,
from
if you're a
Jordan Poole
winning
for Chris
team and you're
Paul.
always up in the upper echelon of the competition, your low end first round pick is always a trade asset. I mean,
Yeah,
you're
that's
really
why the
not going to
Heat
get
don't
it
care
unless
about
Well,
him.
Dex,
that's not the
Dex,
problem.
No,
Dex,
hold on, Dex. And I'm glad you mentioned it that way because
After I said it about
Boston
4
would be
times.
the one. Boston would be the one to send the
But we
first round
talking about
pick
Jordan
to.
Poole
Hold
trade.
on, I'm
hold
talking
on,
to
no Panic.
Dex.
Hold on.
I'm talking
Go
to
ahead,
Dex.
Gemini.
Boston would be the one to send the first round pick to Washington for the unicorn. Not Washington sending the
Send
unicorn
it to
with
Boston.
a first round
Right,
pick to Boston.
right. Yeah,
And
But
that is what
listen,
that
happened
doesn't
with
make
the
sense.
trade.
Watch this,
But
Dex. Watch this. Do you think KP worth almost $100
And this
million?
is the first time
Do you
this has
think KP
No.
happened
worth
in
100
a.
million?
This is the first time this has ever happened in the NBA
Uh
with a
huh. I
three-team
understand.
That's a
trade.
lie. That's a lie.
In a three-team trade.
No, he talking about going to the top tier team. That's what he's talking about.
Yes.
Listen,
This is the first
is
time in the
KP,
NBA this has
KP worth
happened.
100 million?
With
Anybody
the
would
No,
way
answer that.
he
not to me.
played
Not
when
to
he
me, no
signed,
Panic.
Okay, Boston, I
with the way
guarantee you,
he was
and the next,
playing
no,
when
hold
he
on, I
signed his
guarantee you
contract,
within
yes, he
between
was.
now and next season, Boston's going to give him an extension for 100 million, and people are going to be like, "What the fuck?" I guarantee you.
But they
That's
shouldn't have
why you
got the
give them a
first
first
round
round
pick
pick.
from.
If I got to take on your player, I
That
give you an
means
MVP.
Boston would
I mean, I
send
give
the
you a
pick to
defensive player of the year,
Washington,
and you give me a
not
broken
Washington
player
sending
that
the
had a
pick
good
to
season.
Boston.
Yes, I want a first round pick with him. If I got to pay him 100 million, that's how the NBA works. That's how
But
business
he's not.
works.
But listen,
This is
he's
the
a.
first time this has
Hold
happened
on,
with a
hold on,
three-team.
Gemini. What is KP accolades? Go ahead, say it clear. Why you alone? What is KP accolades? Because we try to get his value. No
Has
Panic.
been an all-star. It
Uh
finally
huh.
had a healthy season. Finally had a full healthy
So,
season.
so
Averaged more
outside
than
of an
20
All Star,
points.
what have he accomplished?
I wouldn't hate us.
I mean,
Nothing. Go ahead and say it.
nothing.
All right, and I had to give
He
up
did.
a defensive
He
player
didn't. He
of the
didn't kick
year.
the Kyrie Irving around the league
I had to
the
give it a
same way.
defensive
He
player of the
didn't.
year for that,
but
and I got to still pay him.
that
He.
go back to what he was saying.
But that went to
And two
Memphis. So
though,
you should have
cause
got the
check this
first round
out.
pick from
Look, no,
Memphis,
you could.
not
No,
from
Dex,
Memphis don't get
Washington.
the pick.
oh Dex,
No, Memphis don't get the
You
pick.
get the
Dex,
you
KP get the
get
pick.
Dex,
no. You get the
that
pick
analogy ain't gonna
from
work
Why
though.
do they get the pick
Memphis.
and the
DJ,
MVP player? That's
You
You
get
guys
the
only.
gotta let
pick
each other
from
breathe, man.
Memphis.
Come on now.
God
You
damn.
DJ,
get
this
the
why I
pick
said that
from
ain't gonna work,
Memphis.
right? That's why I said that ain't gonna work, right? Because even though the way Dex said it, it still worked the other way around, the other way though, and they got the pick. Because
The
you can't
NBA
base it off
fixed
the
it, and that's
value
all I
because
said.
Jordan Poole
And
got
I think
accolades
and
and they gave a
Gemini.
pick.
I tell you this earlier. If you using your conspiracy theory of the NBA, that's not a conversation I have
No,
with you.
Poole a
That's your
Memphis.
champion and they
business.
No,
gave
who got
picks.
smart? No, hold on, Sky. Hold on, everybody. I'm really about to shut him up. Who got smart, big brother? Who
Memphis.
got smart?
Memphis.
Okay, so who should the pick came from? No Panic.
If I trade KP,
Yup.
Who
who
got
only no hold
smart?
on.
No
Memphis.
If I
Panic.
had KP and Dex, I'm gonna answer your question because
God
people scared to say
damn.
it. What who got more value? A player on expiring deal who got one All-Star, barely played in the last couple of years, had one good season this year, played 65 games, not even a full season, or a defensive
Who?
player of the year
Stop
player?
answering a question
Who
with a
got more
question. I
value? Can
hate when you
anybody
do
answer
that,
that?
bro. And you keep. I
Memphis
hate
got
when
the
you do
best
that.
player.
Exactly. So Memphis
Okay,
gotta
so
give up
who should the
something.
pick?
And I still gotta pick KP.
Okay, so
I
who
still
should
gotta
the
pick
first
KP
round
100
pick?
mil.
Who should the first round pick should have came from? Answer the
It don't matter
question.
who it came from. I know if I
Oh
gotta
my
take KP on
God!
and pay him,
Okay,
I
Oh,
know
but
what niggas gonna
Gemini,
do.
but Gemini,
freaking
hold
Tyler,
up.
bro.
Okay, hold on, Gemini.
Gemini, when you
So
talk to me,
you
you need to
saying,
kick
so
that shit
Gemini
off.
saying that
Tyler,
boss?
bro.
Hold on, let's get
Who
some
got the
clarity. Let's get
player?
clarity. If that's what y'all want, let's get clarity. So Boston should have gave up a number one pick with Marcus Smart. That's what you saying?
No, Memphis. Who got smart?
Memphis.
Memphis.
Okay, so who should have gave up the number 1 pick?
You
So you said
answering. He
Memphis should have
asking
gave
you.
up the number 1 pick?
Memphis
That's
should
what
have
I'm
gave
asking
up the number 1 pick. The
Memphis-
other,
So,
the second
so
round
what?
should have
Okay,
came.
but
If
it was 2
anything,
number 1 picks involved.
no, it was a second round pick. It's one
Oh,
first
second
round
round.
and
Okay.
a second round pick. The second
Okay.
round pick should have came from Washington at the most,
Okay.
not a first round pick. And that's
Got
what I
you.
mean about the NBA fixed it with the Golden
Right.
State situation, because we all can attest to Chris Paul is not worth a first round pick.
First round pick. Right. Not
Okay,
this
but Golden State took a $50 million contract, sent Poole and a first round pick to Washington.
Right.
And we can all attest to right now, we would rather have Poole than Chris Paul because of age.
No,
and
we wouldn't. Not
durability.
on that contract. I wouldn't. The fuck I'm gonna do with
Durability.
$100 million player that damn not up in the playoffs and
Hey,
do what the
He
season
was
and
he
injure
was in the
something,
stands
and
for the
that's a locker
playoffs.
room issue because
He
he
was
get
in the
knocked out.
stands. He was in the stands regardless. He
But
was
Chris-
he was in the stand. He was a spectator regardless on how you look at it. No
All
panic.
right, and he making
He's
$100
a
million.
spectator.
He's making
Who
$100
was
million,
on the
bro. What are you
court?
I'm
understanding?
thinking, dog, I ain't
Who
lying,
was
bro.
on the court?
Joe Panda, you got cooked, and I'm gonna be honest. I'm taking that $100 million contract
Who was on the
over Chris
court?
Paul, right?
When Poole got his
Listen,
contract,
and that's why
and
none,
being
that's
and being
why none
100
of us
and
have
be,
an
and
NBA
keeping it
team, bro.
100,
That's
keeping
why
it
none of us are
100 as
GM.
a
They saying
GM.
Chris
This is
Paul.
that's
They
a
literally took
no-brainer
contract
situation
for
all
somebody to
day.
come off the
I
bench.
got
man.
I got a young player that's not playing up the part, and I paid him last year. He's making $100 million. Or I can
He just
trade
had
him.
one
and-
fumble
Bro,
year.
listen, just let me talk. Just be quiet real quick. I
Okay,
try not
go
to
ahead.
tell
Go
you
ahead,
shut
no
up.
panic. Okay,
Just
let
let me
Panic
talk.
agree. Go ahead, Panic.
Just let me talk. That's all I ask. Just let me talk, bro.
Go ahead.
If I got a player that's not playing up to his contract, and I know there's a team that has the money to pay him, but I got to take something back. I'm gonna take Chris Paul back because he's on an expiring contract, so I ain't got to worry about paying him $30 million for 3 more seasons. Y'all gonna take on a contract that y'all ain't give him. Y'all gotta inherit that at that point. Y'all ain't trying to rebuild around Jordan Poole. But if I throw a first round pick, who us as the Warriors don't give a fuck about, y'all may take that contract on. So that's what they did. That's in that trade. Now the trade with KP and Smart and Jones, the best player went to Memphis. Memphis first round pick doesn't really mean too much. Y'all give me a player that I don't know if he's gonna play the whole season or if he even gonna be effective. And I still gotta pay him. That's why KP opted into the player option. So when they make the trade, Boston, they already got a deal that is going to get an extension. So later on, no matter when it is, when they give KP an extension, I want you to come back to this channel and be like, I see the play. You were right. That's all
You're
I got to
jumping
say.
over
Okay,
the
let's go
pick.
back. Hold
You're
on.
jumping
Guys,
over the
guys,
pick.
don't jump. Don't jump on
You
it.
jumped
Okay,
over the
I want to
pick
revisit
in
the
the
Chris
trade.
Paul thing. I believe Chris Paul was given a solid by the veteranship of
Of
Draymond
the
Green.
NBA.
NBA too, but Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, and Steph Curry. They didn't want
Yes.
Chris Paul out there dangling like that. Follow what I'm saying? And Jordan Poole had been somewhat of a fungus in the Golden State
A disgruntled.
locker
You're a
room.
disgruntled employee, Dex.
Well, I won't say he was disgruntled because he got his money,
No,
but he was a fungus to some extent.
hold on,
And
Scott.
Draymond
No.
Green had to handle that fungus. So
Hold on,
what
Scott,
happened was
because
they
when I said that same thing Dex saying, I got cursed out. Talk that talk, Dex. Talk that
so
talk, Dex.
so what they did was they chose Draymond Green because he is more a community activist. He is an ambassador to the NBA. And Jordan Poole, they looked at as some young punk that came in on his high horse and thought he was more than what he is. And they
And I
showed
got,
him that he
and I
wasn't
got caught. Everything but the
by
child of God,
shooing
and
him
I
away
pointed that out.
to the Washington Wizards. Because
And I
if
got
you look
caught.
at it,
Everything.
if Jordan Poole had an off season, right? He had an off season, but one. But he's young. How do you throw a young player that shows so much promise to the Sharks after one off season, and you still made it to the second round of the playoffs? How do you throw that away? It has to be something else.
Dex,
There's a hidden
Dex,
hand.
Dex. Now, now the funny thing about it, and big brother, I'm sorry. Boy, I'm so sorry I talked over you, but I got called everything but the child of God when I pointed that out. And I talked about Pool Mount because why? Draymond talked about it. Draymond been talking about it on his podcast the whole time, and that's the only reason why I brought it up. But I got called everything but the child of God, and I
So
said that was the
basically,
reason why he was
Gemini,
gonna get out of there,
yeah, so basically, Gemini, Jordan Poole contract was a lawsuit settlement.
basically to get him up out of there.
Okay, and then what you got to do is throw a first round. Hey, Dex, let me ask you a question real quick. Remember that Mars Golf contract? What y'all had to do with that Mars Golf contract to get rid of it?
Oh, they ate that Miles Golf contract.
No, they didn't. Remember when they traded D'Lo?
Oh, yeah.
They
They
had to
traded
add
D'Lo
D'Lo to
and
that
they add him
trade to
in
get
there,
him off
right?
that contract.
But Lou Dane contract, they ate that, but they gave
They
him
had to
deferred
amnesty
payment.
it.
He got agreed to deferred payment. So
Okay,
that's
Dex.
how that was
So
shipping off.
that's why I'm trying to say, like, when you got a bad contract in your team, you would do damn near anything to get it off. If
But
you
you're
feel like,
jumping over
So
the
who's the
pig.
hold on,
damn, I can't
Gemini.
listen.
So who's the bad contract, Patty?
The bad contract for Golden State was Jordan Poole. The bad
Mm.
contract, the bad contract
Okay.
in that 3-team trade would eventually be KP because KP been gonna opt out and go find the money somewhere else. But why not say, okay, if you opt in and we trade to Boston already, that they're gonna give you a contract. So you want to do that? Okay, cool. But if I'm Boston, I look at it like this: if I'm taking on a player that ain't really worth it, and I still gotta pay him, why getting out of the deal when I giving y'all a defensive player of the year? That's why they had to add a third team in the trade. I
No,
ain't
no, no,
saying
no,
nothing.
no,
I
no, no,
think.
no, no, no,
No,
no,
let me
no, no,
finish. Let
no,
me
no.
finish. Let me finish because I let you finish.
Mm.
So you all right? You
I,
moaning on the phone and shit. Chill out. So why you saying
Okay. What happened? Okay.
sometimes
What
you gotta.
happened to Brogdon? What happened to Brogdon? What happened to him?
Nothing
Brogdon
happened
is
to
still
him.
there. He's
Yeah.
Some
still there.
Brogdon
Okay.
still in Atlanta, damn.
So apparently
So which
Memphis didn't
Brogdon
want
you
Brogdon,
talking
right? They
about
didn't want Brogdon.
Celtics? No,
No,
Celtics.
Yeah.
He didn't
He
want
was
Brogdon was
he got like a
injury
little injury some
issues,
shit like
and
that
and,
going
and
on.
and and that's why his got kicked back.
Also, he didn't pass the
He
physical.
was a part of
They
he was
couldn't.
a part of the
Hey, listen,
original trade.
he supposed to been Brogdon, but he got injury issues. That's why it made sense for me to see Brogdon in the trade instead of Smart. They throw Smart in there because he be like, man, fucking weak. Gotta do something.
But
But
y'all,
the original trade been Brogdon, but his value now going down because he got an injury that they feel like gonna bother him throughout the season.
but y'all got to remember, Memphis was not a part of the trade originally. It was the Clippers, so they replaced
Exactly.
um the Clippers with Memphis.
So once again, Smart went where? So the first round pick should have came from,
Memphis,
and the second round pick should have came from.
You keep saying one, but
Memphis
Washington.
you ain't even answering the
actually,
question. Like where?
Memphis actually gave up 2 first round picks. And because one of them was the Warriors 2024 pick or 2025. It was a Warriors pick. I know that. I forgot
That's the pick that they trading with them. That it's in they
how
they
did Memphis get that?
they say it's in trading, so that's why they put on the paperwork a second round pick. That's why they put on the paperwork a second round pick.
Who?
Jones is the lower player who wind up going to Washington, and Washington should have gave up the second round pick.
But you
But
saying what they should
No,
have
they said
done. It
it was the
already
first round pick.
happened. Obviously, they
because
made a
that's
good
where the
decision.
players came from. That's normally how picks roll.
Let me see.
Okay, but it didn't roll like how you saying it rolled. It
That's
rolled
how
exactly the
they've
same
been
way I see it.
going. That's
All
how
right,
they've
so
been
okay, hold on. Let me
going.
ask you a question. So, what is your issue with the trade outside of it? It already happened, so we can't change it. Your issue is that you feel like KP should have been a straight up trade with inside that,
No, I
or is
said
it
the
Jordan
NBA
Poole and
did.
Chris Paul
I
should have been
said
straight
the
up?
NBA did it right by Washington. They made it right. That's all I said.
But what I'm saying
But
is
the
you don't.
first round pick should have came from Memphis. That shouldn't
Okay,
have came from
hold
Washington.
on, guys. Hold on 1 second, guys. Hold on 1 second. It's a lot of purging going on. Shout out to Flight
Because of
Sports TV. Hold on. Shout out to Flight Sports TV, the machine, the voice of the voiceless, the people's champ, the hottest in the streets. Please hit that like button. Please hit that subscribe button. And please hit that notification bell so you won't miss one iota of an exuberant experience.
This is Holly Heat of the Hot Seat with Holly Heat, and this is Flight Sports TV.
but normally with trades, the wherever the best player went, they're the one who give up that highest pick. And this is how the NBA has rolled.
No, it hasn't.
With three-way trades and regular trades,
even
yes.
one-on-one or three-way, you always need to incentivize taking on a bad contract. And to the Wizards, Jordan Poole contract bad because in their mind, he didn't play up to par when to that contract. So now they're taking on a player that's making more than they actually were willing to spend on him if he was an unrestricted free agent. So you got to give me something to take on that. And we give you an expiring contract. You looking at the players, I'm looking at the contracts. You got to make the money work.
Okay, here's the deal officially. The Grizzlies gave up 2 picks, one from this year's draft, and then the next one, which is a first-round pick that was Golden State's pick, went to the Celtics. So the Celtics got 2 first-round picks, and then the Wizards got Jones, Gallinari, and Mike Musa, whatever.
Shout out to Devastating.
And then they got a pick in this year's draft in the second round, which was the 35th pick from Boston.
Sounds about right. Matter of fact, let me ask you a question, Gemini. What would if you making a one-on-one trade with Memphis and now Boston? What would you give up for Marcus Smart?
Me personally, with the trade, with the problems with Ja, I definitely would have gave a first round pick, and that would have came from me.
So you agree with me basically because you just essentially saying the same trade.
At
you do
first,
realize that, right?
At first, Boston the first round pick did not come from Memphis, and that was the problem. The first round pick only came from Washington. That was the original problem. That was the original problem.
What would you give up for Marcus Smart if you're Memphis?
If I was Memphis, I would have because of the problem with John Morant, I would have gave up a first round pick.
Okay,
and I stated that.
Let me ask you this question: if you're the Wizards, what would you give up for Marcus Smart?
Marcus Smart wouldn't have even came to my team because it wouldn't even been worth it.
Okay, what would you trade
wouldn't
it for?
Wouldn't have been worth it. I wouldn't have did that trade. I wouldn't have did that trade at all.
Let's assume you got to make that trade.
No, I wouldn't assume. You asked me what would I do. You asked me what would I do.
A first round pick in KP.
No. You asked me what would I do. No. Actually, no. I would have let the unicorn walk while you playing.
Walk you into the same.
No, I would have let the unicorn walk.
You know you're wrong.
No, I would have let the unicorn walk.
Arguing to be right.
No, you telling me what the see, and that's what I'm saying. I don't give disrespectful answers.
Hey, DJ Gemini, let me ask you a question. Are you a Gemini?
No, hold on.
Are you a Gemini?
Let me finish my answer.
You're
trying to answer for me. Don't ask me 3 questions and not let me finish my fucking question. I'm trying not to be disrespectful.
Go ahead, bro.
Point blank, period. You asked me what would I do with Porzingis. Personally, I would have let him walk because he has durability issues.
I say, what would you trade for to get Marcus Smart?
I wouldn't have traded for him because he wouldn't have helped with.
Speaking.
I don't do hypotheticals, and that's the problem I have.
You just did a hypothetical.
You're doing hypotheticals now. You're doing it now, bro.
I don't, bro.
You're doing the hypotheticals now, man.
You say if I was Memphis in this trade that just happened, what would I give up? I said if I was Memphis, I would have gave up a first round pick. That's not a hypothetical.
That is a hypothetical.
I would have gave a first round pick.
You got it, Gemini.
For Small. I said that the first round pick. Notice my whole premise has been the first round pick should have came from where this smart go to. You can run back the tape. I don't care. You
I
can run it.
understand that.
You can run it back 150 damn times, bro. I said the
Cool.
same thing.
But okay, I'm
Wherever
asking. Okay,
Smart
so
went,
what I'm
that's
trying to
where I
do is
would give the first
I'm
round
trying to
pick
find
from.
out what's the
As
true
far
value
as
of Marcus Smart.
KP, Unicorn, it is not durable. He's the same thing, a KD situation.
You know he just got
He's
traded for a
not
defensive player of
durable.
the year, right? So if he's not durable, why not send a first round pick with him? If he still got to sign
I'm
a contract
still
with Boston?
trying to figure out why that trade happened.
No, I know why that trade happened. That's normal in the NBA. Whenever you got a bad
Memphis
contract,
needed a
you need to move it.
player.
Sometimes you got to throw shit on top of it.
But they're also trying to not stag Cody. White, the White, the point guard that's there now. They're not trying to stag him, and also they're trying to get Smart from
Okay.
in the
We're actually
locker
beating
room.
the dead horse.
Wait,
We're
hold
actually
on.
beating the dead horse.
It really
No,
is at this
no,
point.
because they're also trying to move Marcus Smart out because he is the loudest voice in that locker room at this point. He has been there the longest.
I try to help you out, but you say you don't do hypotheticals after doing the
I don't do
within the
hypotheticals,
hypothetical
Black.
conversation.
Gemini already said he don't want no help, especially from you.
No, I don't do hypotheticals.
But you just did
I
one
do.
with
I
Memphis.
run numbers. I run
I asked
numbers.
you if I said, what would you give up for Marcus Smart if you Memphis? That's
If
a
I was
hypothetical.
Memphis, I would have gave a first round pick.
Okay,
At
you're
first,
doing a hypothetical.
The report.
That's a hypothetical.
No. When this trade was first reported, the second round pick came from Memphis. That's what it said when it was first reported. The second round pick came from Memphis. That's not a hypothetical. How the freak is it a hypothetical when it was reported?
If you're Memphis, what would you give up for Marcus Smart?
I said a first round pick. That's where the first round pick
we got more people on the panel. We can't stay here forever. I know you guys. You know.
I keep saying the same thing, but I said that in the beginning.
Once y'all settle your dispute,
I don't want to ask him. I don't even want to ask him saying first round pick not good enough.
I said wherever Smart went, and I stated that in the beginning. Where did Smart go? Everybody said Memphis. I said, okay, so where should the first round pick should have came from? Then he jumped up and say everything else to jump over where the pick should come from, and then say, oh no, it should come from Washington only. And it's like,
I never say none of that. All I say is,
no, that's what you've been doing. You've been jumping over the pick situation the whole time.
Hey, we have to move on
from
from
the
this,
pick
please.
situation the whole time. Don't act like you haven't
did a
been doing that.
Okay,
Bro, you've been jumping over the pick the whole time.
Very entertaining, but we have to move on.
with that one, bro.
For the sake of time, time is of the essence.
I thought he answered his question. I thought he said hypothetically he would do a first round, and then he sounded like he wasn't satisfied. What happened?
Okay, but devastating. We cannot agitate this anymore.
No, okay. It sounded like it was going on way before I came on.
Yeah, it was. And I tried to break it up. I had a little severance between the two, but then they lock on the electric fence. Yeah. Once they lock on that electric fence, they ain't no letting go.
It's all over. Yeah.
I got a question for you. I don't know where you was yesterday when we was talking about the Lakers. When Russell Westbrook was on the Lakers, you know, before they traded him away, coming into this season that just passed. What was the original or alleged trade offer for Charlotte to take on
Thank you.
Russell Westbrook's contract? What was the offer?
Thank you.
I think they offered Terry Rozier and something else with him.
Yeah,
Russell Westbrook and the first round pick. They had to give a pickup to get out Westbrook. That's why they didn't make the move.
No, she's talking from Charlotte, right? You talking from Charlotte or from the Lakers?
That been the main thing why Lakers they never trade him at first, because they had to add a first round pick to him.
No, that was to Brooklyn. I don't think they offered a first round pick to Charlotte.
Go look at it.
No, that was
No,
in
No,
Brooklyn
not
for
even just
Kyrie.
the Charlotte. That any team, even with the Wizards,
No, I don't
they
think a
had to
first
give up the
round pick
first
was
round.
offered to Charlotte. I think
Is
that
it
was
that
supposed to
hard
be
to look up?
a swap.
no, Dex. That's not what I'm trying to ask you.
Oh, go ahead.
Basically, what happened with Juju? He pulled up some reports, and me and Jim and I was trying to tell him one, either the Lakers didn't want to be hard cap or they was hard cap. I can't remember. But with Russell Westbrook, AD, and LeBron on the roster, just them. I forgot who else was there, but I know they was either
Triple
hard.
T. Tucker.
Yeah. So my thing was, I said, because I remember when the Lakers had played the Hornets, they said that of course the Hornets weren't trying to get off. They didn't want to really let go of Terry Rozier, but they added Terry Rozier in there. And Terry Rozier's new deal that he's currently on was worth 100 and something million. I was trying to tell Juju yesterday that they couldn't have made that trade. They would have had to send back more than just Westbrook. And he said Max Christie at the time. And I'm like, that's not enough money. And me and Jim and I was trying to tell him, you have to make the money work. And then I said to him, in order, because I remember this specifically, the Lakers had 17 men all together. They said it would have been, you know how when you cut players that got contracts on your team and they count against your cap?
Yeah.
Juju was like, it didn't matter. They could have still, he brought up a trade that had Plumlee in it, Rozier, and I forgot the third player. And we was steady trying to tell him that the Lakers couldn't absorb that money without, well, on my end, without them cutting two more players, which would have cut into their money, and Genie would have had to pay that like any other owner. And he was really trying to argue they could have taken Rozier. I'm like, no, they couldn't have. He was making 100 million. You know, he just started. He would have been just now starting that new deal. They couldn't take in that money like that. That's why I asked you what was the rumors.
Hey, Dex,
Okay,
you want to know what Lakers? You want to know what Lakers? Utah get from the
Let me
Lakers?
answer her question first.
With Russ?
Okay, let me answer that. According to the noise surrounding Russell Westbrook in LA, it was reported that the Lakers was trying to shove Westbrook over to the Charlotte Hornets for Terry Rozier, and it was I can't remember who else was in there. I think it was Terry Rozier and maybe one other person. But the Lakers wanted a draft pick. It wasn't that they was trying to send a draft pick to Charlotte, and Charlotte was trying to say, you're going to have to take some of the money on Westbrook. Like, you know what I'm saying? We'll pay a portion, and then the Lakers will pay a certain percentage. Charlotte didn't want to pay that full amount, even though that money was going to come off the books the next year, which would be this year. Charlotte didn't want to pay that full cap. And the Lakers didn't want to pay nothing. They were sending Westbrook for Terry and somebody else, and they wanted a draft pick. I don't know if it was a first round or I don't know, but they wanted a draft pick. But Charlotte wanted the Lakers to have some financial accountability for that contract. They didn't want to pay that full contract with Russell Westbrook. As far as I understand what the Charlotte deal was, they was never sending a first round pick, or Charlotte wasn't even asking for a first round pick. They was asking for cash.
Cash consideration.
Cash consideration. That's the language they use. Cash consideration.
That's when Jenny.
But Brooklyn wanted first round pick.
Right.
Listen,
and that's when
that
Jenny
3-team trade with Utah and Minnesota, Lakers give up their second round pick and their first round pick going to Utah with Russell.
But look what they got back though.
No, but they had, think about it. It's a 3-team trade. Mike Conley, Nickeil Alexander, they going to Minnesota. LiAngelo Russell with a bad contract because he ain't even playing up the contract. Malik Beasley, who's a rotational player, and Jared Vanderbilt, who they ain't necessarily had in their plans for the future. When they bring in,
you say that to say what?
Mind you, they had Cat at the center, Cat at the power forward, and Rudy at the
center. Hold on. Stop real quick. You say that to say what?
I say that to say, in order for them to have moved Russell Westbrook, they had to give up a first round pick.
Right. And that's why.
No, I'm talking with Charlotte though. I'm not talking with anybody else.
Because everybody wanted a first round pick with them.
No, that's not true. Because Michael Jordan was found of Russell Westbrook. He wanted Russell Westbrook,
because
but he
he
That
is
wanted
don't
the
mean
Genie.
Jordan
nothing. He been
brand.
expiring
He is on the
contract.
Jordan brand.
Don't tell me. I'm just telling you what it is. Listen, I'm not here to be right. She asked a question and I'm answering. And Jim and I is backing me up. Another Laker fan.
No, that's
So
cool, but y'all still give up a first round pick, so it don't
it wasn't
matter.
no first round pick
Bruh,
with Charlotte. I'm saying with Charlotte. That's the only thing I'm answering.
we're
With
talking
Charlotte.
about Charlotte. We're not even talking
Charlotte
about the
wanted
Jazz.
Genie to take a percentage off that damn
But
that payment.
That
y'all
cash
couldn't but think
consideration,
about
and
it.
then that's when Jenny got on the news and said she's not gonna pay it.
Yeah,
When
Okay,
she's
Jenny
not
so
gonna
did,
pay
said
it.
that,
did they trade Russ
when
with a
Jenny
first
jumped,
round pick or not?
we're not
I get the
talking about the
Charlotte
No,
pick,
but that's
Jazz
a
right
different
now, bro. We're
team.
not
That's a
talking about
different
the
team.
but
Jazz.
that's the point
We're
that be
talking
trying
about
to
the
be made. That's the point
Hornets.
that's trying to be
No,
made.
she's talking about the
Okay,
Hornets.
okay, hold on. Let me stop this and let me nip this in the bud. If
Hold on, let
the
me grab this shit.
Lakers was that anxious to get off Russell Westbrook and the pick, they would have got Kyrie when they had an
Yeah,
opportunity to. So stop
Yeah, but
that.
they ain't had enough to get Kyrie.
No, the issue with Brooklyn was they was trying every team that wanted that Russell
They
got
wanted to pick.
yeah, they wanted to
yes.
pick.
Exactly.
Okay, but I'm saying Charlotte didn't.
We're
It wasn't
talking about
that wasn't the
Charlotte.
But
issue with Charlotte.
X, the
Other
other
teams, yes.
but the other issue is y'all wouldn't have been able to absorb. I guess that would have sent y'all into the hard cap because y'all was already over the luxury tax.
Right. That's why
Other
No,
Jenny.
teams,
listen. Hold on, Purple.
okay.
Russell makes way more than Kyrie. Like about 12 million
No,
more than
no, no.
Kyrie.
She's talking about the Hornets right now, Dex. No, no, no.
Oh, the
Purple is
Hornets.
talking
Okay.
about
Yeah,
the
I know.
Hornets.
Yeah,
Purple is talking about the Hornets right now only.
so at the time, y'all got to remember Terry. I think he made 18 because it's 96 million. His total guaranteed money is
That's
90.
why they wanted cash consideration. You see me? Because
Yes.
the contract didn't match.
Yeah,
But
and but
I looking at Ward's. Ward's got an article. Russell Westbrook, Toscano, second round pick and first round pick in 2027 for to the Hornets for Hayward, Plumlee, and
yeah,
Rozier. That been the trade
I
that been
told
talked about.
y'all. I told y'all Hayward was a part of that deal.
Everybody
Yes.
that want that first round pick
And
with Russ.
that was
No,
when
I don't care what Woj reported. I'm
So
telling
I
you
want to hear
how
what
it
you say.
ended. No, I'm telling you how it ended. Jeannie Buss was not paying no
that
money
luxury tax.
for Russell Westbrook. That's how it ended. Now,
They wouldn't have
the
to because
initial
they matching up
proposal,
contracts.
that's different because the Lakers wasn't taking no Gordon Hayward and Rozier and who else that was Plumlee. They didn't want that garbage.
Plumlee.
No, they may
Exactly.
You
not
know what
have
I'm saying?
wanted it, but that's the
Now
trade
Plumlee
that
would
was
have
But
been
offered with
solid.
but
Russ.
I'm telling you
Plumlee
what
would
they
have been
wanted.
solid. Yeah.
I'm telling you what the Lakers people was right. What they were talking about on the talk radio and all that. I'm talking LA. I'm not talking Woj. Woj is national. You know what I'm saying?
But
The
So you mean to
LA
tell me
talk.
Ward saying something don't really mean nothing no more, something?
I'm talking about for that issue, the LA talk was this.
Okay, let me
Genie ain't
find another
paying
article.
nothing.
when
Right.
Jenny jumped
I
on
don't
the
care how
news
many
and said
articles
it
you find.
herself,
And
when
then to be
she
go ahead.
I only want to say this, Purple. When Jenny herself jumped on the news and said she was not going to pay extra on the tax, that was a dead issue.
Yep.
And that's all I was
And
trying
that's
to
what
get
we was
Juju
trying
to
to say
understand.
Juju yesterday.
That's all I
You
was
know,
trying to get him
how
to
many trade
understand.
proposals they had for the Lakers and Westbrook,
And
A
look,
lot.
and I bet you all
and
of
none
them
of that
include a
shit went
first
through.
round pick with
None
Russ.
of it went through. So I don't care
Okay,
what they print national.
this another article. They got a trade some proposal that they've been talking about. Russell Westbrook, first round in 2027, and the first round in 2029 for Gordon Hayward and Mason Plumlee. That's
See,
two
now
We were
reputable
doing that.
reporters.
that's
We were
kerfuffle.
doing that.
I'm trying
Come
to
on.
tell you what happened.
They
I
wasn't
don't care
doing
how
that.
many articles you bring up. The LA talk is saying
And
that
every shit
they
we look at
wanted
instead
cash
of a first round pick for
consideration
Russ.
to balance out the contract with Russell Westbrook, whatever draft they was going to give him, and it was somebody else. But it wasn't Gordon Hayward. I'm talking about the real talk. It wasn't Gordon Hayward. It was somebody else
No, no.
they was trying
On
they was trying to get rid of too
on
with
Charlotte's
Gordon
team,
Hayward. I'm
it
not Gordon Hayward, Terry Rozier. It was
no,
another
Right.
it
It
player.
was
it, it
it
was
was Gordon
Rozier.
Hayward. Dex.
It was Haywood though, bro. It was
Yeah,
Haywood.
it was
It
Hayward.
was
It was
Haywood.
Hayward the whole time because that's before Plumlee had took his what's that called that he took or that the
Extension.
Hornets
Player,
Extension.
player option.
no, he didn't have a player option. I remember that. It's the
He
extension.
opted in. He opted in, right?
Yeah, it was some kind of extension that Charlotte
E-
had picked up on him.
Either club option or player option. Those are the only two options.
Yeah, he opted in. He got the $9 million. It was worth
Yeah,
$9 million.
but it was always Terry and Gordon.
Yeah,
And there's nothing wrong with
I
Plumlee.
know it was another player. That's all I know. It was another player. But
It was Terry and
they
Gordon.
wanted. Okay, it could have been Gordon then. But I know it was another player that was mentioned.
But
But
when
at the
Jenny
serious talk,
herself got up
yeah,
there
at the
and
serious
said
talk, it was about cash consideration.
yeah, but when Jenny said no, and she got in front of reporters and said no, that's a dead issue. I don't care
It's a dead issue.
Vogue, ESPN, I don't care
That's
who
what I'm
get
trying
up
to
there.
tell him. Yeah, I
When
don't care what they
Jenny get
propose.
up there and say no, cause she be in front of reporters, but she don't talk a lot. But when she say no, that's a dead issue. That's like Pat Riley saying no.
Listen,
Yeah, it was already leaked.
I get everything y'all trying to say, but what I'm telling y'all and what made more sense and what's been reported since we've been watching basketball this last season. I mean,
We're not denying what was reported. We're not denying that.
Let me get to my point. Just let me get to my point. What y'all saying about what Jeannie said about the Lux, cool. That's cool. All I'm saying, and all Purple Baby pointed out, was every scenario there was a first round pick attached to Russ. Every scenario, Gordon Hayward was involved in it. So everything else y'all saying, two things can be true. Y'all can be 100% right about the not going over a certain tax limit. Cool. But every trade scenario involved three things: Russ, first round pick, and Gordon Hayward.
No,
And
I
that's just
agree
what
with
Hornets-
what Purple's saying.
I don't. But
agreeing
see,
with
what I'm saying
she's
when it
saying.
came to concrete, I'm telling you what was talked in my area. I don't know what area that you hear from. In my area,
I'm agreeing with Purple.
Charlotte,
When Jenny
Charlotte,
got up
Charlotte, yeah, Charlotte wasn't even, as far as I understand and can remember, Charlotte wasn't asking the Lakers to give up no damn 2 first-round picks for Gordon Hayward and no goddamn Terry Rozier. That's all I'm saying.
No, they wasn't. They wasn't asking for picks for Russell. They wanted the 2 contracts and they wanted cash consideration. When Jenny said
Cash
she wasn't paying the
consideration?
yes,
Boy, y'all,
Yeah.
funny as shit.
and they wanted cash consideration.
What FYF at, man? Let's get somebody who
So-
know about basketball up here. That's crazy.
Oh my God, bruh.
Don't worry about it. He's having a moment. He's having a
Bro, you always say you know
No, because
shit.
I know it's gonna be another
Oh
night
my
where we gonna have a
God.
lot more people when they're talking, and somebody gonna be saying the
Bruh.
same shit I saying,
I-
and y'all
But
gonna be like,
all
"That's
you
ridiculous."
hold on, listen. All you guys are reading articles. We talking about hardcore talk radio.
No,
Okay?
I didn't read
Talk
that.
That's what I'm
radio,
talking
articles.
about. That's
it ain't
where.
different. I go.
No,
to
you
more
okay?
than enough
Pull up the
articles.
LA Times then. Pull up the LA Times
Every
and see what they
time we
say.
talked about that on this channel, we've been talking
No,
about the
no.
first
Pull
round
up the
pick.
LA Times because they're closer to the situation than Woj. Pull up
But
the LA
they-
Times
Hey,
and see what they
I know
say.
about that. LA Times being posted
but
draft
that,
right before they get
I
drafted.
want to add this too. I don't know why Charlotte ever thought they needed to send picks back. Now that I think about it, even if the Lakers wasn't interested in their picks. If you gonna tell them to take on a Terry Rozier contract that he was just now starting for 100 and something million, plus Gordon Hayward's probably 62, 63 million, that's wild. You ain't sending
And
no
they wanted cash considerations, which they was already in the luxury tax,
Yeah.
and that would have pushed them to the third tier, not the second tier. That would have pushed them to the third tier. That's why Jenny originally said no.
Shout out
And
to
she
Jenny.
and she was the one who said no.
That's cool if she said no. I ain't debating that at all. But what I'm telling you is every trade scenario to any team with Russ.
We're not talking
always-
about every trade scenario. We talking about that particular
that's
trade.
what we talking about.
Michael Jordan
No, we're
got
only
on the
talking
record.
about one
I wouldn't
team.
give up cash considerations and Russ.
Well, he just want to
That
be
don't
right.
make no sense.
But
Like,
Michael
always trying to give
Jordan,
up my butt.
came on the record and said he is fond of Russell Westbrook, and that's where all the stuff started to be generated. Oh, okay, you want Russell? Okay, let's talk.
Yes, and it
Because
also
Russ-
included giving us a first round pick with him.
They never asked for.
I don't
never asked for a
remember that
pick.
with Charlotte. Charlotte, I don't remember.
Charlotte never asked for a pick. Charlotte asked for the 2 players to come over, and they also asked for cash consideration.
Why
Jenny
he keep
said
saying?
no.
Why he keep saying first round pick and nobody never said anything?
That was never on there. That
Yeah,
was never on there.
why first round pick for Westbrook?
Huh?
Not you, the other dude.
Yeah,
Why
without
does he keep saying? Why does he
I
keep
don't
saying
know.
first round pick?
I don't know. I
I'm,
don't know.
I'm
I
saying a
don't know.
first round pick because the basis of every conversation we had today was around you trade when you got a player that you're trying to get off with a contract, you usually send a first round pick with them. What I'm trying to tell them, Purple Baby bring up a point of the trade with Charlotte. They're saying it was never a first round pick included. And what I'm telling them is every trade scenario surrounded around Westbrook, the reason why it was hard to trade him was because teams wanted to get a first round pick with Russell Westbrook because of the
Not
contract.
Charlotte.
And
Not
that's
But
a
they
Charlotte.
fact.
started telling you that that's not the
Even the
case.
trade that he gets
I
traded
don't
with
understand.
Charlotte
Why
was
you
the
keep
case.
The
forcing
other
it?
teams, yeah. The other teams, yeah. But with
Yes,
Charlotte, that wasn't the case.
100%.
That
The
I
other
can
teams,
remember.
Every trade
100%.
scenario
That I
you
can
want to first.
recollect.
That's what you do.
What is this
No, the
guy
Why y'all
other
talking
can
in
argue
circles
the
teams,
for?
same.
it's 100%. Charlotte, it was not. Charlotte wanted those two
They wanted
players off of
Westbrook.
their
They really
roster
wanted that dude.
because Westbrook is also a Jordan ambassador. So that's why Jordan had no beef with him coming, no beef at all. But when he asked for cash consideration, that was the straw that broke the camel's back. And Jenny said, "No, stop the deal, Palenka." And that
That's
was
the
a
only
done
thing that I
deal.
can remember.
Everybody,
And
everybody else
Y'all
around the
memory
league,
kind of
everybody
in
else
LA
around
Talk
the
Radio,
league, yes, it has been a pick, or they have
right,
even asked for two picks.
right, exactly,
Everybody else,
right,
but not
exactly.
Charlotte. That's one thing I will give
As
Charlotte.
far as I can
They
remember.
never asked for a pick. They never asked for a pick. I won't even disgrace them by saying they asked for a pick. They never asked for a pick. I won't
And it
misquote them
almost
on
went
that.
through. I mean, Juju
Yeah,
can attest to this. It almost went through.
it
Westbrook
almost
was
went through.
almost a Charlotte Hornet. Sure was. Almost went through.
But when
Motherfucker
Mike
Michael
came and
tried to
asked
ask
for
for some
that
money.
cash consideration, Palenka was told to stop the deal. Because in fact, actually, to be honest, even Plumlee would have helped. Terry would have kind of balanced out. Haywood, well, he would have been playing behind
They
LBJ.
might have
So
shipped him somewhere
technically,
else, though.
so yeah,
They
right,
might have
right, right.
shipped him.
But I'm saying if he was on the roster, he still would have been coming off of the bench. So it kind of wouldn't have hurt that. So at the time, it still would have helped the Lakers, regardless of the fact of the matter. So it would have went through until you asked for cash consideration. When you got greedy, that's when the deal stopped. And that's all we was trying to tell the Juju. It was never a pick
Yeah, that's what
involved.
I remember because I was on that. I was listening to the radio. You know what I'm
It
saying? The
was
talk,
money. It
the
was
talk
only
radio. I
money.
don't know about
listen.
these articles of woes and all that. I don't know about that. I know
Listen,
what I
but
was hearing at the crib.
I bet you if Ward say, "Oh yeah, it was shared."
And not only that, even the
Kyrie
Lakers
thinking about
channel.
signing trade. Oh, we gonna believe the shit out that. Come on, man.
Huh?
If y'all do any insight, because we've been on the panel, we've been talking all season. We were talking about why Russ couldn't move, and everybody agreed that Lakers had to give up something.
How
with
can you
Russ.
say everybody? What? It's never everybody agreed on this channel.
Go look it up. Go look up all the.
Ain't never been a time that
I said
everybody
bring his
agreed on
ass.
this
I
channel.
last
said
year when he
I
come to
said
Russ. You're not going to
bruh,
find anything that said they're going to give him up for anything
I
less than
wouldn't
a first round pick.
man,
That's why Lakers
bruh,
didn't trade him
I would
before
have
because they didn't want to give
man.
up picks.
I would have
They
kept
try to
him on
play
the bench. I would have
rebuilding
kept
and
him on the
still fucking
bench.
being competitive.
I would have kept him on the bench and kept him coming off of the bench. And I would have got my players out the G League or went and did what Pat
So
Riley
why did he
did
trade
and
him?
got
Why did he trade him
undrafted
with a first round
players.
pick?
I'm saying what I would have did.
Because he went to Utah
I said what I would
and
have did.
they got desperate. And listen, this is what happened. Okay, I don't know what No Panic is driving at because he's fighting like hell to be right.
I saying
What happened?
factual shit. I'm saying shit that all us talked about. All us have said the same thing. It's just right now the point that somebody trying to make somebody want to be right. But I'm telling you,
You the
every
one that's
team
trying
wanted
to
a
be
first
Hello?
round
right.
pick
Y'all hear me?
regardless. That's just how
Hold
crazy. Like I can't
on.
believe I
This what
still even
happened.
going back and forth on this point.
Woo.
Listen, right, we beating a dead horse. But this what happened right here.
Yeah, for
The
real.
Lakers got, hold on, guys, let me explain. The Lakers got so freaking desperate to get off of Russ after Russell showed a negative disposition towards that LeBron James historical night, and he got in an argument, a heated argument with Coach Ham. That was the
Damn.
straw that broke the camel's back, and Genie said, "Do whatever you can, get his ass out of here."
Yes,
That's
and
what y'all.
Jones, the
That's what y'all.
center, finally
Oh,
got healthy too.
what
Jones, the
what
center,
was they arguing
finally
about?
got healthy
Yeah,
too.
Damian Jones. Damian Jones.
Yeah.
What was they arguing
That's what
about?
really got Russ out of here, and the draft pick. And that's what Genie said. Whatever it takes, get him out. That was it. Okay, he
What,
fucked up LeBron. He tried to fuck over LeBron James' historical night, and he's arguing with the coach on the sideline. I mean, a heated argument with the coach on the
Yes.
sideline. That was it. That
Yes.
was
about
it.
some in-game
And
shit?
Genie
About
said,
some
"Do
in-game
whatever."
stuff?
Yeah,
I
about
don't
the
know what
in-game
the
stuff.
argument was about, to be
Okay.
honest. It
Oh,
appeared to
okay.
be in game, but Russell and
Yeah,
Darvin Ham wasn't seeing eye to eye anyway. And
right.
he took the LeBron James historical night to
And
throw a
and
attention
it,
tantrum.
yeah.
Yeah, it
And
would
do
have
And
that
helped if
Genie
they
right.
just
was in
said,
the
"You know
lead,
what?
though.
Do whatever." Huh?
Do
Yeah,
that. Do
yeah,
that right.
it would have helped if they was in the lead, though.
No,
Right.
but
But
what I'm saying is that it was just too much going on around Russell Westbrook that wasn't positive.
Already.
And
Yeah,
and, and,
already.
and,
Oh, yeah,
and this
yeah.
and this is a global iconic night for the NBA and the Los Angeles Lakers. And this
Right,
Negro over here arguing with the coach, making a scene, taking
right.
away from this magnanimous event. Genie was like, "That's it. That's enough." Because Genie comes from the background of being the high end to bring in advertisers and sponsors to the Los Angeles Lakers. You know what I'm saying? So she was that high step PR type girl
right.
to bring advertising and business. I mean, not necessarily business, but advertising and sponsorship to the Los Angeles Lakers. And that was a sore eye for that movie. And Jeannie
But
couldn't
Dex,
take it. That was it.
but Dex, the only reason why Westbrook wanted to be in LA again really was because his company is based in LA.
That's true.
Even though
That's true.
he's been in OKC for years,
Right?
his
He
company
wanted
He
to
went
watch
to,
his
has
money.
is based in LA.
Yep.
yeah,
That's true.
he UCLA.
He had no, he has a designer company in LA.
Not only
After
that, he
his
got a bunch of
third
car
year,
lots too.
yeah, but after
He
his
got
third
car lots all
season
over
at
Southern California.
OKC, he made a designer company in LA. Well, those are sponsorships. The car dealerships are sponsorships.
No, he owned the car dealership.
He owned those outright.
It's Westbrook Motors or
He
whatever his
owned those.
company is.
He owned those outright. They just using his name and brand.
Sh-
And
should be
and,
that
and
shouldn't be that hard to find out. Yeah, it shouldn't be that hard.
yeah, I think they're using his image and likeness. I don't think he owns them outright.
I guess the image and likeness.
Yeah, because
Yeah, I first heard that word from the twins that what was the name of the twins that went to UCLA?
oh shoot, I
Yeah,
forgot
yeah,
their
yeah,
name.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah,
I
yeah,
forgot their name. Oh, I forgot their name. Wow, I forgot their name.
yeah,
But that's originally where that lawsuit come from. Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
That was the deal that I know he was partnered with car dealerships in LA. That part he was hometown into that. But when it came to his clothing design company, that's been based in LA since his third season in the NBA.
He from LA.
It got more notoriety, and he's from LA, hundred
No,
percent.
that's the first thing.
But
Yeah,
but with his company being there, he wasn't flying back and forward to LA, even with the dealerships. But when he became a designer, that's when he really started flying back and forward to LA.
That's
Yes, he had
2023.
family there,
All that
but
can
he
be done
wasn't.
over
He wasn't.
phone.
Say what?
I said that's 2023. All that can be done over phone. People having businesses out of their homes now. Like I don't
No,
think it's because
he's
he's
the
from LA.
designer.
Like
He helps draw stuff.
yeah, you're a designer.
He can he bruh. You see how hands on he is?
Yeah,
He don't do
but I
that over
mean,
the phone. He doesn't do that
you can do
over the
that from home.
phone. He oh my God damn. Do, do you see how hands on he is with his company? With that company. I'm pointing out that company.
Mm-hmm.
If you know how hands on he is, you know he don't do his designs over the phone.
No, I mean I get that. You can also just do a
You
design in
just
person.
say
And
you
you can
get that
send it
and
over.
oh my God. All right, bro. I'm all right.
Yeah,
Anybody else got a
I was
topic?
saying something. Kevin
Anybody
Durant
else got a topic?
Kevin
Yeah,
Durant been
Westbrook,
talking
there's a dead issue here.
Kevin
Anybody
Durant been
else got a topic?
talking. You hear me talking? Kevin Durant been talking to a couple of people on Twitter, and he been saying basically how today's fans consume basketball. That shit whack. And I usually don't agree with KD about too much, but I wholeheartedly agree with that. Like the way, and I can say just everybody else, the way we talk about basketball is like most of us talk from a place that don't know. We just kind of looking at stats and being like, okay, like I hear somebody say, Steve Nash been a better offensive player than Kobe Bryant, and a lot of people ride with that shit. Like, okay, yeah, it makes sense because he throw out all these different stats. And I only bring that up to say this because I about to down top off. That's kind of how a lot of y'all talk about basketball. The irrelevant shit that don't mean nothing.
How many games is in the basketball season?
82.
82. How many games did KD miss last season?
Off the top of my head, I wouldn't know.
He missed 60.
Okay.
That wasn't the premise for KD whole argument. KD whole argument, he was mad that he wasn't in that young man top 5.
No, it wasn't.
And what that young man stated was in the last 3 seasons, you have not produced on the court. You have either been injured or when you have been on the court, you have not peaked. And when you have been in the playoff, you have not produced up to what you say your standards are. And that's what he was mad at that young man for not being in that young man top 5.
You had to listen to the whole conversation.
I listened to it. I listened to him in low. I listened to him in low.
Okay, so
I listened to him in low.
Okay, that's what you get from that. What was
That's
actually the contention point with KD and the dude Low was he said KD wasn't in the top 5. Cool. But if you watch Low on whether it's his podcast, whether it's on that channel, or whether it's on Bleacher Report when he got Low talking or whatever. Anytime somebody go against KD being in the top 5, like if somebody named KD in the top 5, just outside of him, not even mentioning his list, just their list, it's like he get upset as fuck that somebody got KD in the top 5. All KD
okay.
actually, no, hold on. If you listen to the entire conversation, KD kept saying, everybody got their own standards of what's in the top 5. Like everybody top 5 could be different. You can put those. He asked Lo who his top 5 was. He said that's a good top 5. Other people may have a totally different top 5. My issue was, why do you get so upset when somebody say I'm in their top 5? That was the premise of him jumping on. As soon as he gets his answer, he jump off. But everybody running this narrative
that wasn't what Low said.
No, hold on.
But that wasn't what Low said.
Narrative that KD been mad that he wasn't in the top 5. KD has said multiple times he don't care about people's lists. I truly believe he don't care about a list. I do think he's sensitive.
Man, KD do care.
Hold on. I do think he's sensitive to a lot of shit. He do speak on a lot of shit. But I think when he comes to who's all time great, I think he truly don't care about that shit. That's just my opinion. But to talk about the conversation and saying that he been mad at the dude Low for not putting him in the top 5, even Low can admit that wasn't his contention point. His contention point was
Low
just the
put
fact
him
that
in the
why are
top
you getting
10.
so mad? Hold on. He talked about it today. Why are you getting so mad about him being in somebody else's top 5? That's what he asked him. And even when they were talking live, the little dude said, "Okay, I agree. I agree."
Okay, point blank. Just start from the beginning of the whole KD situation.
Mm-hmm.
Just take a hard look at his career since you bring up KD.
No, hold on. Before you go,
Rookie
let
year,
me say this.
rookie year, rookie
No,
year,
hold on, because I don't want.
rookie year,
I'm not trying to talk
rookie
about his
year.
entire career. I just
He
that one point I've been trying to make about.
He did not make the playoffs, which was part of the argument. Was he made the playoffs every year, because that's what OG on the channel tried to say. And
I
they
talk about the
pointed out the
KD
rookie
conversation,
year.
not what they were talking about him.
I'm pointing out this because that's what Lowe was talking about, full career. Why would he put him in his top 5 when he was talking about durability? Is a part of it. So if when you first got in the league and you was a supersonic, and a lot of basketball fans don't even remember the Supersonics. That's the funny thing, but they claim to be basketball fans. But the Supersonics did all right that year, but yes, they should have did better. Okay, they moved to OKC. Now, during this 9-year stint, you had Russell, you had Ibaka, you had Harden, you had Big Perk, you I'm gonna end it with them four.
Victor Oladipo,
I'm
There
I'm
for
I'm
Lotion.
I'm uh, I'm gonna end it with them four.
Cantor.
Oh, right, but I'm gonna end it with them four just to prove this point.
Mm.
They was in the grind, and they was making it up to the top. They was close. They was always close. Then when you got knocked out by the Warriors, when you could spit at the top of the doggone mountain, you could spit at it. You go and join the team that kicked your teeth in when you was up. When you was up on them, you go and join them because everybody around the NBA knew that Cleveland was coming, and ain't no way Golden State was gonna win unless KD went there. Now Dex like to pull up Las Vegas all the time. Vegas knew that. So KD goes to Golden State. He finally gets a ring. He finally gets that championship ring. I have no beef with him finally getting a ring, but you go to the team that is technically supposed to be your enemy the season before. Okay, the very next season, what happened? You you talk about the Jordan Poole situation that you like to bring up, no panic, that you like to bring up with Jordan Poole and Green. You had Green and KD literally going at it during the games. You got Steve Kerr slamming down his clipboard to get their attention, and Ibaka literally breaking them two up because of arguments and actually calling them out his name in front of people. Then he also gets hurt. So what happened? KD is now out of there. He goes to the Brooklyn
Bro, you
Nets.
telling me everything I've watched my
He,
entire last 10 years
he
of my life, bro.
he goes to the Nets because now he claimed he wants to be the bus driver like he was in OKC. He goes to the Nets. He's not healthy. He's not playing the games. So okay, so it's a durability issue from the Golden State second year all throughout the Nets, and then when you are traded to Phoenix, it's a durability issue during warm-ups because then you're hurt again when you finally get healthy. You're out for another 8 games. But you want to be in the top 5. So how can you justify durability issues? And me and Dex this had a healthy disagreement about the Joker and LBJ when it came to durability issues of late when it come to LBJ. But you want to be in somebody top 5 and your durability issues have been what? Over the past years, not months, years. So how can you be in somebody top 5 and then be mad about it? Just got it.
Listen, the entire history lesson, like, I mean, I appreciate it. That probably been for content, but I'm gonna just say this right here.
Justify it. I asked you a question. Justify it.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Because
He gonna go into a spill. He gonna go into a spill. He never gonna answer my question. He never gonna answer my question. But he gonna ask a question. Watch he ask me a question though.
I'm not
Watch
about
he
to
ask me a question.
because I feel like you was wasting your
I
breath.
bet you he asked me a question. How much you want to bet? I put $5 on.
You a Gemini?
I put $5. He gonna ask me a question, but he never answered my question.
Okay? So you telling me to justify it, right?
Mm-hmm.
You gonna be quiet while I say it? I'm not justifying it because I'm not saying KD top 5. I'm not saying he's not top 5. That's not an argument I'm making. I'm not even really making an argument. I'm just clarifying what KD's issue with Low was. His issue was why whenever somebody say I'm in their top 5, you go off like it's your duty to go off. Why do you get so mad? And KD ain't never say, oh, why you ain't got me in your top 5? That was never that. He never said that. He even keep clarifying his point wasn't that because he tell him if you got your top 5, that's cool. Like, I mean, everybody got their own top 5. My only issue is why do you get mad whenever I get brought up in somebody's top 5? So to answer your question, I'm not going to justify it because I don't care if he's top 5 or not. Like, I know who the good players in the NBA is. And I know who the bad players in the NBA.
Anytime you use the word why, that's in a question.
Huh?
Anytime you use the word why, that is posing a question. Why?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so what question did I ask? Who said why? Who like where that come from? Explain yourself.
You said why KD is not in other people's top 5.
No, listen. I didn't see it. I didn't say he said that. What I said was his contention point. The reason why he jumped on and said anything, it wasn't because he was asking why am I not in your top 5. What he was saying is, listen, why every time somebody put me in their top 5, you get so mad? Like, what your problem is? That's not him getting mad at not being in the man top 5. That's him just quit. No, that's like
I'm not trying to get your content. I'm just saying you use the word why. That's a question. You said you weren't going to ask.
Okay, so Dex.
I never. Hold on. I'm Gemini. Dex, what are you talking about? Like, who? What do you mean? Who said they ain't
going to? Did you just say why? Did you just say why?
No. Listen, he tell me to justify KD being top 5 based on what he said. What I'm telling him is, I'm not contending if he's top 5 or not. What I'm clarifying is what KD's issue with Low was. It wasn't because he wasn't in Low top 5. It's because anytime anybody else on their channel or on Twitter see anything about KD being top 5, it seems like it's his duty to come in to say, no, he ain't top 5. How you gonna be top 5? Blah blah. Like, argue. Like, what is your? He's trying to figure out what's your issue with me being in somebody else top 5. That's what his contention point. Gemini saying that he been mad because Low ain't had him in his top 5 when that was never the case. So I'm not.
I disagree. Dex, Dex, I have a question for you, sir.
Yeah, I'm here.
How did we even find out that KD have 10
burner
accounts from his original accounts. How did we find that out? What was the premise conversation behind us finding that out?
You know what? I cannot really remember, but I don't know if he was in the hospital when he tore his Achilles.
Can I
I
answer
really
that
can't
for you?
remember. Yeah, go ahead.
You get
Chris
that water.
Broussard
Chris Broussard,
said
that's right. Chris
Thank
Broussard.
you.
I remember.
then and there that KD was not in the top 5 of the NBA players, and he stated on durability. And Chris was trying to figure out who all these accounts was. But with Chris working for ESPN, Chris walked into the IT department and actually asked them to track down who are these
Man, nigga,
accounts.
you lying. You did this shit the other night. You bring up
That
conversations that didn't
is
even
what
happen.
Chris said, and Chris literally said it on national TV.
You want to know how he get catch from the burner?
Oh my
You want to know the
God!
true
Now
story? 'Cause he
Chris
just be
line.
making up shit
Now
sometimes.
Chris line. Chris line.
Oh, but
Chris
okay,
line.
so he's more reputable than fucking bringing up Woj.
Chris
Woj
is
line.
lying.
Come on, man.
Chris said this on
You first of
national
all, you arguing
TV.
a point nobody's
Yeah,
trying
he's
to
right
contest.
though. No panic. It was Chris Broussard.
Chris
He
brought
got
this up on
found out because
national
he make a
TV.
comment. You got him. You got
The
him.
whole Chris said everything on national TV to blast KD out because the burner accounts was
Man ain't going
attacking
to no
not
fucking
just
IT
him.
department.
It was
Take that
they
out,
was talking about his family too in those statements, and that's what made Chris do what he did. And Chris, that's what made Chris do that on national TV. So
listen,
now, so
like
now
KD
Chris is
said,
wrong.
the way today's fans consume basketball is disgusting at this point, bro. Like we talk about shit that don't even fucking matter to the game of basketball. And then when somebody do get up and start talking about just strictly basketball and like it's like
Then switch the narrative. Then go ahead,
yeah,
switch
like
real.
shit.
Okay, so
But you
KD
add
been
to it
getting
when it
more
happens though.
passes, but KD been okay. Just look past Chris Broussard since KD is the god and Chris is lying on national TV. Okay, just look past
I
that.
never see line, but I'm saying
KD,
that's not how everyone
just
found
look
out he had
past that
burners.
because you
People
just
knew that the night
disagreed
before
with
he
it.
get on the
You
TV.
just disagreed with it, so let's look past that.
No, but
So,
me
so
disagreeing with
now,
Chris
so
being the
no,
reason.
just look. That is what he said on national TV.
But you do realize everybody found out the night on that Twitter because he had a back and forth with Chris Broussard. They looked at his page and they were like, damn. So why didn't person say so much different shit? Then he go to his own page and say some of the same shit. They were like, damn, this person
He
follow
didn't know about 10 burner accounts, Black. He did not know about
I understand.
10.
Listen, I'm not contending if he had
That's
10
where the
burner accounts.
IT person
What I'm
came in.
saying is that
So we're
same
looking
day
past
that
that
he had
point.
that argument with Chris
No
Broussard,
panic. We're looking
that's when
past that.
everyone found out
No
about the
panic.
burners.
No
If he went on
panic.
TV the
We're
next day
looking
and
past
said,
that
I
part
was the
now.
IT and
Okay,
it
we
was
cannot let this go
No
on now.
panic. We're looking past that part now. Just look at today. Today, right now. And that's why I say, just look past it. In the playoffs, this playoffs right here. Because remember, their coach was this fired for getting on KD during the game of saying, you need to hit these shots you're missing, or your shot selection need to be better.
Where you getting these dialogue from? They're like the fourth time you say like
This didn't
exact
happen in the
dialogue between
playoffs.
people know none of stuff they ever been around.
Monty Williams didn't do this in the playoff game.
So Money Williams came to KD and
Monty
said, "You need
Williams
to hit
didn't do
your
this in the
shots. You need
playoff
to be
game.
more da da da." Woo, like when this happened? Was it a press conference I missed?
It was against Denver.
Okay, so was it in the press conference?
No,
Like,
it was during the
did he say it?
game.
Bro, we are not on the court. You heard him verbatim say, "You
It
need
was
to knock
on
these
live
shots down."
TV.
Bro, listen, you can scratch your voice as much as you can.
Oh
That don't
my
make it believable.
God, dog! You don't even be watching these games.
Bro, listen, I believe that I'm one of the few that actually watches the game.
He said one of the few.
If you watch the Phoenix and Denver series, you watch Monty Williams getting into KD and Booker about shot selection, sir.
But yet they've been the only two scoring. Come on, man.
But he was on them about the shots that they was missing.
Okay, so you told me a verbatim conversation. Where did you hate it? Did you hate it through your TV?
It was on. That was the that. Remember, they was mic'd up.
Come on, man.
It happened during the series.
Like I said, man, KD is 100%.
You said you watched the
Today's
series.
NBA fans are crazy. Y'all just be consuming it.
What's his argument? What's your argument? No panic.
My
I don't
Okay, then.
It's no argument.
I'm not even having an argument with this man. It's like he telling me about KD being top 5 and all that. I don't care. That ain't my thing. What I'm telling you is the argument that KD had with Low on Twitter was not about him being in not being in low top 5. It was about Low getting mad every time somebody else put KD in the top 5.
No, they was talking about
if you
what
want
was the panel. Because no. Ticket is the one. No. See that, and that's where you're wrong. Ticket was the one who said something.
Bruh, you first. Think I listened to
It wasn't Low. No, hold on. No. But if you're gonna quote the story right. Ticket was the one who said something on their panel. No panic. Don't do that. Quote it right. And no. Quote the facts. Quote the facts. Ticket was the one who said something on their panel. OG was the from Shy was the one who helped up and said and disagreed with Ticket on 2 points. And then Lowe said, well, it's a durability issue, and that's why he's not in the top 5, but top 10, yes. And then that's when KD was the one who made a comment. Then later on, when Lowe and they had a separate panel of just 7 of them by themselves, then that's when KD actually hit the link and came in. And then that's when everything got popping.
If anybody got the time or even care, please go listen to the whole exchange on the Twitter spaces between him and Lowe. And tell me if y'all hear KD getting mad at Lowe for not being in his top 5. And if anybody know who Lowe is and we've seen him different areas in the basketball community, tell me if he don't jump down KD neck, just like Ticket jump down KD neck anytime somebody bring him up. That's the problem KD got with him. Not about him being in the top 5 or not. I like I said, KD is a sensitive person based on the burner accounts and him responding to everything. But I truly believe that he don't give a fuck about where you rank him at.
Yes, he does. Oh, he wouldn't have burner accounts.
No. Listen.
He wouldn't have burner accounts for Twitter fans.
Listen. If he had burner accounts, cool. He could be defending anything. He could be defending what when they were saying, "Oh yeah, KD, I want to leave. KD, I want to leave because of Russ, and Russ can't shoot this and the third." One of the things he said is, but even like KD leave because he couldn't handle the grind. KD on his burner account said, "Oh, maybe because I've been the only shooter on the team, and the coach been running sets that everybody been figuring out and getting Russ. He couldn't bring Russ in this and the third." That's the problem. He posted that on his regular account, and people been like, well, damn. That shit look kind of like what this person's tweeting, and this person followed KD brother. That's how they made the connection that night. And then the shit come out that night.
Charles Barkley
everybody been talking about it. And Chris came out the next day on TV, and then he was like, oh yeah, well, blah blah blah, this and third, so it was KD burner. Then he asked KD, and KD been like, I mean, yeah.
No, at first KD say he don't have no burners. He only had one account. That was KD words. He said all I have is one account.
I'm gonna do you a favor. I'm gonna concede all arguments to you, but at the end of the day, I can't concede something I heard. I heard him say, I don't have a problem with your top 5. My issue is how come every
Charles
time
Barkley was right.
Top 5. Even I don't care. Like if he right, so what? That's not my argument. KD don't have to be top 5 to me. I don't have KD top 5 all the time.
Okay, y'all finished playing in bathwater?
God damn.
No, I was just trying to figure out the
durability
issue.
They splashing bathwater on each other.
No, I'm trying to figure out the durability issues.
No, but what I'm saying is I'm not arguing if you got him in top 5 and why he ain't in your top 5. That's what I meant. I just clarifying the point that you made that was wrong. He wasn't arguing about not being in low top 5. He was arguing because it was like, damn, how come when somebody else bring me up in the top 5, you go out your way to try to trash me? That's all I saying. That's my only point. So if you
Low
want to
say
talk
it
about
because
a
of
team top 5 or
durability
not,
issues
X
only.
probably can be somebody you can talk to about that.
And low say it because of durability issues only
And he may be
and
right.
performance.
He may be
Listen,
right.
listen. I just want to know how y'all feel about the top 4 Rookie of the Year candidates: Victor Wembanyama, Scoot Henderson, Chet Holmgren, and Brandon Miller. How do y'all feel about that situation?
I say Wembanyama, I say Chat, then I say Miller, then I say Scoop.
Now, why should you guys Scoot last? And he's coming in with so much fanfare.
Because he's playing behind Dame. Like Miller problem is gonna be that they're gonna play Haywood because of that 30 mil. That's 30 M's. That's 30 M's. No matter how nobody wanna look at it, that's 30 M's. They're not gonna just sit 30 M's. So they're gonna split some of that time, even though on paper he may be the starter. They're gonna split some of that time, and so that's gonna hinder him in the beginning. That's gonna hinder him, not stall him out, but that's gonna hinder him. When it comes to Scoop, he's behind Dane, or they're gonna run a double shoot shoot offense, and then I don't see it hindering Scoop. But they have Short, so I don't see them starting Scoop over Short. So Scoop is gonna be behind Dane. So that's gonna hinder him. The only the two other players, the teams are gonna feed them, and they're gonna start. They're gonna start buying that they're
But you
healthy.
banking on Damian Lillard to be there, right? That's what you're saying. Now,
Yes.
what about if
Yes.
Damian Lillard is not there?
Then I will push Scoop to 3, Miller to 4.
So you think Chet Holmgren and Victor Wembanyama is heads and shoulders above
They're gonna feed them more.
Scoop and
Feed me, Seymour. Feed me,
but Chet,
Seymour.
but listen, Chet going to be in a butt shot with Shea and Giddy.
No, yeah, but he's starting. He's starting. All out starter. So they're gonna feed him just like they're gonna feed Vic. See, Utah is the prime example of what's about to happen with Chet in OKC. That's the prime example of what's about to happen with him because we can if you watch Utah games, Kessler is not the center that Utah posted him up to be. He's not by far. He doesn't run the floor like that, and that's why they had to put Olenek in there. I think that's the guy named Olenek.
Yeah, Kelly Olynyk. So who else want to chime in on that? The top 4 Rookie of the Year preseason candidates.
I mean, shit is a toss up, really, because Wembanyama, like I get it, everybody on him high, but I don't think he gonna. I mean, his first season ain't gonna be what people trying to make it out to be. His first season, like he may not even average fucking 10 rebounds to be his size. Like, shit, he couldn't even. I mean, I say couldn't even, but like, I mean, shit, the league he butting with less space. I mean, shit, I just don't see it. I don't see him being this LeBron impact rookie season type player this year.
What about Chet Holmgren?
Need to be developed. Chet Holmgren, same thing. Like, I mean, shit, he could be a little further along, but I mean, shit, you can give him the best odds, Saints. I mean, shit. I just don't see the rookie class being what people think it is. Like even with Scoot, as high as I is on Scoot, like I don't think Scoot gonna be an impact player for another few years. I think he
Even
if he get that.
if Damian Lillard leaves, you still don't have no faith in Scoot being impactful.
I mean, but you know how I feel about players that put up good numbers on bad teams. Like, I mean, that don't really give that. Like, you putting up numbers on a bad team, that's not going to make me as an owner or me as a GM say, I got to go get that player because he averaged 25 last season.
But we're just talking rookie of the year, though. We're just talking rookie of the year. We're not talking
Thank you for
MVP.
clarifying, Dex. Thank you for clarifying.
Gemini, but when I talk about rookie of the year, I don't see, even if he got the team to himself, he gonna put up numbers like, I mean, shit, cool. I don't look at the rookie class and be like, you know, they gonna the top three players gonna be like this impact and whatever. Like the rookie of the year may be coming out of Detroit, might be coming out of Houston. You know what I mean? Like teams that they don't know what they got going on, but it might be a play that might pop. Like one of them Thompson brothers might pop on Houston because they ain't really had shit going on. Jalen Green been the rookie of the year, or I tripping, and he ain't really.
No, he wasn't rookie.
He was not.
Cade Cunningham.
Yes.
Okay, so Cade Cunningham, and he ain't really this shit. So I mean, the bar for rookie of the year, I think it just comes down to if Wembanyama was averaging.
Oh no! I take that back. It wasn't Cade Cunningham. My bad. He was injured. It was Barnes. It was
Barnes.
Ooh, Barnes.
Yeah.
Or Scotty Barnes, right?
Scotty Barnes. He won it over Evan Mobley.
So I mean,
those were the two runners. Cade was hurt that season. Remember, Cade was hurt.
Yeah, I just don't expect too much. Like I ain't gonna put too much in the rookie season. Like if either one of them pop like that and be one of those players, I mean it'll be surprising to me. But I don't see too much none of that out any of them. I think it will take a lot. It's gonna take time for Wembanyama. I'm gonna take time for Scoot.
Wait! Take time for Wembanyama? You really don't have much faith in him, huh? Just 75.
No. It's not that I don't have faith in him. I just think he got to.
That's what he is, a son of a Nephilim.
No, I think he just got to get used to the NBA. Because all the shit you've seen him doing in the EuroLeague, like, not saying that he can't replicate that in the NBA, but I mean, shit, come on, like, he got to go through a gauntlet of motherfuckers who gonna ball him out the way, who gonna get him off.
I agree.
Who gonna force him to do shit he don't want to do. Like, that shit amazing that he that size and can do so much different shit, but Bobo, Chet, like, we've seen tall ass motherfuckers that can put the ball on the floor to a certain extent. I mean, I don't really see, other than him being 7'5", now that's the big difference. So it's like, is his three ball that fucking that good?
Nobody's gonna block it, right? Nobody's gonna block it.
They ain't gonna block him, but he still gotta hit him. They comparing him to KD, but it's like, say even KD got problems in the post. Do we really want our five to be playing out the post that much?
Well, with Vic, that's not the thing that really highlighted him. The thing that really highlighted Vic to the thing that highlights Vic to everyone else is his pre-workout before the game, and that shows his commitment to the game and staying in shape.
Shit, LiAngelo Ball got commitment to the game, and they ain't getting him too much further.
They don't do the pre-workout. This young man does. Victor does a full workout before, and this is after his shoot around. He does a pre-workout.
Let's get devastated in this. Devastated. Yeah, what you think about those four? Devastated. Okay, I guess we get them. Can you hear me, Devastated?
Yeah.
So what you think about those top four? Wembanyama is the number one odd of being Rookie of the Year. Scoot Henderson, number 2. Chet Holmgren, number 3. And Brandon Miller, number 4. That's a distant number.
Yeah, it's tough to tell. Even putting Wembanyama at number 1, it's a lot of pressure on that guy. I hope he doesn't crack under it. You see what happened to Zion, and there's a long list of number 1 draft picks that have so much pressure coming on you know, immediately after the draft, and some of them never got there. They never got close. But I mean, based on what we see, though, I mean, a hypothetical scenario. Uh, it's easy to put Wembanyama at the top, but I mean, you can easily swap them out at this point. I mean, until we see some competition against a NBA, you know, in-game real-time situation, we're all just speculating. But um, we'll see if he can transcend from where he's been playing, you know, to the league. I'm curious about endurance. You know what I'm saying? Is he going to be able to hold up in the fourth quarter? You know, I'm
That's a
talking
good
about
point.
Wembanyama, yeah. So, but I don't have a problem with either order. You know, uh, however you shuffle them around. But yeah, it'd be difficult for me to say who's going to be the best, you know, player from the draft at the end of the season. That's a really tough call.
Your wish list then. Your wish list.
Yeah, I'm not favoring either no one in particular, bro. Not even one Wembanyama. Yeah, I'm not a favorite. I just want to see, you know, stick with the game, keep your nose clean, and be productive.
And
That's
stay
it.
healthy. And
Yeah,
stay
that's it.
healthy.
Yeah, that's it.
I watched Wembanyama go up against Rudy Gobert. Not one time did he touch the paint against him.
In a scrimmage game.
Yeah, they didn't play a little one-on-one pickup, but
Oh, okay.
I look at it like when you that big, yeah, I cool. You can dribble, yeah, you can shoot, whatever like that. But I also need to see you put your back to the basket. I need you to go get one of them buckets. Can you do that? Can you move somebody else out the way? Can you stay on your pivot in the post? Can you not be moved by somebody? And that's right there. Like I said, I look at the Spurs, and I don't think the Spurs going to throw them in the fire as far as okay, we gonna build a team right now to try to win with him. I think they're going every game play, like with Pop especially, every game gonna be okay. Well, this gonna be a look that we gonna be working on this. This right here is what I want you to focus on. This how you can take advantage of this type of player. So we gonna keep trying to get you in favorable positions like that. Instead of okay, just go out there and hoop. Do what you do on the court and everybody mess with you.
But no panic. You just contradicted yourself
That
because
was
the
not an
Spurs have
argument from me.
already been building a team adjusted for him.
No, I get that, but what I'm saying is they're not gonna put a team, they're not gonna try to go out and make trades and moves to put a championship contender around him this year. What they're gonna do is they're gonna put players that helps him succeed. So he can just do his job. He don't have all this shit on the plate to be this Luka or LeBron type player where the ball is always in his hand and he dictating everything with the other players because he's still young. That's why the Spurs been trying to figure out how they can get Chris Paul over there because they want a good veteran leader that can show him on the court and off the court, like, okay, this is how you prepare. This how it's done. Like, you don't have to worry about this because we got a steady point guard that can distribute the ball. He ain't gonna put you in no fuck up positions, this, that, and the third. So what I'm saying is I understand they building the team around him, but they're not building the championship team this year for him to go to the championship. Like they understand the process. Like with Tim Duncan, it ain't really been no process because he been like y'all already had Tim Duncan. Y'all already been a good team when y'all draft Duncan. But with just to go on the draft picks before that is like even with Kawhi get put in a favorable position. He ain't had to do nothing outside of what he actually good at that time, which was rebounding and defense. And they booed him part of that until he became who Kawhi is. I mean, eventually he ended up asking for a trade or whatever, but they built Kawhi up. He's a project to them. Wembanyama is no different than a project. We just see all this good shit and be like, oh wow, but we don't ask like, okay, so if he that type of player and he playing in a league that's less than the NBA, like that's not even the second best league in the world, why isn't his numbers more dominant and indicative of that type of player? It's because he's a project. He got the length, He got some skills that's guard like, and people want to mold that into something. So when you're trying to mold somebody, you don't necessarily try to throw them in shit and just be like, okay, well, you just take over the team. That's your team now. Like you gotta build up confidence. You gotta build up a comfortability playing against players bigger than you. You gotta build up a comfortability being in the offense where you can scratch the floor. Because every five in the league may not go out and guard him. But we ain't in the
He
league where you playing
he
like you
plays with
got. Go ahead.
international players. First of all, most of them most of them, especially that are centers, have been veterans for at least a minimum of 3 to 4 years. So he's playing with grown men, even at the forward position.
Yeah,
Some
that's cool.
some
But
of
we
the-
talking
some
about
of them,
NBA
hold on,
grown.
hold on. Some of them are actually from the states. They played stateside over there. Now, the only difference international in the states is that their centers are not as I, I, I want to say heavy, but it depends on the team because they do have some heavy centers over there, and those are the ones that he speeds by, but their offense is never catered to one player dominate the whole game. Is their offense internationally has always been catered to max a player get at least 25, maybe at the most 28 points, and then it's time for somebody else to step up because they don't build a one man show. They build a team. Even if it's a sorry team, it is still built as a team. So they may have one star on the team, but they don't make they star ball holes. That's not what they do internationally. Luca, prime example. Luca came as a champion to the NBA. He was a veteran since the age of 16. And Luca himself did not average in 30 points. Luca didn't average 30 points. Not over there. But look at what he's averaging stateside now since he's came to the league. Even with the way he's put on since he's been in the league. The only thing is they don't hit you with that linebacker trench box out. That's the only difference between international play at the 4 and 5 position than stateside. That's the only difference. The rebounding is the same. They do a more of a gentle bang than that down dirty bang like we do stateside. That's the only difference.
And they also don't have goaltending.
Yeah,
You can take the ball directly off the rim. But even when you saying that, you got to think about the players that's playing across there. Yeah, they may have the bulk of maybe an NBA player, but in all reality, they don't have nowhere near the skills, nowhere near the skills defensively, let alone offensively. They're not athletic like in today's fives. Like when you go against Cat is one of the weakest centers in the league right now. Well, he don't play center no more, but when he was playing center, he was like the weakest center in the league right now. He can't move Cat out the way, but I bet you Cat can put his ass on him and move him. Like I get all of the international game, like they share the ball, they move the ball around. Like yeah, that's cool, but with Luca is a lot different than when Bayanga. Like Luca in his game was always been the ball in my hand, and I make shit happen or get a ball out. Like he come into the league doing exactly that. Now when Bayanga get in the league, it's no longer going to be he can just sit out there at the three. It's not going to be like the way he been playing in EuroLeague with that tight space. It's not going to be the same. It's going to be more space. So now you got to get your ass on the in the paint to get a rebound because you can't be the center and not eat up rebounds at 7-4, 7-5. Like it's no reason why you should have only been averaging 10 rebounds and across the league play when they don't even call goaltending. You can take the ball out the rim. There's no reason you should have only had 10 rebounds. And I ain't knocking him. I think at some point he will be a decent player, a good player. I just think Right now, he's a work in progress more so than like they always call him the greatest prospect since LeBron James or the greatest prospect ever. They use the word prospect because they understand he's still a prospect. Like he still need to be built into what they want him to be. He's not going to be that day one. That's why when Dex asks a question like who gonna be rookie of the year, is like it's hard for me to even say which one because all four of them still got work to go. Well, I mean all four of them, but they all four the names he named still got work to go. And like devastating say it's not like when by younger, like we don't even know about his endurance, and that's a good point because most tall ass lanky players in the league, they're not playing that much minutes like JaVale McGee, Bobo. Like we'll see with Chet and we'll see with Wembanyama too, but for the most part, taller players like that tend to not really be high in endurance or high in motor.
Bobo does not work out.
I mean, I don't know that.
Chandler,
I'm just saying.
Chandler was working out when he first got in the league. Then he got lazy. But Bobo, now I'm talking about the dad, the great who retired, the blocking champ. He did not work out. He he didn't work out at all, other than for what was mandatory. During that day and time, you can tell who was working out and who wasn't. Just like now, you can tell who works out, who doesn't. With Vic work out. Vic puts in endurance. The only problem I have with Vic and Chet is the from knees down, the body type isn't right. I feel it's thin, but I do see Vic workout that he does pre-game, and I think he's gonna be solid. Hell, Tim Duncan didn't even work out, and he's a former soccer player. He's actually a former forward in soccer, and he wasn't committed to working out. So I I get your I I get what you're trying to point out, but with Chat and with Vic, even Chat them bulked up the whole season he been off. In fact, that's why they didn't bring him back for the season, even when he got healthy, because he was still in the gym bulking up. So I think them two now have more healthier careers because they're putting in the work. Other than most big men that come in and don't put in the work, and they're faster. Those two can actually run the floor. The way you was making it sound like Vic is slow. Vic is actually fast. I'll actually put him and KD on the same line racing to see who is
I
faster.
never say nothing about being slow. All I say is the endurance for taller players like that, and I give you a couple of names of taller players like that who just tall and lanky. Even with Embiid, like Embiid be working his ass off. Like we can see that, but he still get gassed. Like the bigger you are, like it just seems like they be more gassed in the NBA. And now I ain't saying that he can't play a full game or nothing like that, or he can't make it through a schedule, but I mean shit. Even with the leg injury things with tall players like that, it's happened in the past. That's not something that a team will look at and be like, we gonna ignore that because of him. Like we look at Chet get injured his first season. Not saying that's the mandatory thing for all lanky players like that, but I mean history is history. Well, we've seen these type of players come in the league and they either be hurt or they get tired quick. It's like I don't know. I don't even know what it is. Like I may just be saying it based off of a small handful, but I never said that he was slow. Like I don't. Him being slow is not a thing to me. Vucevic slow, but he works out because he can. He can get up the court, shoot the three ball. If he can't get back as fast as the other players, like being slow in the NBA, like I mean, shit, that shit don't matter to me. Like Luka slow, but he can get around people.
Luka actually not slow.
Luka slow as hell.
No, Luca is lazy. Luca not slow.
He is slow. I don't care how much Luka work on his fucking calves or his fucking
How can he have a fast first step and not be
having a
fast?
quick first step has nothing to do with your actual speed. That's just your quick. That's just quickness of your
He's
first step.
lazy. He's lazy,
I
just
mean,
like
he can. Two
Embiid.
things can. And
He's
listen, two things can be
lazy.
true. He can be slow and he can be lazy. I'm not saying he ain't lazy. I'm not going to argue on that. But what I'm saying is he's so slow.
Okay, I dig that. D D,
Yo,
what you got to add to that one?
about what?
You think
It,
Luka
it,
You
slow?
it,
mentioned Tim Duncan. You mentioned Tim Duncan. I noticed that
yes.
in soccer. Was you referring to Tim Duncan or Elijah Wan since you was mentioning the
No,
old school players?
no. I was actually talking about working out
Yeah, I know,
constantly.
but I'm saying
Not
you mentioned Tim Duncan with soccer. So I know Elijah Wan is attached to
is
soccer.
is
And
also a former
What that
soccer player
does?
also. But I
Yeah.
was saying Duncan stopped working out, being committed to working out. Elijah
uh-huh.
Wan continued working out. The only thing with Elijah Wan that actually hurt his career is Ramadan. If Ramadan
You think that
he
hurt
could
his
eat,
career?
yeah, because that's the only time when his numbers dip. If
Oh,
Ramadan
okay.
was not there, his numbers wouldn't have dipped, and actually he would have had a longer career.
I don't know
Ramadan
about that
actually
one.
hurt it.
Who you talking about?
Because
Duncan or
you
somebody?
can still eat in
No,
Ramadan.
Elijah
You just
Wan.
can't eat during the daytime.
Uh-huh.
You
Yeah,
Yeah,
some
know,
but
boys,
it wasn't like
Kyrie
he was
cut out
starving
trees during
himself.
Ramadan.
no, he can't eat at all during the daytime.
Yeah,
Yeah.
daytime, but you can
Then
eat
he
at
has
night.
to play the
You eat
game
in the
at
morning.
night.
You
He
only miss one meal in Ramadan. You only miss one meal. That's lunch,
Yeah.
basically. So that I don't know
no
about that.
no he can't eat breakfast. He can't eat breakfast.
You can eat breakfast. Yeah, you
No,
can.
he can't eat breakfast. He
I
can't
don't
eat
know
You
the
can eat
breakfast.
exact
breakfast.
rules, but
No,
I
No,
he
know
can't
listen,
eat
like
listen,
breakfast. He
listen.
can't eat
I know
lunch.
what I'm talking about. Listen. I know what I'm talking about. You can eat breakfast. You miss the lunch during the day, and then when the sun breaks, you can eat your dinner. You're only missing one meal in
oh yeah,
Ramadan.
because
That's it.
if it's stolen before day, if it's stolen nighttime during breakfast, like the person just
Yeah,
get up and get,
yeah,
yeah, that
exactly.
makes sense. Yeah.
I done Ramadan before. I did the whole month.
I've
I
been
done
thinking
it
about
before.
doing that shit, man, but I don't know.
Kareem was not getting up. He wasn't getting up when it was still dusk, and he stated that himself. So he would miss breakfast, miss lunch.
But
The
that's
only
that's
the
that's a
only
choice.
meal.
It's not obligatory. It's a choice if you want to miss breakfast.
Yeah,
Because
like
breakfast is
everybody ain't a
early in the
breakfast
morning.
type of
Like
person.
after you do, it's called Fajr prayer. I think that's what it's called, the morning prayer. After you do your
Hmm.
Fajr prayer, then you go
Right.
ahead and break your fast. And the Fajr prayer, you can do during Ramadan between 4 a.m. and 5 a.m. The sun is still down. But some people go back to sleep after they do their Fajr. You
Yeah.
follow what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
some of us, we still, hey, we gather, go to the temple or mosque and go ahead
Well,
and eat.
no. He still worked out and everything as normal. He just didn't eat or drink. But other than for that was the only time teams didn't fear him. But other than for that, teams feared that man.
Yeah, but what
Te-
I'm saying is that you're really not losing anything. You don't get all
Mm-hmm.
weak and frail, and you don't have no strength. That's the antithesis of what Ramadan is all about. It's
Mm-hmm.
about cleansing. You know what I'm saying? Cleansing and renewal, not making you weak and frail and not able to participate in any type of laborious activity.
Yeah, like
So
Kyrie
no,
put
that's
out
what.
50 during Ramadan. And
no,
then
not
come
Uh huh.
back
not
2 nights later and put up like 35, 40. And he
I
eat
think
his
he did
fast
that
after
60
night.
after Ramadan, right? Didn't he put up to 60?
Yeah. Like they
So
saying, like
all I'm
NBA ain't
saying is that I
breakfast
don't
with a
know if
dude's energy.
Ramadan killed his career. That's basically what I'm saying.
no.
Right,
I didn't
right.
say killed his career. Don't misquote me, Dex.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I
Hindered
Yeah,
his
said
he
career.
just
Hindered.
saying like
I
he had
said he
played
would have
less
had
than
a
what he
longer
been.
career, and from what I seen, he would have had a longer career because he stayed working out constantly unlike most big men, he did constantly run. He didn't just hop on
Right.
a treadmill. He went and ran
Right.
on that street, on
Yeah.
a
Now
track. He
he's
ran.
definitely a good soccer player.
So
Akeem Olajuwon. He's definitely a
I
top
was
tier soccer
saying,
player as well.
so I was stating big men who worked out and who stopped working out, who said it out their
Steve Nash
own
is a
mouth.
good soccer player.
Right. But I was saying big men who worked out and who don't work
Uh
out,
huh.
who said it out their own mouth during their own interviews.
Uh
Like,
huh.
yeah, I was in the league. I did what the team wanted me to do. But past that, I didn't do X, Y, and Z.
Gotcha.
So
Yeah, a lot of players was like that. Very few players really had a stern regimen. You know,
right.
a lot of players they just played basketball. And
right,
most
but that
basketball players, if you remember, they won't even go nowhere near no weights or no
exactly,
pull-up
and
bar.
but that's what I'm getting at with Vic. It what opened everybody eyes more to Vic was his pre-workout. Everybody did not understand. If in fact, at first, one scout called him crazy because he did not know that that was a workout. He just thought him crawling on the floor, grabbing the tennis balls, doing
Oh,
the
okay.
toes and everything. He thought because at first the scout only seen the crawling part of the workout, so he
Uh-huh.
thought Vic was thrown off at that part. So he walked
Right.
away, and he actually got back on the plane and just came back stateside. Then the Spurs sent their scout, and when they got the somehow they talked to the other scout and they called Tony and they asked Tony about the crawling on the floor. And Tony was like, no, y'all need to look at the whole workout. So then they looked at the whole workout. In fact, they're the reason why it made the internet on YouTube. Because his
Mm.
workout is crazy for a big man to do
Uh-huh.
before a game. It's not just yoga.
Just
It's
just to add
it,
context, what he been doing is he got longer fingers, he got longer toes, shit like that. So he do a lot of exercise to keep that shit like his ligaments and all that intact. Like just kind of like what we see with remember Lonzo used to do the rubber band exercises. It's like that, but kind of like focusing on the parts that like the bigger you is, the longer your foot, the longer your toes, the more likely you can break a toe or break a foot or some shit like that. So the exercises he been doing and kind of like keeping them shit stretched out. So you don't run into those bending this toe and the shit break. It's more so it bends and it's like, okay, that's kind of a natural movement. But go ahead, you finish.
yeah, but from the ankles to the knees to the hips, it helps. And then so literally it is that's the difference with Vic when it comes to other people. Now, Vic does hit that gym hard also. He has been trying to bulk up, but he does have a very fast metabolism at this young age. So he's going to need to eat a little bit more to gain the mass that everybody is, I guess you could say, assuming that they want him to be. But then you also got to look at he has David Robinson and he has Tim Duncan in his corner with the team. Unlike at other facilities, they may not have that former big man of that organization that's willing to be there at the organization and help them through the beginning stages of their career. That's the difference I feel between Chad, Scoop, and Miller. That so
I mean,
do I
Scoop
have
got Dame.
Dame not gonna teach him like that.
I
That
mean,
that
shit, he's mentored by Steph right now. Like that's his mentor.
he's mentored by Steph.
Mhm.
That part I'll give you. Dame Dame is more concerned about his bag. That's why he signed the long term deal. And I don't disagree with Dame wanting to retire as a Blazer. He stated that already. I don't disagree with it, and he has stand on his principle. So I'm not upset with Dame. He has been a man of his word. When it comes to Miller, Miller is going to have to find his role model, and I'm not putting it on the organization. I'm putting it on the actual players, and I've been putting it on the players, unlike other fans trying to put it on the organization. I'm putting it on the players who are getting paid. You can pay that veteran that you know not making as much as you are. You can pay them to help counsel you because not everybody has a Tim Hardaway as a dad. Not everybody has a Gary Payton as a dad. Not everybody has a Dale Curry as a dad. Not everybody has that. A Jawan Howard. Not everybody has that. So when you look at this and you look at these different situations at these organizations, prime example, OKC does not have a longevity of good big men, not a longevity. So who is Shaq going to learn with OKC? Just OKC alone. He's going to have to pay and have a consult with someone to help him through his all this rookie time. That's not the organization that need to do that. That need to be him. Just like with Vic. The only thing is San Antonio is providing that for Vic because everybody else paid for the Olajuwon camp in the off season, from Paul George to Paul Pierce to PG-13, KG. They all has paid to be under Olajuwon at his camp. In fact, the captain used to have a cap. Kareem used to have a camp, and players also used to pay to go to that. But that's only a camp, not having them on a beck and call type situation, or built a relationship with them, a healthy relationship with them, if that makes sense.
I mean, they can have all the help he can get over there, but I mean, at the end of the day, like his game ain't Tim Duncan game or David Robinson game. Like he got a whole different game, and I hear you about the bulking up thing, and he do need to bulk up, but I mean, shit.
But his shot is better. His shot is way better.
How good is his shot? Like everybody talk about the mid range and the 3-point and the handles, but like, and we keeping it a buck, it's only really based on his height. Like if he been like 6'8", 6'9", we will be talking about how well the shot's not there yet, but he has the capability of hitting the shot, whatever like that. But with Vic is like, oh, we just expect him to do all these shit like from day one. When no, he's still a work in progress. He still can't shoot the 3 ball that good. He still ain't got the mid range that good. It just look crazy because it's like, damn, he's 7'5" doing some of this shit. So with him bulking up, is like he can bulk up all he want to.
He doesn't take a lot of threes. He takes more mids.
All us down play sports, we understand the shorter person kind of got the leverage when he come to as far as boxing out and shit like that. Because if you 7'5", but you got a center who maybe like 6'9", 16, Vic got the height over him, but it's easier to move somebody when you under them. Like the basis of boxing out is to get under a player. They don't have to work that hard to get under Vic and Chet. So moving them out the way, I don't care how much they bulk up, it's going to be so easier to move them out the way than the average player who would maybe be around 6'10", 6'11" at the center position. So like him bulking up is cool, but I mean shit. I know. I mean shit. They gonna be. I won't see him do good. I won't see all the rookies do. I won't see any player that lace up in the NBA do good. But I mean shit. We gotta be realistic about a lot of shit. Like he's a project player that they gonna try to turn into this, that, and the third. As a prospect, he may very well be the greatest prospect ever because like you've never seen somebody at that size that can dribble to a certain extent like that, shoot to a certain extent like that. Like, so I mean, we'll see.
Just don't expect no superstar first season or no he carrying the Spurs to the
We was
damn
talking about
Western
the
Conference
rookie of the
Finals.
year. We wasn't even looking that far.
I mean that, but that's
That's
what
why
I
I was trying
mean.
to see
But no, but that's what I'm talking about.
where
Like
were you coming from? Because
no, I'm talking about the rookie season. What I'm saying is a lot of people look at Vic, and for some reason they just see he's about to change so much for San Antonio to where he can take them this, that, and the third. I don't hear experts on TV, experts on YouTube, just random people on YouTube. Just they believe that Vic is about to do some shit
but
where
this was but the question was for your honest opinion of who you see getting the rookie of the year. This had nothing to do with ESPN, 24 Sports, Woj, um, Skip Bayless, Charles Barkley, Shaq, Kenny the Jet. It had nothing to do with nobody else. He was asking for your honest opinion about these four players, because right now Vegas have them in these four spots.
okay, so we were about what Vegas saying, but what I'm saying is
He
you
he
okay.
was
No,
he
hold
was
on.
saying.
What I'm trying to say is I'm saying exactly the answer that you're saying that we're supposed to give.
Mhm, mhm.
All I'm saying is I don't see Vic as what other people are seeing him as. So I'm not going to say he's going to be a clear cut rookie of the year. A lot of people see him as he's going to do this, that, and the third, but I just can't see him doing that his rookie year. So if I can't see him doing that his rookie year, but I also can't see a lot of the other rookies doing that, it's a toss up to me. That was my answer. So me bringing up ESPN and everybody else talking about it, that just highlights the point I'm trying to make about I just don't
But
see
you
that.
brought up the other media. That's why I
Because
take them
I about
out
to
of
get
the
off and like
equation.
you, what you doing right now is you trying to create an argument out of what I'm
No, you
saying.
brought
But
up
at the
the
end of
other media. You said the
no,
other
but
media.
okay. So listen, the reason I brought the other media up is because I'm trying to drive home the point of what I'm not seeing. I'm not saying he's not going to be a good player this season. I'm not saying he's not going to be a player that like, oh well, shit, he had a good game here and there. What I'm saying is I don't see what everyone else sees in him from his rookie season. What everyone is expecting him from his rookie season, I don't see that. I'm not saying he's gonna be trash. I'm not saying he ain't gonna be doing nothing. Well, all I'm saying is compared to what I've heard about what other people expect from him, he's not going to be that. I can't put numbers to him because I just truly don't. I don't know the team that's going to be completely around him this rookie season. I don't know how they're going to use him. I'm assuming they got Popovich though. Popovich know they ain't doing no championship run. So I'm thinking, okay, you got all these players, like how you say they got Tim Duncan, they got the Admiral and all them being in his corner. That sounds good. Like I cool. All I'm saying is, if you asking me who gonna be the rookie of the year, I'm telling you,
That was the
like,
original question.
yeah, I'm telling you, in my original answer, but I can't really tell you because everybody got a different situation, and I don't see his rookie class as being somebody's gonna be one of those players where it's like we know for sure he gonna be the number one person in as far as being a rookie of the year. And I kind of give a breakdown of different players that he named, like Scoot. I think Scoot will be playing next to Lamelo, and his jumper being suspect, that ain't gonna help him that much. So he may not see as much starting time. So he may be coming off the bench. I talking about Scoot. I talking about what I mean to say is he playing with Dame, and his jumper ain't at the par where he need to be. So he may be buying time off the bench, and they got Simon starting, and he making good money. So it's like, unless they plan on trading some people, I don't see him really getting a chance to make himself be known as a rookie of the year. When by younger, I don't know if they're gonna take this year as a we just want to get him comfortable in the NBA. We're gonna take our time with him. We ain't gonna play him heavy minutes. We're gonna kind of just develop him, truly develop him. So that may take him out of it. Chet, he playing with Shy Alexander. He playing with Giddy. He playing with Lou Dort. Like he got a decent team around him, so they're not going to make him the focal point of the offense. And then when we talk about Brandon Miller, I already think like Brandon Miller got a lot to work on. If his jumper translate, cool, he can be a 3-and-D player. But how many 3-and-D player type rookies end up winning the rookie of the year? So I just can't give you an answer. That's kind of why he's saying me bringing up. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Dex. Where's the other gentleman? That's who I was
You
calling
talking about
when I was
devastating?
saying. I knew it was something with a D. That was the reason why I said D.
Oh,
They're
okay.
trying to take
Yeah,
something away
devastating
from
still here. No, because he said D, so I'm thinking, he's calling
I know.
calling
I
for
thought he
me.
was talking about you too. I thought he
But
was talking about you.
devastating still here. I don't know if his mic is hot. Devastating. Mic check, devastating. You have been summoned to Flight Sports TV by DJ Gemini.
Yeah, man.
Oh, Cavani wants the link, Flight. You
Oh,
could
all
drop
you
the
have to
link
do
for
is
Cavani.
scroll up a little bit. All you have to do is scroll up a little bit, Dex.
There, kind of near you.
Yeah, I see somebody in the comments say Brandon Miller think the Hornets going to the final. Like I hear him say that. Like that's why I mean like these rookies don't. I don't look at these rookies and see
Hornets not
like
going to
a
the
clear
Hornets
cut.
not even going to the playoffs. They're still missing pieces.
But that's the point I getting at. Like, do you see Brandon Miller standing out on a team that got Lamelo? They still got to feed Terry Rozier. If they don't trade him, I believe they're gonna trade him by All-Star break if the season going a certain way. Shit. If Miles Bridges coming back, PJ about to get a new contract. If they sign him back, he gonna need touches. Like Mark Williams gonna need to be developed. Like this rookie class, just nobody gonna stand out to me because of the scenarios. I just don't see nobody standing out.
Who is saying the Hornets going to the championship? I'm shocked
I
about
had
that one.
going in the chat. I usually don't look in the chat for shit, but I had going in there. I see oh yeah, Brandon Miller said that. That's I can't remember who said that in the chat, but Brandon Miller said that. He said Paul George is good, which is you got to
Man,
give him that.
Brandon
That's
Miller
his good.
high, man. That part I'll give him, but going to the championship game, nah. I mean, nah. I'll literally, nah. They missing at least three pieces. Charlotte is.
I can tell you one thing. I definitely gonna be keeping an eye on Brandon Miller's career and his trajectory, because I say I get it. He the second pick. But it's just something about him that just scream, not even bust, because I ain't gonna say no player gonna be a bust because they make it to the league. Can't even knock them for that. But he just don't come off. He just don't strike me as somebody that gonna be, like even on a Paul George level type player. Like, I just don't see it.
Mm, I think the only thing he actually needs to work on, which you cannot work on in college, no matter what school it is, it doesn't even matter on the school because it's the way the college offense is ran. Is what is his true position going to be, and what plays are going to really be there for him. He can no There's no player that could ever work on that in college, and the main reason why is because most college coaches are lazy. They only look at the star players, and past that is everybody else is a passer or an open opportunity. That's it. And most college plays are only breakdown plays from passes. That's it. Move the ball, wherever that breakdown is, pass the ball to that open person. It unless that person is a dominating player, and there's not that many of them, and that's mainly your 4 or your 5 or your slasher. So that's why you cannot work on that in college.
Yeah, I just ready for Hornets to start the season, and I like I said, like I don't know who gonna be on the roster when the
It's
season
not.
starts. But I mean, Brandon Miller, like if you telling me, because when I in my brain when I picturing the Hornets roster and I picturing like they starting lineup and I insert him into that starting lineup, it's like I don't see where he fits into where like he getting the ball as far as like okay, go do something with the ball.
So and at that point, it's like you
Wait,
kind of
on the
stuck
Hornets?
being. Yeah, it's like you kind of stuck being a 3-and-D player. Like you can be athletically defense, like a mismatch. You can play 1 through 4 and all that. But if you the number 2 player, number 2 pick overall, is like, I mean, shit. The only thing I can see is you being a catch and shoot. Because I mean, like I said, if you got a Lamelo, Terry, let's say they pay PJ, he can't get paid like Ayton and just not do nothing. And I say Ayton didn't do nothing, but Ayton ain't got impactful numbers like, because I think Ayton was like a 20-10 player this year, or 18-10 player this year. So it ain't like he played bad. He's just saying a max player. So now I looking at that roster is like, okay, if Miles Bridges happen to come back, and I don't keep saying if he come back, I believe the Hornets gonna give him some type of contract. That's what I believe. But even if he doing, it's like
He's gonna wind up being the starting 4.
Yeah, he may start. Like I'll give him that, but it's like
no, he's gonna wind up being the starting 4. If they run Williams, Bridges, Miller, Rozier, and Ball, I can see them making a run for the playoffs.
So Rozier making money, he got to be on the court. PJ, if he get paid from them, assuming that like how you say they coming back, if he gonna be back or whatever, he gonna be paid, so he got to be on the court.
Bridges will make more than him. Bridges will make more than him. Bridges gonna make more than him. So Bridges,
PJ?
Yeah, Bridges.
Yeah, but that's why getting that. So it's like if you gotta have Mark on the floor because that's pretty much your only viable center at this point. So it leaves one spot and they come down to Bridges or Brandon or PJ. Is like, okay, follow the money. The money says he come off the bench, but do you really want to bring him off the bench if he kind of based on college shooting 40%? Everybody want to scream about his 40% or whatever. It's like.
For a quarter of the season, I would bring him off of the bench. For a quarter of the season, I would bring him off of the bench. For a quarter of the season, I would bring him off of the bench.
But what would have to change? Because the money ain't gonna change. So you trade in PJ or Miles Bridges at some point?
No, that way, I would just have to pay the luxury tax. If I can't move in that. This is where Juju was getting into the argument. This is also where me and you got into an argument. But we was talking about either you would sit 30 down or you would literally have to buy him out. This is the last year of his contract. You can either buy him out, which is Haywood. You can buy out that 30, and then you that solves your problem at the small forward position because you just drafted all these guards. I think they just drafted like a total of 5 guards.
But I mean, I kind of go back to my point I've been making earlier about the contract because it's like how you say like you're not going to sit 30 on the bench, but Jordan Poole
you can buy him out. You can buy him out. See what I would honestly do.
But see that's why they can't buy Jordan Poole out. When the scenario we were talking about earlier,
he's not on that. He's not. This is not Washington. We're talking about the Hornets.
I get that, but
Jordan Poole is not a Hornet.
Okay, so let me ask you quick. Can you have
a wizard?
Can you have a layered conversation?
I'd stick to a team. We're talking about the Hornets.
Okay, what I mean by a layered conversation, what I'm saying is, can you talk about something, and when I bring up something from early today to try to relate it, can you relate that and also stay on topic?
You got to tell me when you switch in the topic so I know.
That's
just like just now. You bought a Poole.
No, but
we're talking about the Hornets. Poole is not on the Hornets.
Listen. You say, are you going to sit $30 million off the bench, or then you have to either buy him out, or you sitting 30 on the bench, or whatever like that? What I said is that kind of goes to why I've been trying to say earlier about Jordan Poole. You can't. He was sitting on the bench making damn near 30. So at the end of the day, like you can't just buy out 4 years off a contract. So you got to move him. But hold on.
Poole is playing.
Hold on. No, Poole been coming off the bench.
But he's been playing.
No, I get that, but that's still coming off the bench. You say 30 on the bench. I'm giving you an example of somebody who was making upwards of $30 million that's coming off the bench. And me and you agree that you can't bring 30 off the bench. So that's the point I've been making earlier, just to try to clarify. No, this ain't me saying I've been right or wrong.
Wait. Golden State owner is different. No, hold on. Wait. Just put this in full perspective. Yes, honestly, put this in full perspective. Michael Jordan will not pay a luxury tax. The Golden State Warriors owner will pay a luxury tax. He has said openly he has no problem ever paying a luxury tax because his whole thing that he will stand on, they have won championships in the past. That is the total difference. That is no, they didn't trade Jordan Poole for that. They traded him because he was a cancer. That's why they traded Jordan Poole. And that's what I say about you look over stuff, big brother.
No, but
you do give facts.
Even if but that's the fact you skip over. Let me say this real quick. Even if they were to trade him because he was a cancer, that is why when you got a player that's on a 4-year contract and he's making $100 million, but he's coming off the bench and he hasn't played up to par, that's why you have to move something with him to get another team to stomach paying somebody 4 years $100 million or $100+ million who isn't giving that $100 million production. That's all I mean. That's the only reason I bring up Jordan.
That's not why they moved Poole though.
No, stay with me real quick. Stay with me. I understand you may whether you right or wrong about why they move him or I right or wrong about why they move him. That's not the point. The point is the first round pick that went with him. You have to send those first round picks out with a contract that you understand people gonna look at, or the other team that you're trading to gonna look at and say, well, why I gonna take him if I know he got a big ass contract and he ain't play up the par? We need something else for us to take him on.
No,
because and we got a max salary, so I'm gonna send y'all Chris Paul. I won't be surprised if Chris Paul get bought out by
Chris Paul with age and salary, with being traded to Golden State, normally come with a first round pick.
But he's on an expiring deal.
But because of age, and this has happened throughout all NBA trades.
Not when the contract the way he said.
This has happened throughout all NBA trades, all of them. The older player, when he's traded for a younger player, that the older player normally come with a draft pick. The younger player normally just comes.
But
point blank period.
You skipping.
But Golden State, You're
saying an old player.
You're trying to give the wrong scenario.
The old player need a pick. I get that scenario. Just without context, I get that. But when you add the variables of the younger player has a contract that they're playing nowhere near of the value versus an older player.
This is the first year he had a bad year, bro. This is the first year Poole had a bad year.
Cool, but so if you give somebody a max contract and he stink up the joint in that 1 year, and just how you say he been a locker room cancer, that's even more reason why I need to get off that contract. So you ain't saying nothing wrong. I ain't saying nothing wrong. You just ain't looking at the context.
No, this is not how trades normally go.
On the player that don't play up the value, than to have a 4-year deal on somebody who don't play up the value.
No, this is not how trades normally go within the NBA. This is not how it's been for years. This is the first year. This is the honest first year that trades have went like this. Now, I'm glad they edited I'm glad they edited the Boston, Memphis, and Washington trade, because at first the whole NBA felt like Washington got robbed, because at first the way it was reported, Memphis gave up a second round, Washington gave up a first round, and Washington got the least player of all three players. But then they added, more players to that trade. All those players wasn't a part of that trade in the beginning. It was
at
only
first even Brogdon, but Brogdon got an injury history.
no. Brogdon was a part of the Clipper trade.
Yeah, that was
trade.
the original trade, and they pivoted.
No, that's not the original trade. The original trade only was Porzingis, Smart, and Jones only with picks. That's it. There was no other names on that. None. Then they came back and they added to it. There was no other. There was only 3 names. And trust me, I watch ESPN all day. All day, I get alerts from Woj, Chris, and
Yeah, but earlier y'all said Woj
and Max.
But I mean,
no, I get alerts from them. And at first, when that trade was reported, it only had 3 players on that trade with picks. And the second round pick came from Memphis. There was no other players in that deal. Now it's saying that Washington is getting other players because everybody else spoke up. How would y'all get a first round pick from Washington and a second round pick from Memphis? Because
hold
just
on.
like
That's the original trade right here. That's the original trade. Just the original trade. So everything you remember, everything you say, and I'm about to say the original trade, and let me know if it matches up to what you say. The original iteration of 3-team deal, first reported by NBA insider Sam Charania, would have sent Porzingis to Boston, Marcus Morris, Gallinari, Amir Coffey, and the 30th pick in the draft via the Clippers to Washington and Brogdon to the Clippers. So at that point, Marcus
that's
Smart
not the trade we're talking about.
But no, you say Marcus Smart. You say Marcus Smart.
That's not the trade we're talking about.
But you say Marcus Smart, but in
no
the original
panic.
Trade.
No panic.
Did you not? Did you not just say
trade.
Marcus Smart, but in the original trade?
He would no. No, I said not the Clipper trade. I said the original trade of Memphis, Washington, and Boston. The original trade.
I gotta figure out what you're talking about. That's the trade. That's
God!
There is no original.
You just said the
original.
Clippers.
Boston always was getting KP. They just changed around from Brogdon. That's all it was.
The Clippers was a part of that trade in the beginning.
But the first round pick still been getting.
The Clippers was a part of that trade in the beginning.
I know, but what I'm telling you,
I don't know if you
must.
Now we're talking about the original trade between Memphis, Boston, and Washington.
Okay, but I don't. You might have misspoke. I might have misheard you. But you say Marcus Smart was in the original trade with the Clippers, and I've been saying no. That been
no, I didn't say nothing about the Clippers.
If you ain't say it, cool.
I never said nothing about the Clippers.
All right, bro, calm down. I'm telling you, okay, you got it. If you ain't say I'm cool, but at the end of the day, it still stands. You sending KP, an often injured player that wants a new contract, that plays 65 games a season for a losing team, right? You want that for a defensive player of the year, a winner from last year. I asked you earlier, just to go back to
he's not on the Wizards.
No, hold on now. I asked you earlier.
He's not on. Is he on the Wizards? Is Smart on the Wizards?
No, he's not on the Wizards. He with Memphis.
Okay then. You answering your own question.
Okay, I confused.
Bruh, Washington at first, once again, was the only first round pick of this 3-way trade. It was KP to Boston with a first round pick, Smart to Memphis.
Who the first round pick come from in there?
Washington.
No, it didn't. It came from the Clippers.
No, oh my God. The Clippers is not even in the trade.
No,
the Clippers is not even in the trade.
The original trade. Who did the pick come from? Who did the first pick come from?
They canceled that trade.
No, I know, but I'm asking the question.
The original trade that I'm talking about is the original trade between Washington, Memphis, and Boston.
I guess you throwing me off when you keep saying
original trade between Memphis, Washington, and Boston. I'm gonna say it for a third time.
No,
hold on. Trade between
you gotta
Memphis,
change your language around,
Boston,
you saying the original
and Washington.
Trade.
What is original to you? Because you keep saying the original trade.
The original
when you use the word
trade
original, you'll be talking about the
between
Clippers deal.
Boston.
There's only been one Boston.
That's
Boston,
a different
Wizards,
trade.
and, Memphis deal.
That's a different trade.
I know. Just listen.
You're saying I know, but then you're trying to get me to say that is the same trade. That is a different
trade.
trade.
Not the same trade. What I'm asking you was, when you say the original trade, the only trade that will be considered original trade will be the one that got canceled. But you're saying the original
no, it is
trade,
not. No, it is not.
There was never two Boston.
You want to know why it's not? You want to know why it's not? I'm gonna break it down.
I'm looking at it right now.
I'm gonna break it down as far as we say it in the military. Keep it simple, stupid. The reason why that is not the original trade is because the Clippers is not a part of the trade that was altered. So how can that be a part of the original trade if the Clippers is not a part of the final trade, sir?
And how can the same trade that was never
It is not the same trade.
No, because when you say stuff, you got to listen to my response so you can understand the questions.
No, that is not the same trade.
Hold on, because I can be asking you a question because I may be hearing you wrong. I may be misunderstanding what you're saying. So when you say the original trade, you're not talking about the Clippers trade. You're talking about the Boston.
Hey, you're right. I am.
Just listen, bro. So you're talking about the Memphis, Boston, and Washington trade, and you're calling that the original trade, right? Just to clarify.
I didn't say shit about the Clippers, and I'm sorry to be disrespectful, but I'm gonna say the fucking again. I ain't saying shit about the fucking Clippers. I am talking about Boston,
Celtics, Wizards, and Memphis. Is that the original trade you're talking about?
The original trade with them only involved 3 players and actually 2 players. It was the first round from Washington. It was the second round from Memphis. The player that is worth a first round pick, which is Marcus Smart, went to Memphis. A first round pick should have came from Memphis, not Washington. That original pick had a second round pick coming from Memphis, going to Boston. Jones going to the Wizards. So at this point, that is where I stated, and I stand on it until that trade was altered, because everybody complained about it. Everybody complained, how was Washington giving up a first round pick? So then we had, prime example, you had CP3 getting traded to Washington. But notice, Washington never really put him in a jersey, had him interview with the reporters, had nothing done. Next you hear, Chris Paul is being traded to Golden State for Jordan Poole, who is younger and under contract for 4 years, and giving up a first round pick for an older player who has durability issues, which normally Washington would give a first round pick, not Golden State.
Man, listen, shout out to
that
KD,
player.
man.
So literally at this point, that is what the trade turned to, adding more players for Washington, which is a blessing. It's an honest blessing. And I'm glad Poole has a first start because he needed it. Chris Paul has a better chance. He needed it. And he's also the players, one of the board members of the Players Association. So I knew they was gonna stand up for him. And I'm happy that they did. But that's not the way trades normally happen. The older player normally comes with a pick. The younger player just comes. No picks involved. And we can go down a whole bunch of trades.
Yeah, and I can bring up an entire list of trades where a bad contract was sent with more incentive for a player that probably ain't deserved to get all that for them. That happens all the time.
Oh my God.
That's why I say, like, I don't know your age, so I ain't gonna speculate on your age, bro. But like, this is the NBA now.
Dude, I'm 47 and I've been tracking basketball.
That's the problem. You thinking about how they used to do basketball.
I literally used to even buy the USA the data to literally track and bet
Okay, well
on
let me
people
run
in
down.
high school,
Let me
middle
run
school.
down.
I used
Let
to
me run
track
down the
everybody
list of
so
bad
far down.
contracts being
I
sent
could
out.
tell you how even somebody will play on a back to back. That's how far I used to literally track this game.
Bro, listen, all that is cool, but that has nothing to do with not with
Dog,
common
what you're
sense.
standing on is wrong.
As bro, listen, I'm telling this what they do when they trade
All
Westbrook.
right, bro. All right.
They
You
traded
got it.
Westbrook with a
All
first
right,
round
all
pick.
right. You got it. All
They
right,
traded
you got it,
Markov with D'Angelo Russell, who only had 2 years in the
bro.
NBA
All
for
right, you
fucking
got it.
who they
You
got
got
that
it.
next deal?
You got
Who
it.
they got that next
Just
deal?
like you was trying to get me to say the other
No,
trade is
no,
this
I'm not
trade and
trying to
everything else.
listen. I'm not
All
trying
right,
to
bro. You
convince you of
got it.
nothing, bro. All I doing is letting you know it gonna come a time where all us gonna be on this panel talking about trades and shit like that, and somebody gonna say the exact same shit I say, and you gonna respond with what you say, and they gonna tell you the same shit I telling you. But at this point, it may be somebody with a little more cash in, and you gonna look crazy. I'm telling you, that's what they do.
All right,
They
bro.
trade
All
bad
right.
contracts all the time with
All
first
right,
round
Doc.
picks, bro.
All right, Doc. You got that. All right, Doc. You're 100% correct. You got it. You got it. Hey Dex, can you put the hyperlink in the chat? We was trying to wait on flight to put it in the chat. In fact, I'm a see if this DM I hit him. Put link up. Like literally Sam's who you who do you think gonna be possibly be the rookie of the year, Slam? Sam's. I'm talking to the chat or testing 1 2 3. But and shout out to the chat for rocking with us here at Flight Sports, man. Thank y'all so much. I know Flight been working on some videos right now, and I know Dex doing this thing at the JOB. I understand that. Um, but I literally want to thank y'all for the nightlife. Flighting with us, like Flight Sports name. You heard me? Um, so who do y'all think gonna literally be the rookie of the year? If y'all had a wish list, it could be any team from any round. It doesn't matter. For me personally, I got no dog in this fight. With, uh, with how deep this draft was with shooting guards and small forwards, it's too wide open for me. Unless you just love a big name that the media is promoting. Hawkins, Jess, I do agree with that. I do agree with that, Jess. Good shooter, can play between the 3 and the 2. Got to work on decision making to be able to work the 1. I do see that. Mr. K, you got Victor. As long as he can stay healthy, okay. Um, wow. You say Hood? I thought his playmaking was spotty in college. And you say Mr. Hood? The Lakers selection? Okay. All right. All right. That's interesting. I mean, big enough. 6'6". Okay. Hawkins is like 6'5". We all know Big Vic 7'4", so okay. I'm a Laker fan, homie. I mean, I
I dig it. Whoa, I dig it. Old school. You say Miller. Okay. Now that's what we was talking about. Old school. When it came to Miller, we was talking about how much how much seat time he gonna get as far as playing. That's what we was trying to figure out with Mr. Miller. So okay, but I'm glad Jessica didn't forget about us Pelicans down here in the 504. You heard me? So don't sleep on Dick. I mean, Dick is nice. He nice. I mean, I want to see how they're gonna use him in Toronto. I'm not sleeping on him. I want to see how they're gonna use him in Toronto. But I also want to see. Oh, Jessica said, oh, yeah, because my bad, Jess. My bad, Jess. I humbly apologize. You heard me? I humbly apologize. Um, I, I, how are they bringing back their free agents in Toronto? That's the question I have. Are they bringing back their free agents in Toronto? I think they have the salary cap too, but are they going to bring them back? No, Sam. She was telling me as a male to say that word to say pause and and I caught it as soon as she soon as she put it out there. I caught it. I caught it. She right. I should have said pause. She right. Actually, I really should have said his first name, and I
Boy,
should
lay
have
your
left his
truth,
last
boy.
name alone. Huh?
I said, lay your truth. Don't let nobody tell you different.
No, that last name, nah, they right. that she, nah, that last name, nah, they right. They
No,
right.
ain't the fact that you say dick is the fact that you say dick is nice. Nice saying I let you know, like lay your truth,
Yeah,
like shit. You ain't gotta say pause if you ain't want to.
I mean, nah, I was just speaking. I was just going off of basketball facts. I wasn't concerned about the name. I wasn't that 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 wasn't my mindset. So, yeah, they right, but most of them, y'all, too stubborn. They won't trade nobody. So you saying Toronto is going to keep all their free agents, not trade nobody, but they're going to re-sign them at this point? Because I think it's it's both of their all stars if I remember correctly. It's Van and the okay, I think he's a power forward. I think he's a power forward for them. And I always mess up his name, so I don't want to disrespect him and mess his name up. Well, Jess, I will say this: Big Z got one more year to put up a shut up. I'm sorry, but this gonna be the last year on that train. That 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 Greyhound leaving the station this season is either put up or shut up. But actually, Toronto, it's hard to get players out there by y'all. It's not that y'all third market. Is really that y'all have to, just like Tennessee, y'all have the player get taxed twice. He's taxed in Canada, he's taxed in the U.S., and the other one is a entertainment tax, if I remember correctly. Because I think that was part of Drake problem getting signed. The money situation. I think so too. Last year, yeah. I mean, hey, but Jess, did you see old girl get the tattoo? Old girl went and got the tattoo, baby.
She went and got that tat, letting y'all know who her man is. Now you didn't want to do it, just, but she went and did it. You got to do it too now. Come on, Zai, don't disappoint 100%. I mean, nah. I mean, it's not disappoint with the Pelicans. We we do love what he do for the community. And in all honesty, that's why I didn't have a pro. I'll say it like this: if he doesn't play this year, and we sit him for one more year, we won't have a problem locally because of his community work, and then that will push that one more year. But if he start playing this year, he would have to play throughout this year. You dig what I'm saying? So that's the difference. Thanks, Flight, for putting in the link. The link is up, y'all. The link is up. The link is up, everybody. That was asking for the link earlier. I was just trying to keep y'all a little entertained. I humbly apologize. But literally what Zion does within the community is awesome. We have no qualms with him on that respect of him. So that's why we can look over the stupidity of ignorance of a personal situation being made public. Is she pushing the envelope too far? Yes. And she's starting to threaten the rest of the NBA, talking about trade him or else. When she threatened the NBA, she's threatening billionaires, and that's the nail in the coffin she will never be able to recover from. Regardless on if she's in that industry or not, she will never be able to recover from. Because a lot of those billionaires rub elbows with NBA billionaires. So long standing, she not gonna have a leg to stand on. And that's what I was really trying to get Dex to understand the other night. She can talk all she want. It doesn't matter. Who that is this popped in? Who that is this popped in?
Yo, what's up, man? It's Mr. Bunny. What's up, man? Yeah,
What's
been
happening with it, babe?
not much, man. Yeah, I heard y'all last couple of nights, man. Hey, man, these rookies, man, they're gonna be okay. I think. Yana, I saw his game. He's gonna be okay. I think if he stay healthy, yeah, San Antonio that got a good chance of going to the playoffs. I mean, that's just about capable as any other team that's scrapping from the bottom, trying to get to the top. So it's gonna be a very interesting season. And for the
I wouldn't
Hornets,
do that.
And don't act like you and me
Go
just
ahead.
talking shit about Jordan Poole. Like, what you been saying about Jordan Poole in the comment section? Because you don't get up here bad. I don't hit us.
That's Washington. He's
Jordan
talking about
Poole,
San Antonio, and now he's talking about the Hornets.
No, but
Jordan
he
Poole
no
is a
no hold
wizard.
on, hold on, Gemini. This ain't got nothing to do with you. He had said some shit in the comments, and he been asking for the link. So I trying to hear like, cause he said something about Jordan Poole coming off the bench. Hell no, blah blah blah. I want to hear his.
I don't think
No,
I don't think I
Oh,
don't think
okay,
he's
go
coming
ahead.
off. I don't think he's coming off the bench, bro.
he did come off the bench,
All that money he's making, no, he's not coming off the bench.
No,
but he
no, not the
was.
new team. No, not the new team.
Yeah, no, not the Wizards.
With Golden State Warrior, he was coming off of the bench.
Oh yeah, with the Warriors, yeah, but I don't know, man.
With
Well,
Washington, he's going to start. We all can
yeah,
agree with
I gonna
that.
be damn near
He,
his
he-
team, really.
yeah. He said
but
he, of course he's gonna start.
we,
Yeah.
we no that's not the part. We was the Golden State coming off of the bench is not the part we was disagreeing on. The Washington starting is not the part we was disagreeing on. He when we was talking about the Hornets, He tried to throw Poole name in there, like Poole will be coming off of the bench, and Poole is not a Hornet.
If
So
Poole was
that's
on
how I cannot put him in that equation. I'm
yeah, no, you
sorry,
can't.
he's not a Hornet.
You can't
Listen,
do that.
I ain't even about to go back to that because you like the most confusing person when it comes to trying to conversate
How
about
is
something.
confusing? He's not a Hornet.
Because
So
it's
how can
like
I even talk about him coming off of the bench as a Hornet? He's
but
not a
I ain't even
Hornet.
saying nothing
Well,
about the
I
Hornets, nigga. All I say is California, but inside the comment section talking about this, that, and the third. I want to know what he talking about. He said what he was talking about. We clarified. Cool. Now you talking about another argument from the full. And if I jump back in that argument, I'ma look like I'm still talking about this shit. So I trying to figure like what's going on. Like
okay, let's say hypothetical. Okay, I can say it this way. I can say
oh no, we can't do
hypothetical.
hypotheticals. He don't do hypotheticals. We can't do that.
Well, no. Okay, if Jordan Poole was going, okay, let's say Jordan Poole did go to the Hornets, would he be coming off the bench? No, he would be starting. He'd be starting
No,
shooting
with
guard.
that money, yeah, with that money, he gotta start.
I mean, he gonna be starting by Lamelo Ball if that was to happen. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's got. I think I know a lot of people was mad about Scoop Henderson, whether he didn't come to Charlotte, and they got Brandon Miller. I heard all the static and all that. I think Brandon Miller was a better choice because he's 6'9", with some size. You know, he can shoot. He could. You know what I'm saying? You know, I guess he got to develop his mid-range jump shot just a little bit more, but other than that, he gonna be okay. You know what I'm saying? So the Scoop Henderson, he got skill. He's only 6'2". You know what I'm saying? I mean, his ceiling. He might
That
be.
I agree with you. Like I do think Brandon Miller the better fit. Like that's something I say like since day one. But I don't think Charlotte Hornets in the position to be drafted for fit. I think they need to take best talent available. And then two, like I don't like how everybody just jumping on this. He only 6'2" shit. Like most of the best guards in the league 6'8", 6'2", 6'3". It's like if you saying the fit next to LaMelo being 6'2", 6'3", or whatever is a problem, okay, we can debate that back and forth. And you may have a good point, I may have a good point, whatever. But if we talking about just a player, just a guard in the league, like we need to start like, come on, like that's like we ain't coming at Steph and Kyrie and Dame and Trae Young and all these other 6'3" guards and fucking John Morant like what 6'4". You know what I mean? Like
What's
what's this?
6'3". Yeah.
Why
Yeah.
all the NBA fans consuming NBA like the way we consuming the NBA and we talking about like guards height? We never cared about height. Like if you were watching basketball for a while, like if you see Iverson, no one gave a fuck about height. But
Yeah,
now
height doesn't
like
matter.
when you want to make that the punching bag or somebody career or something, it's like, bro, come on, some of
Hey,
the best
Long School can
players in
play.
the league at 6'3".
Long School can play good defense. He'll be okay, but I mean, it's gonna be certain
Steph
matchup
don't play
problems.
no
But
good defense. Dame don't play defense.
right,
Jalen
yeah,
Brunson don't play defense.
yeah,
Trae
I
Young don't
mean,
play defense. Kyrie don't play defense. Well, honestly, don't play defense, but he ain't a great
man, they
defender.
can play defense. They can play defense. I choose not to play. They play when they want to. I know what you're
Hey,
saying.
and that's
I know.
that. Yeah,
I
that's the point I'm
I
trying to
know.
make. Is like we gotta,
No.
and like when they come to school, just because we like even with Brandon Miller, I can concede. Okay, he shoot 40% from in college, so it's like if that translates to the NBA, we'll see. But it's like okay, I'll give him that. He can be a 3-and-D player in this league at the very lowest. Cool, but if we talking about school, like. I hate when people are like not saying you yourself because you ain't necessarily bringing up the knock or whatever, but like just from the masses of talking about schools, like all of a sudden 6'3" is a problem. When he got better measurables than any other 6'3" guard, better measurables than damn Kyrie, he got a damn near 7-foot wingspan, 6'9" if I believe. So it's like I
Yeah,
don't know.
yeah,
And like we just caught up in
yeah.
hearing other people talk about things, and then we'll come and we'll just. And I saying we because like I don't want to say somebody and try to exclude myself. Like I don't do certain shit as an
I mean,
NBA fan too, but that shit just
School
crazy.
won't be okay. Man. Yeah, School was
Yeah,
gonna be
Scoop
okay.
gonna
He
be
said
all right.
he's gonna be in Portland, man. So that's gonna be a good start for him. He gonna more likely probably get a lot of playing time. So you know what I'm saying. Portland, you know, I can see Portland still probably get to the playoffs, but maybe a play-in, maybe.
I
But
don't
you
even
know,
see that.
we'll see what happen.
I don't even see that. I
But
don't.
if they
You said
My
Dame
bad.
need
Yeah,
to.
if Dame Lillard still over there, then yeah, they got still good chance. Now if he leaves, then it's a different story. But you got Anthony Simons right there that could take over. He been wanting to take over at the point guard anyway. So you know,
Yeah, because Dame need to he need to watch Kyrie play and understand that that's who I need to be on the team. Not saying he need to play the same way or nothing like that. I just saying like he need to understand like I'm not a point guard. So whatever team that's built around me or whatever team I go to, there needs to be a guard or they need like if you go like not saying him going to the Lakers is a thing, but going to the Lakers is a good spot for him because he don't have that duty of having to always have the ball in his hand. He can come off screens. He can play off ball and shit like that. Going to a team
bro.
like
Yeah,
any
he would have
team
been
that
going.
got a good, decent, strong point guard.
Yeah, he would have been going. He would have been good going to Golden State, but too late for that now since Chris
Yeah,
Paul
that's
over
it.
there.
That would have
Yeah,
been good too. Shit.
because look, Steph Curry is your point guard over there. But the
And
only
not even
crazy
Steph
thing
Curry,
about that,
Draymond. Like long as you know there's somebody running the offense, just slide
right?
into a spot that you know you can do. You know you can do them same shit Clay doing. You can do them same shit Steph doing. Just slide into that type of role. Just like with KD. Like KD, all he got to do is slide into a role on the team. You don't want KD being your main ball handler or this point forward type player.
Well, shit,
You
but
want KD to go get buckets. Come
realistically
off
though,
them step downs.
I'll tell you one thing though. Damian Lillard need to go to Phoenix though. I think that'd be his best bet to help. And then Phoenix need the help over there. They could use him too, so they could, they could probably use him over there.
I
If
mean,
that's a good
it definitely
possibility.
will be good if he go over there, but I don't know.
If
I
that's
don't
a
think they
good
can afford him,
possibility.
really. I don't think they can afford to bring him in.
Because you got a lot of teams you got to worry about the salary cap now because that's what you got to look at there's a high cap in the NBA now because shit because Golden State and a couple other teams used to be the main ones they didn't care about paying their luxury tax and stuff like that because they get who they want and it can care less but now they're trying to be a little harder on it for some reason you know.
Yeah, I think the way the Suns set up right now is actually worse than Brooklyn Big Three.
Brooklyn gonna be actually a good tough ass team, man. Watch out for the Brooklyn, man. I mean, I'm not gonna
Oh
say
yeah,
it's
now
gonna
they're
be
not from. There's a team that I like going into the future. I like Cam Johnson. I think he can shoot, play a little defense. I like McCall Bridges. Like if they just keep them two, and then just add like some more ancillary pieces to like to complement their game, I think they'll be
yeah,
all right.
yeah. Yeah, that's gonna be because you got a lot of teams that's gonna make some trades at the trade deadline. So we gonna see. But the question is, I'm trying to see how they gonna do it. It's gonna be interesting trade at the deadline. So I guess they're gonna see the first 40 games. That's gonna let you know what team's gonna do. Versus
And then the
before they
crazy
make
thing, the perfect player for Phoenix right now, the slide into what they're doing, would have been Chris Paul, but you had to get rid of him, and you can't get him till next year at least.
That's stupid because but like I said, between Phoenix or the Lakers, if they smart, they get Dwight Howard right now. No, I know my bag. I would say even Miami, that should go get Dwight Howard right now. He get
Yeah.
help Bam Adebayo. He got a center that wants to play center. He wants to be down there and bang anyway. So and he get you rebounds and he could get you 8 to 10 points. Instead of giving opportunity. So.
Even if he ain't giving you points, like you gotta remember when they been in I know the bubble been so long ago, but Dwight Howard been one of the things that been kind of fucking with Joker in that playoff series. Like his physicalness, his ability to move side to side, his ability to go meet him at where he going at. He play a big role in them beating Denver.
A lot of
Maybe
people don't
not
know
from an
this either.
offensive standpoint.
Dwight Howard actually got a 3 point shot. I mean, Dwight Howard actually could play offense if he was given if he wanted to, but he let other guys do what they want to do, and he just crashed the boards though. But Dwight Howard has been working on part of his game for a long time. That's what a lot of people don't know. I looked at it. I've been watching it.
Yeah, I fuck with
Yeah.
Dwight Howard. That's
I,
like he need to come back into the league. I
the-
think he'll be a good pickup for a team, just like the Suns who need like if they trade Aiton, they gonna need a
Yeah,
big
that's where
good
we
shooter.
are.
So it ain't enough good players out that's coming out now that's not as good as Dwight Howard.
No, it's not. It's not that there's
I'm
nobody as
talking
good as
about, I'm
Dwight
talking about
Howard,
saying
but
that. Let's talk about
you got to think
some
about it.
some
Dwight
guys who got the
Howard's a
bang.
veteran. If you got a
Somebody
team
got
like
the bang
Phoenix
in the
Suns,
hole.
you ain't necessarily trying to bring no rookie in at the 5 if you got to trade 8. And like you want a veteran presence who understand his role on the team, who understand how to
You
set
can't
screens.
have veteran on every team, bro. Come on, man. Veterans get old, bro.
No, I get that.
Basketball is a window, just like everything else. It's a window.
Yeah, and the
I don't
Phoenix
see where
Suns
y'all
window is about
seeing
a 2-3 year
Dwight
window.
Howard's window. Oh, no, what y'all talking about?
But he been,
2008,
and bro,
2009 Dwight Howard? What y'all talking?
he's
Orlando
only,
Magic Dwight Howard? I mean, how much of
bro,
a
he's only
threat?
30, bro.
Especially if y'all talking about sending him to the West. Woo, he gonna
No,
get killed out there.
no, he's only 36, bro, and he's healthy, and he can
Only?
bang.
Only? You said
He's 36. I think he's only 36.
No,
He
you
you
can
said
gotta
bang.
only.
understand, like
That's crazy, bro.
nobody. I ain't saying bringing Dwight Howard in to
He
be
got 2 or
some
3 years left
offensive
in him, man.
playmaker for them. What I'm saying is,
I ain't hating on Dwight
on
Howard though,
teams that's
bro.
got
I'm
it
just
like how the
saying.
Suns is, the Suns gonna need a bunch of these players that can play, but they don't got the money to get a lot of these players. So instead of getting these young players that are 2-way contracts or young players that don't know how to play playoff basketball, who don't understand the ins and outs of playing around superstars, go get veteran players who can just slide in the role. Dwight Howard, one of them players, like I used to say earlier, when you look at when the Lakers are playing the bubble, he been the main reason why they beat Denver in that series. He been giving Joker a problem. I ain't seen he could shut him down. But what I'm saying is, a veteran center will play Jokic a lot better than having AD play out of position. Because AD don't necessarily want to play Jokic. He want to be at that 4 and do what he going
He
to
don't
do.
want to play
So
center.
you
He don't
bring
want
in
to
a
play
player
center.
like Dwight Howard,
You
like
know.
he can play the game. It ain't really about
Yeah.
skills at this point. It's about,
The White Howard, he's not injury prone either. He's
1-8-2-2-2-2-H.
Say that
Yeah.
again.
The White Howard is doable. He ain't gonna be injured too. He ain't gonna get hurt too much. Anyway, you know what I'm saying? AD, we scared of AD. Hopefully he can give us another 60 games this season if he's still gonna be on the Lakers. But I've been hearing that LeBron wants his ass, trying to trade his ass though. But we'll see what happens. I don't think that's gonna happen though. You know.
They just need to bring a 5 in there, a doable 5. Like they got Mo Bamba. He been injured or whatnot, so he can't really, knock what he did or didn't do. But I mean, shit, teams like I say, some
What you
teams
talking about?
really need.
You talking about fixing the Suns?
No, it's not. No, when I talk
No,
about
the
Dwight
Lakers.
Howard, I ain't talking about
Oh, the
necessarily
Lakers.
fixing the Suns. What I talking about is like when you bringing them players that you can't spend that much money on. You can just like when Lakers bring in Carmelo, they ain't bringing Carmelo. They ain't thought Carmelo was gonna give them 20 points a game, but they understand he been a veteran who understand like, okay, we got
That shit talking about, man.
we gotta support AD and Braun, and we the roster built around them. So we gotta fit in when we get in. A lot of younger players like Austin Reeves is one of the people that probably overachieve on a team that was stacked or whatnot. Well, I mean with
Hey,
LeBron and AD, I don't say stacked, but every
hey.
young player ain't gonna be that.
LeBron gonna be playing 35 minutes to 40 minutes a game. Get ready, LeBron. He about to be 39 years old on December 31st.
And
Get ready,
So how
LeBron.
long
who the
y'all
fuck
expect
Phoenix
these
Yeah,
start?
players to
LeBron.
be playing?
Who the fuck Phoenix gonna start? Think about that. Who Phoenix gonna start? But Aiton ain't no defensive center.
No, there's a lot of centers in defensive centers.
Yeah, they
Aiden
ain't got
could
no
be. He
depth.
choose not to be. He
They ain't got no
choose not to
depth.
be.
They ain't
He
got no
lazy. I
perimeter
mean,
defender other than Okogie. But now you can't even put Okogie in the lineup because you got to run a point unless you run a book at the point. Which I mean, shit, if y'all comfortable with that, then I mean, I guess because I don't really like buying Book as a player. But shit, I know.
Well, I mean, KD is 7 foot. KD can play center. He's 7 foot.
KD ain't play no damn center. I fuck with KD, but KD ain't play no damn center.
He's 7 foot.
I watched KD try to play the 4 in Brooklyn, and all he can really do is play that help side defense.
I mean, I dig it, but hey, if everybody demanding AD got to do it, why can't KD do it?
I mean, shit, if you
He's
look at
7 foot.
the East, and you look not East, the West, look at the West bigs in the West. You think he going up against AD? You think he going up against damn Jokic? Like them boys gonna move him out the way. Like we see him struggle with Jokic. The low couple of times they get switch on to him. I don't call him a fucking parking cone, but I mean shit. KD ain't. No, I wouldn't. I mean shit. If you feel that's a good idea, like I mean,
This the
shit.
same dude that say he can guard Embiid. So
Who
have
said
at it,
that?
Hoss.
Who said he can?
KD. When they got into it on the court and everything,
Hey, listen,
two back-to-back plays, and he literally told Embiid to his face, "I could shut you down."
you got to do that. He can
And
say
both
all he
of them
want.
got
He
a
got to actually do
technical.
that.
Both of them got a technical.
He
Hey,
got to show me that for him saying that he got
you
to
gotta
show
be
me.
watching these games. How you be missing all the action at the games?
What do
And
you
these
mean?
the players you like.
When you ever hear me say I like KD?
You boy,
When I
them
watch
up.
basketball, all that
Uh,
bullshit about like them about to fight, like that shit to me is like these niggas ain't on that type of time. Like they ain't about to be on no Bam and shit. Like this all for like this bravado, this testosterone, like that shit don't matter to me. What matters to me what happened in between the lines, like that's what happened. That's what make it more.
that was a play. Once again, that's a play that started between the lines. But KD was the one who initiated because and D was like, okay, no, he too small. Don't throw me the ball. He backed him down. He made the shot. KD got mad. KD tried to come down, back him down. It didn't work. Ball went out of bounds. Then came back down the other way and literally Embiid say, "Give me the ball again if he gonna stay on me. Give me the ball again." KD was the one who was initiating everything, and that's the one thing I'll give him. He didn't try or initiate nothing. He didn't even really say a mumbling word. He just pointed out, bro, you too small.
I mean, shit,
That's
I
all
get
he
that.
pointed out.
I get that. But what I trying to say, like when I bring up the KD shit, when I say shut out the KD, is like that's what I mean about how we consume the game. Like all that trash talk, that trash talking don't matter when it come to like basketball. Like basketball is still basketball. Like if I pay attention to every single time they on the court fussing back and forth, and it's a dead ball, and like that shit don't mean nothing to me. Like I mean, I come from a different school, but. And like shit, that don't mean a motherfucker thing to me. I don't see motherfuckers talk shit all game and get 40 dropped on their head. Talking don't mean
KD
shit.
KD is the one saying that, but see but that's the misconception. KD is the one that's saying he can go from 3 to 5.
Yeah,
So if
I don't
he
believe him.
so but
I don't believe him.
but see when the player says it, and this is where I make y'all I make them as players stand on what they said because as a man I will make them stand on what they said before them being a player because I never get starstruck. I came up with the no limit fam, so I don't get starstruck. I make them stand on their word as men. It came out of his mouth, I'm gonna make him stand on it. So as far as what happened between the line, KD initiated all that. The only reason why I watch basketball is I'm watching teams I don't even care about. And the funny thing about it is, I only follow players that help within their community. As far as players that do not help within their community, I don't give a damn about. And the reason why I don't give a damn about them is because when they needed that leg up, they got it from somewhere, and it came from within the community somehow, some way. Either a friend of the family, a friend of the cousin, a friend of the aunt, somehow, some way. So giving back always somewhat should be there, even if you just do it for the tax amplification of it. So that I like LBJ and Derrick Rose. I stand on what they brought to the NBA all day long. Both of them got schools and give back.
I mean, no, I like listen. I ain't disagreeing with nothing you saying. Like that's still how you feel about it. But what I like I said when KD said the fans like now on today's fans like we focus on everything but basketball. When I come up here and talk basketball, I just really want to talk about basketball. I don't care what they got. Like everybody know I fuck with Kyrie heavy. But I don't care what Kyrie got going on off the court and shit like that. Like once he on the court and hooping, that's what I care about. I don't care if he back down from this player or stand up to this player or how much money he give to this community or whatever like that. Now, if you say something like Kyrie don't do nothing for community, I know he do, so I might jump in and say no, he do. But outside of that, like I really don't give a fuck.
No, as
Like,
far as Kyrie, the only thing I said about Kyrie,
no, I ain't saying that
he,
he does say something about it. I just saying
he
like I really don't care about all that extra shit.
because I mean, he just don't have a ring since he wanted to be a bus driver. That's it. I mean,
I
that's the only
mean,
thing I say about Kyrie. That's
I
it.
mean, that's cool, but I mean, a lot of things that we say about these players, it don't make sense because, like, think about it. Jordan got 6 rings, right? What happened to the rest of the years? He won the 6 rings when he had a good team around him. The other years he had a good team, but we don't fault him and say, okay, well, shit, you
Shit,
really
I
went.
But
do.
he had the same.
I,
He had the
I
same
bring that
team
up.
in '90. He had the same. He had the same team in '90.
Wait, hold,
The bad boys back to back.
right. But hold on, I bring it up. I bring it up to Jordan fans. I threw it so deep in their face when they always say, "Oh, he's 6-0." I say he's 6 and what? He put some respect on all them teams that bust his ass. Come on now, put
No,
some
and
respect on
listen,
all
my
them teams that
argument
bust his
ain't.
ass. I threw it in their face because
But no, why
I done
saying
did
my
it to Dex
argument?
on
I
this
ain't trying to
panel.
make that argument with Jordan. Like I don't feel no way about Jordan either way. Like I look at Kobe's my good, so I don't look at when I bring up Jordan. It's not. It wasn't for me to try to shame him or nothing like that. I just bring it up like this. How when we talk about basketball, these are the arguments that people pick and choose the arguments they want to make. It's like, oh yeah, KD need a good team around him. Kyrie need a good team around him. He ain't won none since LeBron. Okay, Jordan ain't won none without Pippen. But we don't bring that up to say that for him or whatever. Even though it don't matter to me if he won it without or with Pippen or whatever. I just saying like we pick and choose the arguments we use for certain players, and that's kind of what KD been
That's
trying to
why I
say.
shut you
Like,
down with that we statement because I do.
say that again.
I bring that up. That's why I keep shutting you down with that we statement because I do. I bring up
No, but
Morris Grant.
when I say we,
I bring up Craig
let
Hodges.
me say that real quick. When I say we, if somebody think I saying them specifically and they know that don't pertain to them, that's my bad because I'm not really saying you per se. I'm just saying the masses when you hear about somebody talk about Jordan, they never acknowledge the other years outside of the 6 rings. And they only say, "Oh yeah, Jordan won 6 times and he never lose." But they don't say, "Oh yeah, well Jordan only won when he had a good team." Like they ain't gonna admit that. But every player need a good team. So whether they're a bus driver or not, every player from KD to Kyrie to LeBron, everybody need a good team around them. You can't measure
Hey,
greatness based on a
actually, in the
team.
NBA, hold on. Not this part. I'm sorry, I gotta correct you. There's only 2 players in the modern day NBA, and I'm gonna use modern day so everybody can track this. And if you want to call me a lie, I'm gonna ask you to run the facts. There's in the modern day of the NBA, there's only 2 players that then drug their team without another All Star on the team to the finals. There's only two. There's only 2 players that ever did that, and Jordan is not one, and Kobe is not. And both of these players have been hated on their whole career. There was loved at one point, but now both of them are getting dumped on at the later parts of their career, and that's AI and LBJ. Both of them have skull drugged their team to the finals. Now, did
I
they win?
mean,
No, I will admit they did not win that year. But did they make it to the finals
but
without another All
KD
Star
made it to
on the
the
team?
finals. KD made it to the final before he going to Golden State. You can say he had Harden and Russ and all that, but they've been young. They ain't been the
That's
players that
another
we know
All
today.
Star. I said
But they
without
weren't all
another All
stars.
Star. Yes, they was.
Who Harden?
The
Harden been an
Golden
all
State
star.
team.
Ibaka
The,
been an all star.
the Golden State team.
No, I talking about when he going before he Golden State. He going with OKC Thunder.
The
Remember when
OKC
LeBron beat
Thunder.
them?
You had Russell that was an All
But
Star. You had Ibaka that was an All
I mean,
Star.
I can look it up. Ibaka being an all star, Harden being an all star. I don't remember them being all stars. So if they've been all stars, I might be mistaken. I about to look it up in a second now, but
Russell was an All Star. I said
he
Russell was an All Star.
he might have been.
He said he might have been.
No, because I don't know if he was or wasn't, but I would take his word for it because I don't like to speak when I don't know. So it's like, okay, I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt until I find my other
Right,
friends
there's
on
only two
board.
players in the modern day, and the sad part about
Oh,
it,
that shit up there.
both both of them, that everybody hated on them hard because they changed what everybody expectation of coming to the NBA was. Iverson was that we could not have braids at the time. Everybody was, oh, you can't have braids. Oh, you can't have sweatsuits on. Oh, you can't have two a triple X T-shirt on, and you know you wear one X. Come on, man. He changed our culture
I
and
mean, yeah, you right, but I'll tell you one thing.
added hip hop flavor to the NBA. When it come to LBJ, even with all the pressure he had on him coming out of high school, this this young man has never had no off the court problem.
So KD make the finals with Russ. Russ been man, let me look up this Walker shit, man.
In fact, I think that's also the year Harden made six man. I want to say that's the same year Harden made six man. Anybody on the panel else could remember that? When OKC made it to the finals, wasn't Harden the six man?
Might have been. I can't remember.
Could have sworn he was. Could have sworn he was. But the but the so
No, Barker ain't been the All-Star.
huh?
He ain't been the All-Star.
Duncan? Who was
No, I
Duncan?
say Ibaka, Serge Ibaka.
Okay, Ibaka wasn't, but Westbrook was.
Yeah, so he made it to the finals with another All-Star on his team. Whether they been young or not, he been another All-Star on his team, right? So
Who?
Kyrie, was he an All-Star that year? He probably was. Him and LeBron won it or whatnot. So what I'm saying is
I
Not
mean,
the
y'all
not
making it
the
seem like in order to be an all star, you it's mandatory. You must have skill, and we know that's
oh
not the
no, no,
case.
no. Trust me,
no
you
no
talking to the right person because I don't
no
believe in
no no
All-Star appearances.
no
You
Hell
talking
no.
to
nah.
the right person.
He's talking about
I do
two
not
different
care about
years, big
All-Stars.
brother.
I
No
ain't
no
got
no
20 of them
Heck that
motherfuckers.
no
shit.
no
You could just
no.
be popular. Shaq make the All-Star and he ain't even play the first half of the season one year.
I know.
No. But he's
Kobe
talking
make the
about two
All-Star off
different
the bench.
years. But he's talking about two different years. Kyrie wasn't on the team with that I'm talking about when LeBron went to the finals. Hell, we don't
No,
even
I know. I
remember
just
most of
saying
the people
like
that was on that team because
when we
Eric
talk
Snow
about
was
these
on that
players.
team.
No, I know
Eric
you're
Snow
right.
was on that team.
You're right. But what I'm saying is when we talk about different players and we talk about what they did in their career, whatever, it's like
Uh
we
huh.
like to forget that KD been to the finals without having to be on Golden State on his own team at the end of the day where he was the bus driver. We forget
No,
about that, and then whenever
I
somebody do
gave
bring it up, it's
no
like,
no no
no,
no
he
no.
had
Hold on,
Russ.
hold on,
Russ been
hold
the
on,
bus
no
driver.
panic. No, hold on, no panic. I brought that up when I talked about his whole career earlier in this chat, in this very chat. Remember, I brought up his whole career of KD.
I ain't saying that you did that. I like that was when I say we, I ain't talking about you specifically. I just talking about like whenever I in basketball conversations and circles, these are the shit that you hear from most fans, whether they're a fan of KD or not a fan of KD, fan of Jordan or not a fan of Jordan. It's like they bring up everything to try to disqualify a certain player based on shit that don't even matter. When you can look at that and say that about another player, but it's like, oh well, shit, I ain't gonna say that about him because that could make my point look crazy. Like when you bring up Iverson earlier, I don't get me wrong, Iverson been that dude. I remember watching Iverson. I remember I had like the armband and all that shit like Iverson. But let's keep it a buck. Iverson been shooting 40% from the field. You know what I mean? Like I can't put him over some of the players nowadays. And then a knock to him that just he played in a different era where 40% been one of the best shooting percentage in the
You
league for
you
guard.
do realize Iverson is the reason why Kobe started staying in the gym?
Well, I ain't
You
gonna say
do
start
real.
saying in the gym. He did that look. I remember Kobe saying he had to watch like a documentary on sharks the night before the finals and shit like that. He did give him big ups or whatever, but the reason he been in the gym now. Kobe just been a gym nigga. But I mean, you're right. People do knock LeBron and AI unfairly towards the end of their career, whatever. But LeBron kind
KD
of
get
bring that on
passes.
himself.
KD get passes, and
No, I think KD is the most hated fucking top 10 player
no,
all
no.
time, top 75 player all time. Yeah.
KD take any criticism personally, and at the end of the day, KD only wants to be known for the good and never for the durability issues. As of right now, prime example, and I'm gonna use me and Dex as this metaphor. Dex brought up that it's word on the street that Joker is better than LBJ. I said, what are we in what aspect are we talking about, Dex? All the way around. I said, are we talking full all the way around game, in game, defense, like everything, every aspect of the game? Dex said, yeah. I said, durability, yeah, he got him. Durability, yes, he got him. Dex argued me down. He argued me down. But this is the first time LeBron is about to go under the knife in 20 seasons, about to be 21. This is the first time he has really missed playing time these last 3 seasons. And I say three because the, the, the first of the 3 years he really didn't miss none. That was that load management crap, and I can't wait till they figure out exactly how they're gonna do that load management crap because they get that from San Antonio. Because Pop the doctor at that, he got a PhD in that. Um, but literally, as of right now, Joker has played more games than LeBron has. So durability wise, yes, he has LBJ.
I don't
Career
think
wise,
so. I don't think so.
okay, you're comparing a 20 season LeBron James against a 9 season Joker who
Yeah.
has played more games, not more minutes. I said more games. When LeBron's on the court, he plays more minutes. When Joker plays, he plays more games.
So when you say more games, you talking about in a certain span, or you talking about just this season?
No, the
Oh,
whole season. That's how
you
he
talking about
won
this
those
season?
MVPs. That's how he won those MVPs.
Listen, I got something to say about that. Like I on your side. If you pretty much saying that you feel like LeBron James better, right?
Overall better, but durability wise, he is for the time is knocking on that door.
Oh
He
yeah,
da-
nowadays, yeah, you
he
yeah,
damn near knocking like 12 for the last three
right.
seasons. All the time is damn near knocking like 12 at his door.
Yeah, you right. I just feel like what I wouldn't put Joker. If we talking about just all around, I wouldn't put Jokic over LeBron because some fact that like this generation of accolades, I like that shit don't it don't move me like how it used to. Like with the All-Star thing, you being a 10-time All-Star, that shit don't mean nothing to me. The MVP award, that shit lose credibility to me when I watch Russ win the MVP for having a triple-double throughout the whole season. He did it for a third time, and they just been like, you know what, we kind of tired of seeing that. You kind of did that last 2 years. Nobody done that yet. He should get it every year he do that based on why he get it the first 2 times. He get it the first 2 times because like you did some historic shit, MVP. You did some historic shit, MVP. You did some historic shit. Yeah, but somebody else got to get him this year. To me, that watered down the award to where MVPs don't mean nothing. And then the fact that Kobe only won one, the fact that Shaq only had one or two, that shit blows my mind that like these accolades still stand like all NBA first team. Don't make
But
sense
we
when we
all
look at
know
the first
Shaq
team.
got cheated though. But we all
But
know
that's why
Shaq
I'm
got
saying
cheated
Shaq should have had way
with
more
that
be the
Nash
dominant person.
situation.
Shaq and
We
Kobe should have had at least one or two more each.
Well, guess what though? MVP doesn't mean nothing. Okay, people
It
want
don't.
MVPs. If you want MVPs and don't win the title behind them, like I said, it only make a difference if you can win the title behind them because because anybody can get MVP any given year. It's about who's the healthiest, who pulls the most stats, or who team is actually winning. You know.
Okay, so hold on, and I'm glad you brought up that point. So I have this question to you, and I brought this up to the panel before. In the last 4 years, how far has the MVP went when it came to the playoffs?
I mean, yeah. I mean, there's
Redo,
people.
redo your question,
No, it's people.
because the MVP is coming after. I don't know if it's coming after the playoffs, but it's like
No,
It's
no,
like it's right
it's
after the
already
season.
named. It's already named by the first series of the playoffs.
But you
We
already
already
know who's in the playoffs by the time they name it though.
right,
Yeah.
right, right. So I'm saying, how far has that MVP went? Because basically all of them made it to the playoffs. I'm giving them that.
Oh, you saying the
How
person
far
with the
have they
MVP?
went within the playoffs these
Yeah, yeah.
last 4 years?
Okay, so you can
Because
break it
this
down.
is
So
what
what? So
they have not won a ring. None of them. Most of
the
them have
league
not even
MVP
made it to the
has never
conference
won a ring. What are you
Except,
saying?
in the
except for
last 4 years.
Oh, okay. You keep
Four
talking about the
years.
last 4 years. Okay,
Yes,
we got
four
shit.
years.
That's only You counting a bubble, and okay, only one, two teams. All right. I'm not even counting the Nuggets. But
See, see.
all right. So outside of the last 4 years,
Uh huh.
league MVP still carries obviously way more weight than an All Star, but yeah, I think it carries you know
They
probably not
have
as
not
much
won a
weight
ring,
as
sir.
people. No, I'm not saying in the last 4 years, but don't
Yeah.
sit up
Okay.
here and tell me league MVP does not carry weight, and it's
No,
been
I
like a
didn't say that
scarcity
part.
of them.
No, no, no. I
So
didn't say
we
that
can
part.
go,
No,
we can go
wait,
back
wait,
now. We can
wait,
go
wait.
back.
I didn't say that part.
Oh,
Hold on.
okay,
I
okay.
didn't say that part.
you
That's
talking
the
about for the
other
whole
gentleman
season,
on the panel.
for
No,
the
Yeah,
that
that's
whole
what
that's
I'm
the
saying.
other.
League.
That's
for the whole season.
that
Okay, we talking
that
about
that,
82.
that
No,
but
no,
but
and when
but
I say
but
the
that's the
league
other
MVP
gentleman on
don't
the
mean
panel
as
that
much to
said
me,
that.
I'm not saying winning
How
MVP
far you
don't
want to
mean
go back
nothing.
then? So you're not counting from 2015 on back?
No. What I'm saying is when Jordan and Kobe and Shaq
Yeah,
and AI when they MVP,
yeah.
that they was earned MVP. It had a certain level criteria that you had to reach to make it. After
That's what I'm
Russ
saying.
won it, it's like,
Oh yeah, I
well,
see what you're
what's the
talking about. The
criteria?
criteria are changed. Okay,
He
okay,
averaged
yeah,
triple
okay.
double 3 years in a row. Why he didn't get it the third year?
No, I give you that. Even though I voted for Russ on that first triple double season,
Right. Me
not the
too.
second, not the second one though, not the second one. I didn't vote for him.
Yeah, because it get like it's like with LeBron and kind of how you see with AI too. It's like at a certain point you kind of get bored with somebody dominating, so you kind of start looking for ways to take them down. Like, you know what I mean? Like LeBron don't deserve some of the hate, but at the same time, like if you understand who LeBron is, LeBron got his finger all over the league, all over the media. So his name
Hmm?
always in something. So you kind of get annoyed by always seeing some shit with
Hmm?
LeBron.
I was
And then
trying to
when he
follow him at
talking, like,
first till he said media.
yeah, man,
Huh?
listen, he got
You
Oh
got to
fucking
yeah,
break
yeah.
that
LeBron,
down, bro. Yeah.
LeBron ain't
How?
always in the media.
Please,
He's always in the
no,
media.
no,
That's
hold
like
on.
Steph Curry.
Please let him justify that part of his statement, please. Please let him justify that.
as
Go
far as
ahead.
what statement?
We was
Talking about
talking
The
about
LeBron
panel.
having
the.
go ahead.
Please justify
Oh
that.
man.
Please.
Oh
LeBron
man.
having his
Hello.
fingers all over the league and the media.
Yes.
That's a fact.
Oh, you saying nothing goes down league wide, or something can, or here? Are you saying LeBron
If
has the
you
capability of influencing um,
if you
actions among teams that are not, that he's not on? Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm
He
like,
don't
I
got
mean that's another layer that I mean we can probably talk into
he
that.
don't, he don't got
But
that much
what I'm
talent, man. I
saying,
mean, he got
what I'm saying right
He said he
now
ain't
is
got
this
that
here.
much.
When you look at the media, there's certain people in the media that they won't say anything that makes LeBron look crazy, or they'll bring him up just to have a conversation. Look when Carmelo announced his retirement. A week later, LeBron said, "You know what? Like shit. This might be my last go round, or whatever the case may be. Like he got to think hard on it, or whatever the case may be." That
Yeah.
became a story, even though we know as fans he's not retiring. But the media tried to talk like for like a couple of days. Oh yeah, well LeBron's really thinking hard about like Wendy Windhorst. You will never hear Wendy Windhorst say anything that makes LeBron or his camp look like they had any wrongdoing. You got to voice
Okay.
that here because he covered LeBron since he been in high school. So when you
Okay.
got to voice that big in the media, certain narratives can get spun based off of what he's saying. If he said, well, LeBron and his team was hands off on this move, even if LeBron had something to do with this shit, if Wendy Woodhurst come out and say, blah, 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 this and that about LeBron, we tend to believe it. Why? Because we know he got a rapport with him. Just like McMiniman, a lot
Can
of them speak for Bron. His mouthpiece. And then when it comes
okay.
to other players, ain't no player gonna talk against him because he LeBron fucking James to them.
And here's my pushback to that. Unlike other players, now mind you, just look at this time frame. We're looking at up to the 20th year in the league. This man has never had to go under a knife. There's been so many reports of people dying just going to get these BBLs and all these other operations. So
That's what scared him off.
you
Shout out to
don't
the
think this
BBLs.
man is terrified about going under a knife in his 20th season, and this is his first time going under a knife. He haven't had back issues like that. He haven't had hip issues like that, knee issues like that, ankle issues like that. He haven't had none of these issues. Disc issues, shoulder issue, none of these issues.
Mm-hmm.
Never had to go under a knife. You don't think
Mm-hmm.
this man would be terrified, Doc?
I never see
You,
wouldn't be. I don't know where that coming from.
okay, so you don't think that'll bring him to the table? Like, hold on, man, these people really telling me I gotta go under the knife, bro. I gotta
No.
think about this.
Listen, LeBron is a
Yeah, they
multi-cap
talk. Yeah,
ass
they talking
motherfucker.
about they can give me 50, damn near 50 mil. But hold on, man, I'm gonna have to think about this one, Shay.
Man,
Hold on,
listen.
bro.
I know
Hold
you look
on,
at
now.
LeBron a certain way, and I promise you, I'm never going. I'm not trying to take the way you view him away from nothing. But I will
I'm
tell you, he is a cap ass person. He plays both sides of a lot of
that's
scenarios.
still not
Like
answering the
that's what
question that
LeBron does.
I
Like
asked.
everybody know how
Bro,
LeBron
you
get
still
down.
why you
LeBron,
still
every
not answer the question that I asked you?
what question that
Do
he gonna be
you
scared?
think do you think
Uh-huh.
that he is thinking about how he's gotta go under this knife for the first time that he's not used to going under?
I mean,
You don't
of course he's gonna be thinking about it. I mean, the surgery.
oh you don't think that's terrifying, dog? To
I no
someone who's
listen.
not used to
I
it?
So,
listen.
so what you
I
saying?
can't say
Enough to make him say, "Hey, I'm finna
terrifying,
go ahead and hang him up,
Say,
hang him."
bro,
but I don't think
I
that
said,
shit
bro,
gonna
I'm gonna
make
have
him
to
be like,
think
I'm gonna
about this
retire.
one, bro.
I don't think he's
Money
so
is
scared
one
he can
thing, my
retire.
life is another.
So you think
I I,
you think
I
LeBron might
I could
retire?
walk with a limp for the
You
rest of
think
my life and be
you think he had
good.
a thoughts of retiring?
Dog, yeah, hell yeah,
Wow.
man. This is the
Wow.
first time I'm going. Hold on, first of all, you do realize they're about to go into basically the middle part of his foot, like
Okay.
right underneath the bone
Mm-hmm.
to get those tendons and cartilage right. You
Mm-hmm.
do understand that, right?
Yeah.
Foot is sensitive.
So then you're looking at rehab and what most players say, bro, I I didn't even mind going through the surgery. My boy, that rehab had my mind gone. I I I I I, I never thought I'll be able to hit the court again. And whoa, 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 whoa. That is a mindset. Now you're looking at this isn't 10th season LeBron. hold on. I'm sorry. This not 5 season LeBron. This not 10th season LeBron. This not 15th season LeBron. This is 20th season LeBron that really has nothing to prove to no MF on the planet no more because he got the he got the one record that he was aiming for personally. He got the one record
which is
and
watered
one
down.
ring watered down. We can say watered down, but he got it. So now at this juncture, now they're about to cut through half of my foot. Hold on,
Bro,
man.
listen,
Hold
I
on,
get where you
man.
going at with it, bro. But I listen. I just me personally, I don't believe that's enough for him to be like he seriously thinking about retirement. We hear
Okay.
I watched LeBron after losing 4-1 to the damn Warriors come out with a cast, trying to show everybody he had a cast on. When we just watch you play a whole fucking game without a cast, bro. You say you break your hand in game after game one when J.R. Smith did that play or whatnot like that. Which at the end of the day, like we can say what we want to say about LeBron, but that showed bad leadership. You get mad at him like you could have called a timeout. You smart, but
As
I
much
might say I'm not a LeBron hater. I fuck with LeBron, but at the same time I call a spade a spade. He cap as fuck.
I disagree because he was injured. It was on
oh,
the
you
injury
actually calling him a
report.
liar. Hey, as much shit as I
Pretty
talk
much.
about LeBron, boy, that
Man,
one
LeBron was they got
that
clips
JR
of this
that
man
JR Smith
telling
when
blatant
when
lies.
the cameras were showing him and getting on JR Smith,
Uh
that
huh.
was like really the first time, bro, since he was in the league. Like for me,
That
I'm
he
like,
actually
damn,
got on the player.
you know what I'm saying? I'm like, I mean, for me as a you know a real raw fan that come from back in the the
I
Converse
dig it.
canvas days,
I
I'm
dig it.
like, man, I thought he was gonna really just stay in his ass for some more minutes, but they needed to win the shit. I'm
Right.
like, man,
You
ain't no
you
coming
thought he
back
was
from that.
you thought he was gonna hit him in the mouth because I did too.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, I got up out my
I did.
seat.
I did.
Dude,
I
I
did.
jumped up out of my seat and I was waiting for it. I was like, hell, Ron Artest and all them motherfuckers. Shit, let's go. Shit, let's go.
I really thought I thought he was gonna hit him. I did. I
Let's
did too.
go.
So,
Let's go, man.
but
And
literally,
you know what? And I wouldn't have bashed him. I would have been one of, I probably in the minority that say, you know what? Yeah, it was wrong. It's against the rules. You're a man. You're supposed to be professional. Fuck that. I'd have been like, yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Demolished
Let
the
him know,
policy. Y'all talking
yo.
about demolishing the policy? Ah, shit.
but but
That's
not
how
No,
I remember that shit.
but
That
no,
not
the
shit was
JR.
everybody
crazy.
built like that. But not everybody's built like that, and he
Right.
is built different. And the one thing I honestly will give him, he does. He he hasn't changed his. The, the media has wanted him to change his game. Fans have wanted him to change his game. If you really follow this man through high school, his game has not changed one bit. Not
The,
one bit.
they're basically the same.
But that's the blessing and the curse of his game, though.
I mean, it got him. As fans, we want him with more rings.
At
I'll
least.
be honest. I'll be honest. My thing was with him was I wanted him just to get one record, and it to me it really didn't matter. I wanted one record to take some of that pressure off of him because that was pressure. You're dealing with an owner who didn't want to get nobody within their prime, get people that will really leave their heart on the court at that time. But as soon as they pass their prime, oh, you offering them a contract quicker than a mud, quicker than a mud. You was ready to get them. Then as soon as this man said he was leaving, you was one of the first ones to bash him, said that you was gonna win a ring before him. You begged the NBA to help you stay getting lottery picks and everything else, and you still didn't win a ring without that man. And then the man came back, you got your ring, pop the champagne, now leave that damn man alone.
and he left again in, in the sunset. Uh,
So I mean, because really, if you really want to be technical, everybody was more mad that LeBron left Cleveland more than it was that KD left OKC. They didn't even really talk about that.
Because they understand KD done. He played out his contract. He reached the point where it's like, okay,
Nah,
I want to explore. Like
nah,
nobody
man,
get
that don't
nobody really
normally
get mad at
happen.
players like that. Like when I
No,
look at
no,
hey,
no,
hey,
no.
hey,
That
hey, hey,
that
hey,
doesn't normally happen.
when I
You
both
see
go
of them play.
to
KD
a
going to
team,
the
you
Warriors,
Hey,
go
both of
to a
them play.
team that
Both of them
that,
play
that
7
was your
years.
mortal enemy. You go to a team that was your mortal enemy the season before. That doesn't normally happen. No panic. Come on, bro. Call
no.
a
But
spade,
what
dog.
I'm saying is
Call a spade, dog.
that's no, but that's what I trying to break down when I keep bringing up KD. What KD said to that dude on the Twitter shit. At the end of the day, like you got people like me when I watch basketball. Like I get it, like him
Uh-huh.
going to the Warriors may seem like, oh, why would you do that and blah blah blah. That's the team that just beat you. But to me, it's good basketball. Like some of the best
Huh?
basketball of the past 10 years come from that from
Hey, if you
KD
want to win the
Golden State
title,
Warriors
hey,
team.
he wanted to win the title like LeBron did. They both played 7 years for
Yeah,
their
both of
team.
them going to a
Then
super
they
team
went
and
somewhere
win.
else because they
You know what I
wanted to win.
mean?
There ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, like
No,
that ain't
no.
their fault. They playing
Hold
in their
on, hold
era.
on, hold on, hold on.
There ain't nothing wrong with that.
First, no.
This
Hold
whole
on, hold
era
on,
been
hold on.
making super
Don't
teams.
speed pass. Hold on. Please. Humbly.
Hey, I
Don't
mean,
speed pass that KD only got one ring as a Golden State Warrior. Please don't speed pass that.
two.
Oh,
He
he
got
got
two of them.
two.
Right.
Two.
LeBron got 4. Okay.
And LeBron get two with
eh,
Miami.
Yeah,
Then he going
I'm
back to
sorry. No,
Cleveland and
no,
get
I'm
two
trying
more
to
All Star votes. Then he going
I'm
to
sorry.
LA and get another All
I'm
Star
trying to
vote.
get my thoughts together because I don't want to misspeak and that's why I had to pause when I said two. I'm sorry. He got two, then was ran out of the city by the original players. So don't speed past that.
I
Please don't
don't think he
speed
get run
past
out the
that.
city. I'm pretty
No,
sure
nobody's
if
fair.
if
Nobody ain't
he would have
denying that.
said, okay, I'm gonna stay another year, I'm gonna stay another contract, Golden State will open it with welcome arms. What happened is he get injured that last year, and shit I get
He
funny because
got
it's like
injured, and that's the
he said
owner
himself
that would
he
lay
had
him.
feel like he had feel pressure to play. He said that
No,
himself.
no. Don't say that because that you're talking about the same organization that had Steph.
And the same organization that had Draymond Green that called him a bitch.
But no, but you're speeding past the same organization that had Steph that gave him time to heal. It wouldn't have been no pressure. It wouldn't have been no
No, I
pressure
ain't saying
from
there would have been
Golden State.
pressure. You
You
said
just said it would have been pressure.
I ain't saying nothing about pressure. I say
You said there would have been pressure on him to play, correct?
no. I say KD say that he felt pressure to play in that playoff series against the Raptors. Before he even ready, he get into the game and had to sit up the whole next season with Brooklyn.
Okay, so he felt pressure. Nobody pressured him.
I mean, I listen when I bring up things that they say, you can either believe it or not. I like I
No,
said
quote
earlier.
them, but quote them actual factual. What is his
I
words?
about to tell you. I about to tell you. Like earlier when I say I don't believe KD cares about who got him in his top five. I believe that, but also at the same account, I do believe he's sensitive.
God
I
damn,
don't
I
believe
can't see
everything. I
shit.
go based off of my discernment on a certain player. If I believe certain shit based on my own
I
intellect. But when I look at
mean,
KD and
shit,
he
you
talk
so
about
sensitive.
what he
Go
feel like
work on your
Golden
game
State,
continuously.
he feel like
Shit.
okay, and he say
Shit.
himself.
Take
He
your
say
sensitive ass to the gym and work out. And work on
When
your
Okay,
game
Draymond Green
continuously.
call him or
Shit.
Draymond Green call him a bitch, he said he ain't like how the team handled that, but he still played through it. He said as the year going on, he feel like they ain't handled the situation right. That still ain't make. He said that helped his decision to leave. But he said when he
Yo,
get to the finals and he feel like everybody been pressuring him to play, even though he a grown ass man and he don't gotta play if somebody tell him not, somebody tell him to play. He said he felt pressure. We all know he's sensitive to a certain point, just like LeBron sensitive. He just shows sensitivity in different ways.
hey,
So what I say about KD is like you
but
can't
KD
blame
and
him for wanting to leave
that
Steph
ah,
after that happened. Like
KD and
Even though I'm a bitch, y'all, the team look at it like, well, that's
KD
all
and
guys.
Dre,
So I think
they
we
talked
run
on the
through them.
podcast about that. They both of them talk to each other on the
Yeah,
podcast.
like they sit down,
The
man to man
sponsor,
about
you know.
it.
Wait.
Yeah,
If,
if you see the podcast, go back and look at it. If you don't watch it, you need to go see
right.
it.
So
You know what I'm saying?
if I'm understanding No Panic correctly, and I just want to quote him correctly, it's Golden State fault of KD durability issues during the net,
Don't
during
do that.
KD
I don't do
junction
that.
with the
No,
Nets.
no.
Listen,
It has something to do with Steve Kerr.
if
It
you
has
gonna
something to
listen
do
to
with
what
Steve
I
Kerr, bro.
say and
It
then
has something to do with
regurgitate
Steve
it
Kerr.
back to me, don't regurgitate something I
Steve
say.
Kerr.
I ain't saying nothing about his durability.
It has
All I say
something,
is he
it has
said
something to do with Steve
himself
Kerr.
he felt pressure to come back. So when he left, it wasn't like they didn't want him back. He just wasn't coming back. He was a
No,
free
he
agent.
left. I
He
think
didn't
no,
even
he
get no
left.
signing trade with
He
them.
left. He left because he felt
Yeah,
like he
like
didn't
he
fit
ain't like
in.
get
He
no
didn't fit
signing
in
trade.
over there no
Really
more.
don't.
Really. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't
Say
part
that
of
part
the.
again. Say that part again, please.
So he left because he felt like he didn't fit in over there with the camaraderie in the locker room
That
type
was what
thing.
he said to the media.
And
That's
that's
what he said to
And
the
on the
media.
podcast, he
some of
said
that
the
is
same
true though.
thing when he been talking to Draymond.
He talked to Draymond on his podcast about it. They
Yeah,
had
he
one
said
on. They had
trade
to
his
sit down with
friends.
each other.
He said that been
Right.
the major factor in him leaving because they had that and he didn't like how they handle him. They didn't like how they handle Draymond. And on top of that, if I come to y'all, if you crying to call for me to come to your fucking team, and then soon as shit gets shitty, all of a sudden it's you's a bitch. We've been doing this without you. I'ma feel like, well, why? Okay, well, do this shit without me again. I out. You
And
can't
they
blame
did.
him for that.
But yeah, they did. They won. They won. It took them a couple, about a couple of years. But I mean, shit. Yeah, yeah. Just imagine KD stayed over there. It probably wouldn't be no Jordan Poole that would have came to. But you know what I'm saying. But it's another
They
story.
bring that upon
Actually, if
themselves. Like
KD wouldn't have went to Golden State, honestly,
Oh no,
we
they would have
can
lost it. They would have
we can
lost to LeBron
honestly
that year.
make the argument, and
They would
then
have lost.
we'll be having a total different argument about LBJ. And I'm not even trying to argue for the man. I'm just saying that'll be a whole nother different argument because Golden State definitely wasn't beating Cleveland with the squad they had.
I
No,
100% agree.
no. They had KD. KD is who they needed, and they got it done.
Yeah,
You
kid,
know.
that's why I say that's why I don't knock
They
KD that
needed
much. Cause it's
KD.
like they needed KD to win them titles, like against LeBron. After that, like they was not beating LeBron after that. Like they won the first championship because Kyrie been hurt and Love been hurt. Kyrie and Love come back, but they beat them in 7 and whatnot. The year after that, they bring KD. The next 2 years, they win a championship, and then I think that second year with KD, Kyrie already been gone. They was not beating Kyrie and LeBron James without KD for them years. Kyrie probably
Right,
would have never
right.
leave.
And that's what I mean about we will be having a totally different argument, which I don't have arguments about players and rings and all that. I don't I that's one thing I would never do. That's one thing I would never do. Cause I was me personally. I played point guard, so I view the game through a point guard's eyes. So that's my mindset, and ain't nobody gonna steal me away from it. But rap God, you say okay, you revisiting the question that they brought up earlier about Jello signing overseas. I say yes, he should go overseas.
And
I
that's why
say
I mean,
yes.
why is a I know you answering the
But
question. I'm gonna tell you.
rumors believe that he might get signed with the Charlotte Hornets later on down the road with the new management and the new ownership and
Man,
with the Hornets. There's a good
put that
possibility.
shit in the trash can. Listen, that's
Hey,
why I keep saying when I like I said I don't want to keep hopping and saying the same shit, bro. But that's what I mean by basketball. Like I get it, like LiAngelo, like I root for all the ball brothers. I want all of them to do good, but it come a point in time was like, bro, listen, NBA talent is not that's not NBA talent. Like call a spade a spade, that's not NBA talent.
Well,
We want
yes.
Jello to start over players like that are drafted, that
Well,
are actually people that you know what I mean, that's on the team and got a foothold on the team. We want
he,
them
okay,
to
he didn't get a
actually
fair shot. He didn't
we,
get a fair
we
shot
can
though.
take it a little bit.
He didn't get a
Well,
fair shot
actually,
though.
we can take it a little bit deeper than that. Re, um, Reloaded.
Politics, bro.
Now, honestly, this is gonna be the first and last time because I never spoke on Jello. This is gonna be the first and last time I actually speak about him. Now, why stay stateside, not signed to nobody and make no money? That's my first question. Second question is with with the Charlotte Hornets this drafting up to I think like 5 guards this draft. Where do you see Jello fitting in on either the G League or the actual pro team? They just drafted
Mm-hmm.
like 5 guards, bro. Like
Yep.
real talk, they just drafted like 5 guards. I even bought up one of those draft picks. Should have been the guy from Kentucky or the guy from Gonzaga. I bought that up tonight out of one of the 5 guards that they drafted. So reloaded, me personally, I would rather make money than not have it and go overseas than not make no money and stay stateside.
Mm-hmm.
That's my humble opinion.
Yeah.
Your second topic,
Yeah, I be
reloaded.
trying to stay away from talking about, the
No,
ball,
no,
the
no,
balls or whatever like that.
and that's why I
That
shut
was in
it
the chat
down
though.
quick.
Hey,
That was in
listen.
the chat though. They
If
said that
y'all,
in
if
the
y'all
chat
boy
though.
remember, I don't know if y'all been on the panel back then, but man, I used to get killed for my Lonzo takes.
No, I realize they go hard,
I I
and that's
remember.
why, and that's why if you notice, I normally don't answer unless I have a fact. I do not answer unless I have a fact, regardless of the fact of the matter, because I'm if anything, I don't play nice with facts. I hit you with that fact like Mike Tyson back in the day. You're gonna take this and sit down. You can disagree all you want. It's a fact. Take this, sit down. Because now don't get me wrong. I was one of the ones champion for him even with the situation that happened at UCLA.
Right.
So and that's why I said I'm not gonna say no more. And I champion for you with that. And I wasn't even nowhere close to flight sports. Nowhere close. But I champion for you then. But when you got your shot, like Nelly said in his interview, when he was talking about the St. Lunatics, we both went to tryouts. My shot was hitting. Your shot was off. You mad at me because my shot was hitting? Come on, man.
Yeah, that's how it go.
So I'm not mad at him for giving it a good longevity try. I would rather have money in my pocket and for my family and go overseas and possibly come back a little better and have money in my pocket.
No, you plus you don't want to sit around. You plus you don't want to sit around either. So you want to stay on the court and work on your game continuously. Because shit, competition never sleeps. So because I played the
Right.
game of basketball too, so I know. It's a, shit, you know.
So I mean personally, did did actually I have a question for everybody on the panel. And this was an interesting pick. And this is one pick at first they said that should have came to LA, but I'm gonna bring him up, and I just want to gauge where y'all at about him. And that's Jawan Howardson from Michigan, the one who went to Orlando Magic.
Was that a good pick?
I don't really
Si-
too much
si-
trust former NBA player sons of the father been good.
okay, and what you got, big brother?
Well, I guess that's all right because that just let me know that they're not gonna probably use Bobo like they're supposed to win more games. So that's gonna suck for Orlando. Orlando gonna be in the same predicament again. So until
Well,
they
Bobo
get their
should be
number.
playing PL. He should be playing PL, not center.
Well,
He's
did
more
they pick a center?
productive.
Did
He-
they pick up a center? Because I didn't see the draft like that. But did Orlando Magic pick up a center?
this draft I don't think so, but I think they already have enough centers. In fact, I'll double check. I will double check that right now.
Man, when I look at Paolo Banchero, you know who I see? I see
Who?
fucking Tobias Harris.
Who?
Tobias Harris.
Oh, that's who
No,
you
no, no. Who
talking
was
about
the
the center.
player?
Talking
Paolo
about the center.
Banchero.
Apollo. Said Apollo.
No, the power
Banchero.
forward.
Yeah.
the power forward.
That's
Oh,
Okay.
how he built like how Tobias Harris was built when he first come in. Like Tobias Harris first coming, he been like a little chubby or whatever. But then when he started slimming down, like the exact game was like, don't get me wrong, he younger, so of course he looked more dynamic than what Tobias Harris used to be, but I don't see nothing different.
hey man,
Well,
these
I
guys.
mean, 6'10". I mean,
Yeah, Tobias is
6'10",
about 6'9",
crafty,
6'10" or so.
and actually,
6'8".
he's one of the first Duke players to be healthy. And what you got to add, big brother? I'm sorry. I
No,
had to
no,
stick that in
no. He got
because
said,
most
yeah,
Duke
he was.
players don't be healthy. Most Duke players get injured. It's between the mid year of their rookie year or the beginning of their second year, and they be down for a while. He's one of the first ones that had just a minor injury, come back and actually finish the season.
But yeah, that's true. That's true. I don't know what's going on with that because you got to think about some schools don't have the training regimen, the nutrition thing going on. Some schools do, but yeah, that's for those schools that don't have it. You know, the players can easily come out of there and get injured once they get to the NBA. You know,
I mean, RJ Barrett ain't going down.
New York Knicks. Oh, you said RJ Barrett. Don't New York Knicks want to get rid of him. The Knicks want to get him out the door. Julius Randle,
Hey,
they want him out the door, but that's not gonna
but
happen right
RJ
now.
Barrett didn't go down, but he was underdeveloped for his whole rookie contract.
I
That
mean,
that,
but
that, that,
I know cool, but I mean, we just talking about injuries. Like I think we had this conversation one time before, and I've been trying to say like my team us Duke. So I like everything you saying. Like I can't even disagree with. But I also like to add like for the same amount of players that you say like okay they come from Duke, they usually injuries come in between their first and whatever year. There's
hmm
times three amount of players that come from Duke that don't have those situations. Like not Steph Curry. Seth Curry come from Duke. He ain't had that situation. You know what I mean? Like you can for every player, like you can say a Zion, you can say a RJ Barrett, you can say a
He
Kyrie,
made the G
you can
League,
come and say
so okay.
Tyus Jones. Like it's you know what I mean? Like all the Jones brothers been healthy. And all of them come from Duke.
I
Carlos
mean,
Boozer ain't been injured for his first couple of years.
Seth Curry, Seth, I follow Seth Curry. For Seth, he worked on his game. He was working out. He wanted to, he was actually working out. He got to hit that weight room, bro. Because see, most guys in college, you just want to play basketball, but some of them thinking about hitting the weight room. You know what I'm saying? That's why you get injured too.
Yeah,
And
like
it, but,
like
but you,
every school got injuries coming out of it. But don't get me wrong, like I the reason why I don't push back as hard on Duke when you say that is because I do realize like a lot of like the top talent from Duke do have
it's not
injury
just Duke. It's
situations
not
when they
just
come to
Duke
the
though
league.
either though. It's
Yeah,
not
so
just
I'll
Duke
give you
No,
either.
that.
no.
But like me
I'm
being a Duke fan, there is a lot of players that
it's
come
not
from the
just
league.
Duke, but
No, yeah,
You said the majority.
but
The
they have
majority.
been the higher pick. They
yeah.
have been the higher pick, and they have been the most consistent with it.
Yeah.
And that's my only pushback to that. For a lot of their players, yes, I believe it or not, I want them to win. Like a lot of their players, I don't know if it's the way they promote them or not, but I root for them. Even though I'm not a Duke fan, I really don't follow college like that. I honestly don't until I I watch it with a friend of mine called L. Me and him start talking college basketball, and then he start telling me about certain players that I should watch. Because anything college, he watch it like I watch the NBA. So he educates me a lot about the players that's about to hit the draft and everything. But as far as to answer your question about the Magic centers, I have your answer, and I want to answer that before we move on. The Magic have three centers, and that's not including Bo. That's not including Bo. You include Bo, that's four.
Okay.
Listen, the Magic's one of them teams where it's like they don't got no real direction of where they going in. They just picking who they can pick.
No, to me, to me, honestly, the Magic has deemed themselves, honestly, crowned themselves the new development protein of the NBA.
New.
But they ass ain't never gonna be
New
on national TV.
development protein of the NBA.
Like I said, they had Aaron Gordon for a while and Woodchick for a while and shit.
Look,
Man,
Now
they
the
Aaron
still
Magic
Gordon.
are
got
not.
Michael Carter. Man, they still got Michael Carter Williams on this team, man.
Are you serious?
He been should have switched over from point guard to shooting guard. He been should have switched over.
Yeah.
I remember his rookie season though. That boy coming on fire.
No, he used to be a problem. He used to be a problem. I'm gonna call a spade a spade.
Go
He used to
go
be
all the
a
way down. You
problem.
can't make that turn down there. Yeah, it'll take you around. Just come around.
But he used to be a problem. Now look at it. I mean, he holding a slot.
I
I
don't
mean,
know what
folk,
Orlando doing.
folk.
Like y'all ain't. It's like y'all bullying through the draft, cool, but like, what's your identity? Like y'all got Paolo Banchero, but I don't think
Man,
he gonna be that type of player where you can be like, okay, we gonna bull around him. I think he's just more so like how Aaron Gordon, but like a good player. Like Aaron Gordon kind of popped because he has jumping ability, but he can play deep. He can play defense. He can like play multiple positions and shit like that. He can rebound, but it's like he he had to get with a team where the shit he doing actually mattered to winning. Because when he just been humming Vucevic is like the shit ain't really matter to winning. He's been kind of playing the role.
but
And
that's
Aaron
what I
Gordon,
mean
that
about
team,
being the
he's the
new
best player.
development team.
Yeah. Hey, but did y'all know that Eric Gordon has a gym in his crib in his house? He has a gym in there now, so he's been working on his game like literally.
Well, I mean, you gotta have that in Denver as a pro.
He has a gym. He has a gym in his house. So
Well,
yeah.
where did folks go? Somebody help me remember.
You know who else has a gym in their house too? Michael Jordan.
Magic,
Marcus
Well,
Fultz, you know
Magic
what? I'm
Johnson.
Orlando.
Magic
Magic,
Johnson too.
Shaq,
Larry
Penny.
Bird. I think Larry Bird had a gym.
Um,
No, I don't know
no,
about Larry Bird, but
no,
not Larry Bird.
Yeah,
No.
no.
Larry played outside. Larry played
Yeah,
outside.
he
Yeah.
plays outside.
Larry didn't have one
But
attached to
he's
the
supposed to be
house.
using a
It
fruit
was on the
bucket.
side of the house.
Yeah.
Outside, right.
I mean, but I'll say it like this: a lot of the black players have inside gyms at their
And it's
house,
like,
bro,
yeah.
and that's been for years.
Yeah.
That's not recent. That's been for years.
With the polished
Now,
floor and all that. The
yeah,
floor and all that shit.
So
now,
some of them
now
they cares about working on the game. Well, but Ben Simmons don't have one in his house.
He
I'm just
said he
being
don't
funny.
have one.
Yeah,
no,
I
Ben
know her
Simmons
dad
did.
got one.
No, he
He
did.
did?
He
His
did.
dad? From his dad?
No,
His dad put it in there, or he put it in there?
I'm talking about once he got his NBA contract.
Oh,
He,
okay.
he he bought a house with a gym in it. That's why everybody was on him
He
so hard about his
That's don't
jumper.
use them.
That's why everybody
I
was
don't
been
remember
on
that.
him about his jumper.
he bought a gym in his house. I can't believe it, man. You serious? You sure about that? I can't believe it.
Yeah.
I got. And he play and he talking about mental breakdown. And he act like he can't play basketball now. Oh my goodness.
And
so
some of
Man,
what?
them
So
every
what?
players,
So
some
what?
of
every
them players will like
So what he do?
everybody
Lamelo.
was
Lose
clowning
more
him only
credibility now?
because of the jumper.
So what he doing? Losing more credibility now? Now that you know that he
I,
got
I
access
heard he
to?
can't.
I
He can't. I heard
mean,
he can't shoot the jumper. He can't shoot the jumper. He chooses not to shoot it in the game.
Yeah. Yeah.
But see, that's the thing
Okay,
about the NBA. Like, if you ain't got a good jumper, like you still got to at least attempt to do that. Unless they gonna play that zone on your ass and drop their man back, and you gonna be out there looking crazy.
Hey,
Ben
hey,
Simmons
but
ain't even
hey,
right,
Ben
Gemini,
Simmons.
but that's what they do to him.
Hey,
But
Gemini,
that,
that
but
guy, you got a shooting
huh?
coach, right? Gemini, that guy, he has a shooting coach, right? If you got a shooting coach, damn it, you got all the time
No,
and all
no,
season
no,
to
no.
get first shot
Hold
right.
on, hold on. No, no. I gotta show you the pattern. And when I show you this
Go
pattern,
all,
I no, hold on. I need you to follow me. Follow me as we say in the army. Lead the way. From the time he got in the NBA, every off season, they show videotape. Philly has done this. And if I'm lying, somebody on this panel tell me I'm lying. They have always showed him off-season training, shooting threes, shooting jumpers, and hitting
I see it,
consistently.
yes, I see it,
And when
yeah.
it comes to the season, you don't even see those attempts put up like that.
Nope.
Not their attempt is put up like that. And that's what the drawback is. He has a shooting coach now. Now to answer your question, and I didn't run away from your question. I just wanted to paint the full picture for you. He has a shooting coach. In fact, one of the shooting coaches that he work out with is the same shooting coach that work out with Melo, the real Melo, the original Melo.
Yeah, Carmelo Anthony. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So they have that connection. You dig what I'm saying? So he has a good shooting coach. He's not producing.
Mental state of mind.
I'm
Yeah.
I'm 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 not gonna say mental because folks was the same way. Folks was the number one draft pick. Can we all remember that when the Timberwolves draft him number one? And for
Gucci,
what? Huh?
Vucevic.
No, folks, folks, folks.
You mean folks?
Um,
You mean folks? Oh, okay. I forgot.
yeah,
Yeah, folks. Yeah,
yeah. That's on the Magic now.
yeah.
He was the number one draft pick. If I remember right, it was Timberwolves. Hold on, I'm gonna hit his stat line right quick, just to make sure, because I don't want to lie about that. No, I'm lying. He was number one drafted by Philly. He was number one drafted by Philly. Then he went to Orlando. Okay, so he was number one drafted by Philly. Everybody was talking about his shot during the draft proceedings, right? During the whole
Mhm.
draft session, right? Everybody was saying Philly shouldn't draft him because it was something like a glitch with his shooting arch or something. They was harping on. I'm just saying they was harping on it, right?
Right.
First round draft pick, 18 minutes a game, only scored 7 points a game. The second year, 22.5 minutes a game, only 8 points a game. So they actually kicked him up damn near a whole five more minutes, and he only gave you 1 more point a game. And
Yeah,
guess
I
what
man.
mean,
team?
to be fair, outside of the shooting mechanics, you got to remember they had Thibault and they had Ben Simmons on the court at the same time, so he ain't really been all that much space for him to even really get into
Right.
the bag.
But what was the Philly management keep telling their fan base during that time? Because both of these guys was there amongst the same time. But what was the Philly organization trying to sell to the fan base? Trust the process.
That's
Trust
the
the
process.
process.
That's what
You had Embiid hurt, foot issue. Trust the process. Trust the process.
yeah, the first 2 years he had foot injuries. Yeah, I remember that.
Right. This was supposed to be a drafted three-headed monster, if you remember correctly.
Yeah,
It was
he got.
you had your point guard, you had your shooting guard, and you had your center. point guard, shooting guard, center. That's what you had, and you drafted them, so you had them at cheap contracts at that time. You really did. You had them at their at on cheap contracts. So you telling us to trust the process, and two of these people literally fizzed out.
I mean, shit, the shoot them some bail. Trust the process almost work if it ain't for Kawhi in that shot. Cause they definitely, if they had beat the Kawhi in that series or after that shot, they definitely be beating Golden State without KD and damn Clay eventually getting hurt.
But but here's where I disagree.
Cause Markel Fultz get them to buyers,
Oh,
and they signed him.
okay, but here's the part that I push back because regardless on the fact, honestly, they they overplayed themselves, and yes, they played great, and I will always acknowledge that they played great. But we can all attest to they was not even supposed to. That was not supposed to be a close game against the Raptors.
Oh no, we mean like they should have been beat the Raptors or something like that.
No, that it was not like every game that they was not
They
point
losing game
spread and
7
everything
last.
else. Like they was always six down, like 6 to 8 down,
I mean,
nine
but they
down.
going 7 though. Like they going 7. They dominate. They wins. They go in
So
game
they
7. They
played
lose.
up. They played up, and I'm giving them props for that. But they played to their peak. Is basically what I'm getting at. They played to their peak.
Well,
I wouldn't.
we
I
can
wouldn't
argue.
say that.
Yeah, we can argue that they took advantage. Okay, KD and Klay Thompson
See,
got
I could
hurt. I mean, I
yeah.
mean, if it
I
wasn't for
mean,
that,
like think
if it
about it.
wasn't for that, yeah, they
Whoever
probably
wins
Golden
that
State
series,
probably win. But I'm glad that the Raptors won. So
yeah,
because
that's why I
if we
said I
win,
don't think they played
Thank you,
opposite anything. I think
thank
it was
you,
more so
Reloaded.
like
And I love Reloaded. He's saying it the whole time. Ben Simmons has a lazy work ethic prior to the NBA. I said from the
oh yeah, we could
beginning,
have see
Philly
that.
should not have drafted him when he
I
was
wouldn't
at
say that.
LSU, and I stood on that. I stand on that.
so okay, so he got a lazy work ethic. What's going to happen to Ben Simmons in the next couple of years? Do you see him still being in the NBA, or he gonna get kicked out the NBA? But what do
Oh
you
no,
think?
Kicked
he
out?
getting kicked
No,
out.
he's gonna be sent home. Okay, I'm honestly going to give you the God honest truth to your answer. The coach for the Nets did the best thing for the Nets this year with Ben Simmons. And he did what, sir? Sent him home.
Oh
Sent
yeah, I
him
remember that.
home.
Yeah, you sent him home.
I am answering your question. I do not see Ben Simmons, especially with the draft we just had. Remember, I was the only one champion that we had from 6'4" to 6'8" players, which is from small forward all the way to I want to say shooting guard, but I really want to put the PGs in there, but I'm gonna stop at shooting guard. So from shooting guards to small forwards, this draft was heavy from 6'4" to 6'8" at small forward.
Not
That
really,
can
because I mean, you gotta think about it. One of the Thompson brothers about that size when he played a point. Like
he
even
was
with I
six
mean
six.
yeah, but
He was
what
6'6".
okay, so 6'4" to 6'8", that's still point guard size in today's NBA.
But
Like
I don't think one of them not
Well,
playing. I said I wasn't including point guard.
no, but what I saying is I get the size, and you're right, it was a lot of 6'4" to 6'8", but you gotta still also realize like a lot of those 6'4" to 6'8" players they go wound up playing point guard or it's two guard. Like Brandon Miller
But
may not playing two guard.
no, that I'm answering this question about Ben Simmons. I'm not pushing past the question. The question was about Ben Simmons. With this draft being so heavy, I don't see Ben Simmons having a career. I don't.
Oh no!
This
Come
draft
on
was too
now!
heavy.
Come on! Nah,
I
that's
don't
just
think he's
kind of
having a career.
borderline disrespectful.
I think he's
I
gonna be phased.
don't.
I think he's gonna be phased out. I think he's
He's
gonna be
gonna be
phased out.
phased out.
He's gonna be
Is
phased
that what
out
he
at some
basing
point.
on?
He's gonna be
Have
phased out.
we?
Listen,
Have we?
I know I'm not a champion of Ben Simmons. Like I ain't about to sit on that pedestal and say I his biggest fan or I even a fan of her. But what I will say is, outside of his shooting, outside of his mentality, outside of his health, Ben Simmons was an all-star. Ben Simmons is
Oh
supposed to
my
be.
God!
No, hold on.
Now
Ben
this is what
No,
comes
listen.
into play,
And that
and
listen.
then
on
you
now.
have to match.
He
No,
was
Come
an
on, say it
all-star.
the
again.
word. No. The
Say
word
He was
it.
an
all
Say
star
it.
comes into
I
play,
know.
and you have to match
Say it.
skill, production, and results.
Cause
Like,
I was
ain't
about to call
no,
you
we don't want to hear
then.
about
Hold on.
injury. We
You
don't
gotta
want to hear
let
about
me
personal.
get
We
to
don't
my
want to hear
point.
nothing about none of that, bro.
You gotta let me get to my point. All-star was just you saying. No, listen.
Come
The
on.
reason why I say all-star, I say all-star for this one reason alone. When the NBA teams look at certain players, they
Mhm.
like to kick ties on players, and when they look at his resume, they gonna say, "Okay, shit, he been an all-star in the league. Maybe we can get him to play at that level." I know you
What?
can't.
You gonna get a pass?
Hold on.
No, bro.
You gotta let me get to
Okay, now
Go ahead and
no,
finish though.
no,
I'll
no,
let it
no.
finish. Go ahead.
Hold
Go
on. Oh, Gemini, hold on. The point I trying to get to, once you let me finish my point, you will understand that I'm not really hopping on All Star. What I'm saying is, when you look at Ben Simmons at his best, I don't look at him offensively as far as shooting, going get a bucket. But what he do at a high level when healthy, even when he went with Brooklyn and he ain't been all that way healthy, he good in transition. He good defensively. He played a pulse pretty good. He played I don't see he played Giannis to the point where he stopped me or shit like that. But he played him
Well,
pretty
man,
good because he can move with him. Hold on. So when I look at
Yo,
Ben
we
hold
about to
on,
get
Simmons,
hold
up
on,
out of
cause
here. We
and I
done
hear
program. Yeah,
somebody say he's not going to be in the league or his career
Yeah, you
over,
gonna have to end
I
this
look
one,
and I
yeah,
Fly.
we gonna
You
program
no,
reaching
for
what you
too
do
tomorrow.
it.
hard.
You
Yeah,
would
make sure
you
y'all
would
pull up
do it,
tomorrow,
Ben
man. It's
Simmons.
Flight Sports
You would
TV,
Okay,
man.
bro.
Peace and love, y'all.
Flight Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what
okay.
the man said. It's Flight Sports
Yeah,
TV.
man, yeah. When he started out, yeah, his transition game was good. I mean, you know what I'm saying, 6'11".